What's your good morning? It's an amazing effort by everyone to pull together worldwide. We have people from the North American continent. We have Europeans all over different time zones collecting here from the AM to the PM. And I believe we have about 30 to 40 people actually playing a Kriegspiel for the first time on tabletop, and something of this size actually happening. Correct. And that's one of the key elements that war games have a hard time replicating is the fog of war. When you're standing over a board and you've got the god's eye view, whether it's a computer game or an actual board game, is it gives the player way too much information from what a commander would usually see on the field, which is noise of smoke and couriers riding up to him in the chaos of battle. And what Kriegspiel tries to do is replicate that feel, that chaos, that confusion for you, the player slash commander of a battle, to force you to make decisions in a timely manner under pressure with limited information. And that's where Kriegspiel really shines out as a simulator of types. Now, Roland, what type of scenario are we going here today? It's Gettysburg, isn't it? But it's not true historical Gettysburg. Isn't it always economics? It's all down to the money. And that could be truly key. Lee historically did suffer a numerical disadvantage. And having an elite crack force of the British on the field, it'll be interesting to see how the Confederates utilize these players. Now, well, one of the grand rumors, of course, around Gettysburg was that it was fought over shoes and shoe production in the town. Of course, this is complete nonsense. The road system around Gettysburg, 10 individual roads running from north in 360 degrees around the town, led to this being a crux for the armies marching together. Um, Now, key developments with the battle that we have to watch out for is each commander is going to want to seize the high ground. The high ground is going to give them a field of view that's going to give them a more advantageous position over the battlefield. And key high ground areas on this map, of course, are on the northwest, where the Confederates are marching in at the beginning of the scenario, and the Round Tops, and just to the south of Gettysburg, where the Union are marching in. So it'll be interesting to see if the Union play a very defensive game, knowing historically how things turn out, if they're going to try and seize the same terrain, or if they're going to be more aggressive, if they feel that they've got stronger numbers. I'm not sure how Marshall has set this up. There's a little bit of fog of war with us at the moment. I'm sure as things develop, we'll find out relative strengths, if there's any hidden objectives that the commanders have to reach out for. It's going to be interesting to see how things play out alternatively. But the biggest thing that we know right now is the Confederates have been bolstered with that elite core of British troops. And how they're going to use them, we have yet to see. I'm sure there's a small racial bias there, of course, yes. It would be fine. I've just launched into the scenario myself just a few minutes ago, so it's going to be a few minutes before I can get an idea of who's commanding who. Now, it looks like, yes, Sir Charles of Scaleshire. Now he has cavalry directly underneath him. And then we have followed up by the Lieutenant General Benjamin Villiard, Major General Wrightson. And as you can see, the course stretches almost off the map. Well, it does, it carries on completely off the map. Now, again, what happens here is that everything is to scale. So as the core is marching, it fills up an equivalent space to what a core would fill up in real life historically. It A battle doesn't happen immediately. It takes time for forces to deploy, for forces to march onto a field, for things to get set up. It allows time for counter maneuvers, counter battery, um, artillery fire, for cavalry to maneuver around infantry, which are a lot slower. It's going to be interesting to see what happens with a Union response. I'm not seeing Union on the field at the moment where historically they would have been on McPherson's Ridge. Yeah. No, it's very interesting, and you're absolutely on the button. In previous scenarios that we've played, we've now developed a bit of technological scripting where a commander will send a message, and there is a computer program that runs a script that tells it how long it's going to take to be delayed before it gets delivered to the alternative commander it's being sent to. So it's kind of built in where we don't have to man manage and have human failure contact with a fog of war delay system. Um, and you're entirely right. There's been previous battles that we've fought before where cavalry has been deployed to great effect to skirmish ahead of a column and slow it down, forcing them to deploy, forcing them to send out skirmishes of their own, delaying the advances, and it's led to some tactical victories in previous scenarios. It really is something that commanders can play around with these tactics and rediscover um, tactics that were used historically in the past. I would say Jeffrey Carcez. Yes, absolutely. It does look like that. Things definitely are starting to advance for the Confederates. The Empire is moving pieces around. It looks like, as you say, they're starting to deploy off the Hagerstown Road, just past McPherson's Ridge there. The Confederates are streaming in from the north completely unopposed into Gettysburg. It'd be interesting to see what the players think about this. If they were expecting to run into Union dispositions here. McKay, by the looks of it. Heinz. Yes, we've got. It looks like Union definitely coming in. Now, typically, this was the Confederates wrapped around and were pushing down this road. So to see this happening, this is very ahistorical. Now, it looks like with the troops off the map there, it looks like it's an entire corps that's going to be coming down. If you look on Blockers Knoll, it looks like the commander of the Second Corps Falston has set up a headquarters overlooking the Harrisburg Road. Maybe that they already spot the Union. I'd like to go and ask the commander of Second Corps Confederates to see what his opinion of the situation is at the moment, see what he knows about the situation. Absolutely, yes. Along the Emmitsburg Road, the Tennyberg Road, and the Baltimore Pike, all from the southern end. It looks like it would be MG Cree. Oh, it is, yeah. Well, we definitely have on Blockers Knoll, we've got Justin Folsom. It's Justin Folsom. There he is, Second Corps Voice 4. Let's go down to that channel and have a look. Yes, sir. Good morning. How are you doing, Mr. Folsom?
Good morning. I'm well, thank you.
My name is Brett, and this is Roland. We're commentating on today's game, and we've noticed that you've set up on Blockers Knoll. Is that correct?
I gave orders to go there. I wasn't aware I'd arrived, but yes.
Okay. We're seeing the umpire screen, so we may be a few minutes
Fantastic.
ahead of you in real world. What led
That's
you
fine.
to set up there?
Mostly intelligence. I want to see the cavalry to my east. I'm aware of the Confederate cavalry out there. I'm aware that I'm expecting two corps to come in from somewhere in that direction. I'm paranoid, so I want to know that they're not coming in down the roads to my north.
Absolutely.
And I want to see the position. And when we were laying out our positions in this area, we planned a blocking force up on Blockers Knoll, but looking at the sheer length of our column, it's not going to arrive until about 1800. So I want to
What time?
be
What
aware
time
of
is it now, Mr. Falston?
currently 0600. So I've got
Okay.
a good 2 hours where it's me and the cavalry, and we will wave our binoculars significantly at the enemy if they approach. But if the enemy is coming, I want to be able to change plans, which means I need to know where they are.
And what are your orders from your commander?
We need to hold the Federals outside of Gettysburg at least until the siege train passes through. So we're expecting that to be approximately 9:30. But he will tell me when that's passed.
Do you have
We're
any
moving up.
intelligence regarding the position of the Union?
We know that there's two corps coming in from the northeast, and we know that there are 5 or so corps coming out from the south. So it's basically just our second corps up here should be able to fend them off with the help of the cavalry. But we are planning on detaching the cavalry as soon as possible.
Absolutely. And who is your commander, Mr. Falston?
That would be Eli Gray. He's he's at the head of I Corps at the moment, but we're expecting him to move to the McDonald farm.
Yes, of course. As you know, Roland, commanders move around the field. So when they're in contact with another general, they can actually do voice communications rather than courier messages with each other.
Uh, uh, entirely friendly arrangements there, where we actually came up with the army plan together. So if it falls apart, it's partly my fault. Partly, partly. Well, firstly, it's not my cavalry. That was Eli's. But we're expecting two corps entering from the northeast, and the bulk of the army of the army of the Potomac coming up from the south. We want to make sure that we prevent those two bodies from uniting and or taking the road network in Gettysburg. And so the cavalry was posted out in advance to try and keep them safely on the far bank of the Rock Creek while we come up to. Oh, sorry, while we come up to provide a more permanent defence. Yeah. We put it. Yeah, we've got 4 brigades of cavalry out there. They're excellent cavalry, good southern horse, and we're expecting them to be. We're expecting them to hold for at least an hour, or at least force them to deploy.
Now, Mr.
Um,
Falston, if
yes.
intelligence is correct and the you see the Union coming from where you expect to, how are you going to be setting up your forces?
We've got one division that's currently force marching down the road. Sorry, marching the double quick down the road to assume a position across Benners Hill. Second division is going to move down the Mummersburg Road, come off the road at the McLean Farm, and go cross country to Blockers Knoll. And General Currie's first division is going to form as a reserve with the Corps artillery directly northeast of Gettysburg.
Okay, so basically, are you going to be setting up on the river line over on the high ground overlooking the Harrisburg Road by the sense of it?
Yes, but we are going to be deploying. Yeah, Harrisburg. Yes, we on the west bank of the Rock Creek, overlooking the Harrisburg Road. On the east bank of Rock Creek, controlling the Hanover Road and controlling the York Pike, and then we'll have Mr. Currie ready to move up either road as needed as a reserve.
Fantastic. Thank you, Mr. Falston. Okay, Roland.
Have a good Have a good day, gentlemen.
Thank you. We'll check in later. Very interesting to see how much information he has and versus what he doesn't know. He's set up by blind luck right on the path of the Union coming down from the northeast. Could be very good lead to a panicked retreat from him. It is, but if you look at historically what happened at day one of Gettysburg, Reynolds' Corps was cavalry, and they held off the entire Confederate army because again, the Confederates were coming on piecemeal, just like what we're seeing right now. They're coming on historically, marching in column. They need to set up, deploy, march forward into combat, and they're doing this very, very bits and pieces, not in one huge movement by a corps. I think it's possible. I think it's historical. I think it's likely to work if he can get his troops up here in time. But it looks like the race is being won by the Union. The Union are a lot closer to his HQ, and it could cause some disruption to the order of his troops if he starts moving around now. It's interesting to see, and this is where the poker element of the game comes into, where the psychology of the player is important. Is the person naturally aggressive? Are they naturally cautious? Will they slow roll their hand? A lot of times, people coming into a Kriegspiel act very cautiously. They're not sure of the rules. There's no dice that they can see being rolled. They're not sure how to min max the game, and it really leads to a feeling of insecurity. And with that feeling of insecurity, just like real life, commanders act a lot more cautiously than what you would historically think their ideal move would be. And that's where the chaos of war, that's where this game really shines. It's exploiting the psychological feelings of a player, um, and getting him to act not in the best interests of tactics and strategy, but in the best interests of his psychology and what he feels is best at the time. I'd
So
like
it's
to
definitely
I'd like to go and speak to the Union side now of Northeast, the Third Corps.
yes.
It seems like the commanders are all bunched together. We can speak to them and figure out what they can see, what they know, and what they're planning on doing.
Oh
Good
shit.
morning, gents. This is Brett and Roland. We're commentating on the game today, and
Oh,
if you got time to answer a few questions for us.
we've been ambushed.
Sure.
Absolutely.
What do you think is happening? What's going on in your viewpoints of the game so far today?
our plans are being meticulously torn apart by
Oh no!
Marshall. It's a
What were
personal
your
attack.
plans?
Our original idea was to get across the Rock Creek as quickly as possible and see if we could even take the town, but
And Rock
it's look
Creek is the creek to your front there in the northeast corner of the
yes,
map.
Right.
uh, but it's not looking like we're going to be able to do that. So for now,
Why
we
is
need to
that?
push
What
us.
happened?
There's a Confederate force, a cavalry force, directly ahead of us, and so we're going to see if we can push that aside quickly and move up, and at the very least, get a better idea of where the Confederate positions are.
Right. And
All
I'm
your forces
deploying
on
my
the map? How
division
are
to
you?
go batter them, to go sweep them away.
All right. So, have you got all your forces on the map so far? Are they still
No.
by column on the road? Or
Unfortunately, I am not on the map yet.
Yes, we still have a division in column behind, and we really need to get. We're trying to do our best to work in concert with First Division, who we got separated from the army with. We haven't heard anything from them yet, and so we'd like to coordinate as soon as we can on that front.
so once you push past the cavalry screen that you see in front of you, where were you going to go to?
Our original idea was to take some of the hills and knolls to the northeast of the town and kind of set up a defensive line there and allow a First Corps to try and reconnect with the rest of the army. However, I mean, if the Confederates are in large force across the river, we may just have to hunker down where we're at on our side of the river for a little bit and see how things play out. But otherwise, we're going to see if we can cross and take like blockers knoll and such.
So where is
Uh,
the cavalry that is stopping you at the moment?
They seem to be just south of the
Right.
Brigham Farm.
Brigham Farm intersection there, and I've ordered my all my division to deploy and sweep them away, and hopefully, take the bridge. But I think, as they say, no plan survives contact with the enemy. So now we have contact. We have to find out where their infantry is, but we want to try to get the bridges across the creek so we can get over and to the high ground beyond it.
So your entire corps movement rests on Mr. Boyle.
That's right.
Unfortunately, no. Well, fortunately, because he is a very fine commander, but I have a little less faith in just given our position, it will be hard to pull off. But I have every confidence in General Boyle. He is an exemplary commander. You should have seen him at Chancellor's View a few months back.
May the dice be ever with you, gentlemen. Thank you
Yes,
very
and
much for the time.
I see we have an announcer who's an Aston Villa supporter. I don't know about that. I'm a Gunner supporter, so we're going to do well. We're going to come in the top 4, of course.
Absolutely. I just hope that the rest of the season goes well as our transfer season did, where we were competing for the same player.
Oh no, yeah, that's right. Have fun, gentlemen.
Absolutely, you too. Thank you. Wow, well, that answers some of your questions, maybe. 3 cavalry units have held up an entire corps. An entire corps. And that's gonna allow the Confederates to reach Gettysburg and block off the entire Northern Union Army. This is quite the development. No, no. Again, we've got we they had orders. Um, he's deploying his entire division against a cavalry screen. Uh, it I don't know. I don't know what to say to that. Oh, absolutely. Ah. Absolutely. Which has led to some of this over caution when we've run into the enemy in the frontage. Well, this is another key aspect of the game is that couriers aren't always guaranteed to reach your friendlies. Couriers can be intercepted and captured. For instance, Confederates are about to enter Gettysburg. Gettysburg is a major crossroad of all these 10 roads around it. Any couriers traveling along the road that run into the Confederates will be captured, and the intelligence will then be able to be read by the Confederates. Hmm. Now, how did you find this out? Did he leave a war diary behind, or was there personal stories from the family? Yeah. Wow. What an absolute treasure. Mhm. No, no, absolutely. As you said, historically, those tiny little moments, a commander doesn't test the depth of a ford of a river crossing and presumes that he has to cross a bridge instead. A group of 300 Spartans guarding a pass and a Persian army that doesn't scout around. Um, well, of course, some liberties are taken historically, but oh no, no, absolutely. It'd be interesting again a take from the umpires and have a listen to see how they're determining some of the movement and combat. Shall we jump up there and see how they're progressing?
All right. Okay, we just received or we just gave players their reports for the 6:20 a.m. turn. We are about to receive their next round of orders, and then we will be processing those orders momentarily. We are having a bit of a hard time. One of our key master umpires hasn't made it in. I don't know what the issue is. He would be here if he could be, but I imagine something serious has unfortunately detained him. Otherwise, we're making do the best way we can. This is such a big game that we're having some technical issues that we did not expect to have. We're having issues both with the Discord and with Tabletop Simulator. So we're definitely at the upper limit of what these software programs can handle. Nonetheless, things are moving along. They're moving somewhat smoothly, slower than what I had hoped, however, but they are moving. So we are managing it.
Now, I don't think Roland has a voice player on the channel, but one of the things we've noticed is that the Confederates seem to be deploying their entire corps in the northeast against a cavalry screen. It seems to be a very fairly momentous event early on in the game.
Right. So it's Confederate cavalry deployed against two corps. The Third and the First Union Corps are prepared to push very hard against this cavalry, and I don't think the cavalry is going to withstand. It's a delaying action. They're trying to buy time for their regular infantry unit to get into action. But I can see that their regular infantry has also suffered some kind of disruptive events. I don't know what's happened to disrupt them, but something is going on with them too. And oops, I just made a mistake. But anyway, yes, it's hard times for the Confederate cavalry. At least it's going to be momentarily.
And we've also noticed that the town of Gettysburg is about to be captured by the Confederates marching in from the northwest. One of the things we've discussed is the possibility of couriers being captured on the road marching between the two Union armies. It's something that you guys designed for.
Yes, the Union troops cannot communicate with the Union forces in the South. They are at this point still cut off, but pretty soon they're going to have a channel of communication. They'll at least be able to send couriers cross country to link up with their commander in chief in the South, and then perhaps they'll be able to perform more coordinated actions soon.
What just happened? Somehow, like, pieces
Yes,
got moved.
yes. If you can, just
All
slide
right,
them
very
back
good,
up.
gents. We'll jump out, leave you to it. Good luck with the technical difficulties.
Thank you.
Well, it looks like they definitely have their hands full trying to manage the size of the game that's going on today. No, not at the moment. It definitely seems it's evolving over time. So let's have a look at the orders of the battle and the orders of the day. Where would you like to start? Ah. Well, that's definitely a question to ask the Confederate commanders when we speak to them is, are they aware of what their orders are? And to see if the orders were communicated effectively to them. What I'm looking at with the order of battle for the Army of Northern Virginia is that the overall commander is General Eli Gray. So Eli Gray is their commander. They've got 3 corps, 2 Confederate. First corps is led by Lieutenant General Jopp with 3 divisions. Second corps is led by Lieutenant General Justin Falston, who we spoke to earlier, with 3 divisions. There's the Royal Expeditionary Corps, which is, of course, the British coming in on the west side of the map, led by General Benjamin Villiard. And they have 2 divisions and 1 cavalry division. And then the Confederates have their own independent cavalry division, led by Major General Peter Robbins. Yes. Well, hopefully they don't have the same impact as Jeb Stuart on this battle, which was absolutely minimal and a source of frustration to General Lee, of course. Yes, yes, very true. And then now, as you read through, the order of battle is very similar for the Army of the Potomac. The army commander is Major General Jan Heinemann. There are, I believe, 6 corps. Yes, 6 corps. First corps is led by Major General Nick Mayoraz. Second corps is led by Major General Ranakin. Third corps is led by Major General Cyrus Ogle. Fifth corps, Major General Carter McNish. Sixth Corps, Major General Damon Mosier. Damon was one of the people who've set up the maps and the 3D textures. He's been integral to setting up the look of Tabletop Simulator to allow it to be playable. And then a cavalry corps led by Major General Robert Masterd. It's the great man theory of history. Why change anything? Yeah. Absolutely. And it seems like it's part of the army, the design of the scenarios that first and third corps have their communications disrupted early on by enemy cavalry. I'm looking for it. Orders of the day, second paragraph. As Army headquarters presumes, First and Third Corps, with which our communications currently hindered by enemy cavalry, is closing in from the northeast. So it seems like they know where each other are. And by design, the scenario set up to be. Yeah. And I would agree. And it seems like the overall objective is not a static objective, it's a moving objective. The Confederate Army carries with it a train of heavy siege guns. Whether to strike against Washington and force Lincoln to the table, or to open the port of Baltimore to the British, it remains unclear. So again, they don't know whether the siege train that they have to stop is going to be marching to the south, to the west, and it's something that the Union Army are going to have to move to strike against at some point in the battle. Absolutely, something slow moving, vulnerable that has to be protected. But at the same time, the Confederate commander has to be aggressive in trying to push his way through the map, just like Lee historically did. Yes. It's ahistorical, absolutely. When you've got the British actually being involved in the Civil War as a what if historical scenario, you can't rely on it playing out historically. Um, I think they've designed key motives within the map and the scenario, such as the siege train, to encourage both commanders neither to be too defensive nor too aggressive. That they have objectives to do on the map rather than hold terrain. They also have to try and seize objectives and scout and utilize all their forces. I think it's quite a clever scenario, really. Mm.
because we know.
Absolutely, you're entirely right. One of the great developments of military history is the development of a professional officer corps, based upon egalitarian principles, not based upon aristocracy or wealth. And with that is the inherited knowledge, the professional knowledge, which is passed down, in these academies or schools or officer training, academies, based upon which country you come from, Sandhurst in England, or West Point, and so on in America. Uh, but the Kriegspiel, the war game itself, it's something that's also developed, um, and the utility of planning and playing out scenarios. The utility of it is something that's widely recognized and is often done, by the battalion staff, at least, all the way down to platoon level, where you sandbox a scenario or a plan before you go out and actually execute it. And as part of that, what the Kriegspiel does, it tries to simulate real world issues, the fog of war, the lack of information, not being able to see the entire scenario, and forcing you to act and utilize your knowledge of tactics, strategy, to create orders that commanders can act upon when they're in a bubble or isolated from other information, to execute the will of a commander. And it's something that you see playing out here, where the two wings of a Union army are being split apart. But the commander, in his initial orders, has effectively issued what his intent is, what his orders are, and he's expecting his different corps commanders to execute his will on the battle. And that's something that's real. That's something that isn't, um, that doesn't need to be historically, um, a template for a war scenario that's happened in the past, or a battle that's happened in the past. It can be entirely made up. The situation, the tactics, the strategies, the methods are all the same, and they work. And that's something that's interesting to see how people act out within the Kriegspiel itself. But Roland, is it? Could you also not argue and say, hey, look, if I take the map as it is, regardless of the historical information behind it and the context, if you look at the high ground, if you look at where the creeks are, if you look at where the roads run, is that high ground, which was strategically important back then, still not strategically important on the map that they're playing on right now? Sure. I think the key is as a historical outlook. Like in archaeology, when you're unsure of anything, it's always ritual. It's always ritualistic. And I think there's a definite element of ritual when you see a map and they're familiar with certain issues that they're going to seize the high ground, they're going to defend a river crossing. There's certain ritualistic elements that we all learn from playing with little soldiers as boys. Ritual, absolutely. Absolutely, just north of Spangler's Farm. Should we go speak to the British and the Union commander and see what they know, what they're aware of, and what they're planning on doing? Let's see. Do you want to speak to the British gentleman first? Let's find him. I'm trying to find him on the chats here. Yes, yes. It may be that he's not present on voice, or he's being held by the actual commander itself. Oh, let me get some clarification of that. Let me jump up and speak to an umpire, and I'll find out who's in command of that. I'll get back to you just in one moment. All right, I'm back, Sixman. If you go all the way down the chats, he is in REC Voice 1, Major General Sir Maximilian, I believe, around there. Okay.
Come through that force there. As you come through, you see the tail end of the
Royalist cavalry riding off into the woods to your front there, to your
Yes, sir.
right to the picture there. I didn't include it, but I think you can see it on the map.
Good morning, gentlemen. How are you doing? This is Brett. This is Roland. We are streaming the game today.
Good morning.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Very, very nice to meet you, gents, too. Who's in charge of the British cavalry there in the woods?
That would be S. Charles of Skelshire. Unfortunately, he can't join us in voice chat.
Oh, no. Gosh. Okay. Who is in command of him?
That would be General Benjamin Villard. He's currently in REC Voice 2.
Roger that. All right. I'm jumping down.
Well, I've been trying to run around like a chicken with my head cut off, unfortunately, because trying to handle a lot of things at once. But yes, I was just informing Sir Maximilian here about his force's position on the map, and I was going to inform him about a few things that he can know, but I can't show him with a screenshot. So, for instance, Sir Maximilian, you can hear now, resounding off to your northeast, you believe, the sounds of cannon fire.
Ooh, promising. Okay.
And the dust cloud is still, continuing to grow in the south and seems to be coming closer to you.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much.
Other than that- All right. I will talk to you if there's anything else. Thank you very much.
Yep.
Gentlemen.
Hi, so how are you guys doing? I'm doing absolutely brilliantly. I'm a British person in charge of the 1st Division. I've got the Coldstream Guards under me. How can I not be brilliant right now? Haha. Okay, so I'll let you in on a secret. So we in the British, we actually have a hopefully none of the other players are watching this, but we actually have a secondary objective given to us by London. So Parliament have sent word to Valliard, who is my commander, that they are concerned about the loss of British lives in a foreign conflict. So we actually have a secondary objective of making sure that the entire British Expeditionary Force does not lose more than 25% casualties. So a bayonet charge might be out of my future.
So how is this going to play into your tactics and strategy? How involved are you planning on being?
Well, unfortunately I came in here with my blood boiling and ready to kill some Yanks.
Well, dander was up, was it?
Get them back for revolting and all that,
Absolutely.
But, given this word from London and adhering to Parliament is a surefire way to make sure that you get extra land when you come back and you get lovely medals and stuff.
Maybe
it does mean that the improvisation part of our strategy has changed somewhat. I'm just going to type out my order for a second before I get too caught up in talking about myself.
No.
Of course, yes. No, I'm so sorry. I've ruined the entire stream. Yep. Well, it's a brilliant representation of the kind of politics that would go into this. The British come into this conflict late, where a ridiculous, as far as my limited history of ACW goes, you've got a ridiculous amount of conscripts, like mixing in with veterans that have been fighting against their brothers, and then you have the British, a fully trained standing army coming in with. Looking at the stats for our army, we're ridiculously elite, but Parliament doesn't want us to lose too much men because every life is way more valuable than this entire conflict is to the rest of, British Parliament and politics and everything like that. Oh, absolutely, of course. They've all been starched. They've all been lice powdered. Of course, yes. You'll be able to see us a mile off, which I don't think is the point, but it will be interesting to see at least.
I feel the British are going to be very well represented on the field today. I think they're very ably commanded.
Brilliant. You can take that any way.
Now, how is communications between you and your subordinate? Just real quick, have you been communicating by courier? Have the messages been getting through okay?
So far, my communication with my commander has been face to face, as he has been following along with me. This is the first turn that he has not been able to communicate with me. But given that I have no new information to give him, nothing that is pertinent, I'm allowing him to believe that everything is going swimmingly.
And what orders did you give him before you detached him?
Okay, so my orders are to take the entire 1st Division down past Pizza. I'm going to completely butcher these names, and go down to the small village of H. Spangler. 1st and 2nd Division are going to be forming a mass line to put a lot of pressure down on that central road going up to Gettysburg from the south. We are going to be using our height advantage, and we're basically going to be the big red line saying, "Don't come here."
Just for historical context, this is roughly the position that a famous general called Pickett set up his entire corps on. For a time, he was, yes. Some proud Virginians fell that day, so it'll be interesting to see what historically plays out on this similar field here.
Well, much like the the conversation between Pickett and General Lee, I am absolutely sure that communication is going to be massively understated, as is the British way, and I will be sure to take anything if practicable. As far as I have been led to aware, yeah, at this point in history, the British have massively learned from their mistakes in Crimea. You're getting a lot of very early reforms coming in regarding, the preservation of life. And politically, after the disaster that was Crimea, politically, it is unsound for any politician to stand up and say, we fought in this war and we took a ridiculous amount of casualties, but we have cotton again. Has it been explained to you guys why the British are actually here in this fight? Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I don't believe they have been told. I believe that was a private communication between Valliard and, I'm getting that name wrong. Yeah, Villard and London itself. Yeah. So
Absolutely.
don't go telling
Thank you,
them.
General. It's very interesting to see that the 19th century of oil in America is cotton.
Mm-hmm.
Being fought for in similar ways, yeah. We're going to go speak to your subordinate and find out if he still understands his instructions. Thank you, General.
Oh, it's been my pleasure. Thank you so much.
Hello.
Good.
Hello.
Brett and Roland, we're streaming the event today. Do you mind if we talk to you for a few minutes?
Sorry, I didn't hear you really.
My name is Brett. This is Sigismund is Roland. Roland is streaming the event today. We're announcing the event. Do you mind if we talk to you?
Okay.
Now, General, we understand you just recently got detached from your HQ unit. What were your instructions and orders today?
Fine.
Pardon me, sir?
My instructions and orders.
Yes, your instructions and all this. What are you trying to set up and do with your cavalry unit?
Well, our cavalry is mainly supposed to scout, and when our other division gets to the place where they are scouting, they will like go back a little bit and make sure that basically a reserve is ready.
Absolutely. And what have you been told that you see in front of you? Are you in the woods at the moment? Are you trying to head to Spangler's farm? Are there any enemy in the area? What's going on?
Far as we know, at least I haven't got a letter. We don't know of any enemies. But again, as far Charles, my cavalry is not there yet, so there could be enemies.
Absolutely. And what time do you understand it to be in the game world at the moment? Well, one more time, your microphone cracks up there.
6:40.
6:40. Very good. We'll check in with you in another half hour or so and see how things are progressing. Thank you, sir.
Okay, that's. I didn't know you would.
Interesting, isn't it, to see the difference between the commands and how people are observing the field. And another loop thrown in for the Confederates. That's going to be interesting to see how the commander of the Confederates reacts. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. And how are we going to react? How are we going to deploy? Are we going to fall back immediately? Are we going to stand and make some contact? Are we going to force the Union to deploy? How engaged are we going to be with it? Oh, absolutely. We could be looking at an entire pinwheel round. Yes. We have developments down in the southwest. We have yep, Union are forming line. And it looks like the cavalry are forming in the wood line too. So we have a strong defensive line set up by the British, and the Union are forming their with the artillery in the center, looking to set up an attack by the looks of it. And he's diverted his route of march. Well, there's a few debates on this. Some people suggest that you should send your crack units first to ensure a successful attack, because your retreating troops can cause a mass panic and morale hits as they retreat backwards. Let's go speak to the army commander and figure out what's going on in his mind, see what he sees so far. I want to speak to the Union commander, Mr. Heineman, Major General Heineman. He's in AOP HQ Voice 1.
Hello.
Good afternoon, Generals. How are you
Hi.
doing? My name is Brett. This is Roland. We're live streaming the event today, and we would like to talk to you and ask you a few questions if that's okay. Do you have
Sure.
time? So, General Heinemann,
Yeah.
Union Commander, how effectively have you issued your orders? Do you think that your troops are, your subordinates are understanding your intent? How is the plan carrying out so far? Is everything going to plan?
No, it's not. I believe the
No.
plan is well forged. We've discussed it in advance, and everybody knows what's his role in this battle and in the overall strategy.
Yeah.
What we are currently not really sure about is where Second Corps is located. They were to come up behind the Sixth Corps on the Taneytown Road, but
Whereabouts? On the north side, the east side, the south side? Where?
that's south side.
South side, yes.
Yeah,
So you've had
that's
no
like
communication with
east of the
that
Round
Second
Tops.
Corps.
Sorry, what was it?
You've had no couriers, no information. You've been cut off from Second Corps.
So far, we have no contact with them. We have been cut off from First and Third Corps,
Yeah.
which are coming in from the northeast. But we haven't heard anything from them. We would have to scout for the forts first to send any couriers over.
Where are you located at the present on the map?
On the Fry Farm.
Fry Farm, whereabouts?
That is. Do you see Powers Hill? That's west from Powers Hill, the Schoolhouse Road there, on Taneytown Road.
Oh, okay, yes. So down in the south end of the map there.
Yeah, exactly.
Are you aware of anything happening elsewhere? Have the Empires updated you?
I've received word from my cavalry already that they were able to occupy Cemetery Hill.
Yes.
Which in our plan we figure is the focal point of the whole battle, because Cemetery and somewhat also Corpse Hill are dominating the roads leading to the south. And if the Confederates want to bring their train of siege guns to Washington, they would have to take either the Emmitsburg, the Taneytown, or the Baltimore Pike. There is still the possibility that
Why did you make that decision? Did you make it based upon historical precedent, what's happened in the past, or based upon the map and the high ground advantage?
Actually, based on the map, because we knew that the Confederates would come onto the map from the north to the west.
Yep.
And that they have this train of siege guns which has to stick to the gray roads, and all those roads pass through Gettysburg. So if you want to prevent the enemy from getting the guns in the direction of Washington, that's the perfect place to set up the defense.
Absolutely, that's an important scenario objective, isn't it? The siege train can't be allowed to get down to the southeast end of the map.
Exactly. Well, we don't know for sure. There is still the option that they might also have a secondary objective, like bringing the siege train to Baltimore via the Hanover Road to the west to open the port to the British. But that's just an assumed possible alternative objective. We don't know for sure.
Absolutely. Thank you, General. Roland, do you have any questions? I appreciate your humility today. It's nice to hear that once in a while. Let's go and ask his opposing number now, the Confederate general, and see what he feels about the battle today.
Yeah.
Good luck, General.
Good day.
Thanks.
Hey, Citizen, what's going on, man?
Hello, General. How are you doing?
It's a good day.
How is the Army of Northern Virginia doing today?
We're doing well.
How do you feel that your instructions to your commanders went? Do you feel that everyone's understanding and executing them as they should be? Have you pulled your hair out today yet?
No.
What did he have me to start with? That would be the more pertinent question.
Oh, have I pulled out my hair yet?
Yes.
No, it's still there.
How is it going, General?
Well, actually, I feel good. Cavalry showed up. I know the cavalry corps coming up the roads now. I saw them
Where
from
are
the
you based
seminary.
at on the map at the moment?
Yeah, so I did set my headquarters at the Lutheran Seminary for that beautiful view.
Yes.
And then I rode down to my first corps commander to get that underway, because my thinking is that they sent the bulk of their cavalry down the Emmitsburg Road and sent a division of cavalry down Tawnytown Road to secure key terrain, such as, like Cemetery Hill.
Yes.
So in order to get my division, my key division, so McKay, down that road, he's got to push him off that hill.
Now, it seems like you've successfully seized the town of Gettysburg, or at least you've reached the outskirts of it.
Yes, and I'm getting reports of 2 corps, which is what I expected, coming from the northeast.
Has that surprised you that you were able to easily march into the town?
No, not really. I was told that we were we managed to make good time, got to the battlefield before the Union did. So we've got an advantage as far as setting up. I'm going to have more forces in place before they will. So I'm feeling good about it.
Where do you understand the Union forces to be around you at the moment?
Well, I expect 2 corps coming down northeast and the rest of the Army of the Potomac coming down, coming up from the south. So 7 corps in total, so 2 northeast, 5 in the south.
Absolutely. And your first corps, what are you going to do with them? Are you going to set them up in a defensive position? You can keep them on the offense?
Well, right now, First Corps is going to get into position and set up kind of like a defense. McKay is going to head down south to Powers Hill. And then the British are going to set up, and both of those corps are going to go in an attack. The idea isn't to destroy the enemy. The idea is to get them to redeploy on defensive ground.
And how have your communications been with your sub-commanders? Has the information been fairly accurate? Have you been able to understand
Yes.
the flow of information?
Yes, they've been very good about that. I selected my corps commander as well.
Absolutely. Roland?
Well, I sure haven't heard much. I know that they're on the road and they're coming down. I did send them a message to report their unit positions. But I haven't heard back from him, so I think he's being a little bit pompous, Like, you're just the Confederates. We're the British,
One would argue that a stiff upper lip shouldn't be considered a pompous attitude. It's a calm, stoic, mature attitude.
Oh, is that what it is?
It is, yes. Now. Come on.
Honestly, I'm most worried about the British getting into the position that I need them to be in. I mean, they're not my troops, they're British troops. So, in a way, I don't get me wrong. I know that they're solid troops, but the thing I'm most worried about is getting them to do what I need them to do. Because while they're part of my army, I'm not really their commander.
Are you going to set up anything to back up if they fail you, or if they don't act the way you want them to? How are you going to prevent that? Have you planned for it?
Well, it really is actually, in a way, a little bit of diplomacy. So I've been told, for the sake of the scenario, that they'd be a little bit like a little bit independent. There'd be command problems between myself and them, which totally made sense.
Yeah.
2 separate countries' forces. Now, to get them to cooperate, you can't give them a heavy hand. So if it comes down to it, I'm going to have to ride down to General Villard and actually, talk to him, communicate with him, so that we get like a sense of cooperation going on. If I just run down there going, "Oh, do this, do it," yeah, it's going to screw the whole thing up. So if I want to maintain his cooperation in this plan, I have to communicate with him differently than I will my own commanders.
Interesting. Why are you speaking to Villiers and not his commander?
Well, Villiers is the commander of the British Expeditionary Force.
Oh, I see. Yes. Okay.
Yeah. So I got to communicate with them differently than I can with my other officers. Because them, I could just give them an order and they do it. But being as the British are kind of an unknown quantity in a way, I have to communicate with them differently. No, I'm confident they'll do what I need them to do. Yeah, mainly because yeah. Oh no, I understand. Yeah, I mean, yeah. So basically, me talking about how I communicate with them was the answer. In my mind, it was me going. I can't force them, but I know if I talk to him, he'll get in line, so to speak, and cooperate with me.
General, have he replied to your courier messages so far?
No, in fact, I haven't gotten much word from them at all. So in the next couple turns, if I don't hear anything, I'm gonna go figure out what's going on.
Interesting. Well, good luck, General. Hope to see what happens in the future.
Yeah, for sure, gents.
Wow. Well, that gave us some new information there. Well, I think you are very pertinent there. Cemetery Hill has been mentioned by you and both commanders on either side. So I think the key terrain has kind of been accurately identified. I think you're very pertinent in bringing that topic up there. Um, and like we suggested, is it historical or is it based upon the terrain of a map? And it seems everyone agrees it's all about the high ground advantage, isn't it? With the view of the terrain, having an accurate representation of the battlefield, and reacting accordingly. There is an impact, and it depends what rule set you use. Of course, there is a defense advantage to it. There is also an artillery advantage in that you can affect longer range with artillery fire. Um, and of course, viewpoints. If you have a commander at the top of a hill overlooking a battlefield, you see more and you're able to get more information. Information is is in some ways more important than having more troops. It allows you to react at key points with more people and affect more of a change. And that's what I primarily would value the high ground for, is just to be able to look out and see the battlefield and grasp what's going on with it. Yes, yes. No. Guns can fire over troops. There are modifiers that, depending on how far above and how far back they are from the infantry, if it's infantry are lying down or if they're standing up, there's all different types of modifications that can be taken into it. High ground does have an advantage to the defense, um, primarily on a charge or a counter charge. Um, but it's not a big advantage as you would expect it to be. If they were standing behind a fence, standing behind a stone wall, that would have a larger impact on the defense than standing on a higher ground. Now, one of the things I think we're going to have to look out for is how the British are going to act on the left wing, on the Confederate right wing. There, are they going to hold? Are they going to fall back? It looks like they're starting to spread out for contact. How aggressive are the Union going to be out there? What led you to say that? Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. He's engaging. You've got two Union Corps now being held up by one British Corps. And that's going to give, of course, the Confederates the strategic advantage. Oh, look, Cemetery Hill. We've got deployments on Cemetery Hill. I would agree, yeah. Yes. Now, even though, like you said, there is a little bit of a breakdown between the two wings of the Southern Union Army, the Union forces to the east, marching up the Taneytown Road, definitely are going to arrive in time to help him for the push on Cemetery Hill. Now, what I want to know is how conservative are the Union forces going to be in the northeast? How much of an impact are they going to have, or are they going to be held up by these cavalry? What? It does appear to be. The Union, his entire division is forming line, and yep, even though he's starting to break, he's still got a solid formation there. Now, what this is allowing to do is allow the Confederates to pour into Gettysburg, but as soon as the Confederate cavalry start to fall back, the Union are going to have his rear. How committed is he going to be to this attack on Cemetery Hill, and is he going to have his flanks up in the air? This is going to be very interesting. Yes, I would. I would. I I'd like to see the opinion of General Landowski there up on Blockner's Knoll and figure out if he's ordered any different deployment for his cavalry, if he's going to still keep screening. I'm looking for him. Yes, let's go check.
Worked out in you. What was the question?
I was going to ask if we can cross the Pitzer Run anywhere.
I believe the answer is no.
Okay. That's all I had to say.
All right, cool.
Hello, gents. Brett and Rim here again, streaming for the event. Are you the Union commanders in the northeast?
Say again.
We're quite the opposite. We're in the northwest.
We're southwest.
I'm in southwest. Sorry.
Oh, you're in the
yeah.
southwest. I do apologize. Sorry about that, gents.
Thanks for giving us the intel. No.
What? All right. What have I done now? So I think I'm talking to Fifth Corps. What did I tell you that was weird?
Well, I was just asking whether or not we can cross Pizza Run anywhere, and that was all.
Yeah, that is all. Nothing.
All right. I believe the answer is no.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, so
All
we're
right.
all good here. We're sitting in clover.
All right. You're still trying to form up that V formation with the division.
No,
with the Corps.
no, we are abandoning that. We're forming in double line facing east. The first line in those woods, the second line behind them.
Copy that. Does Second Division know that?
Yes, I'm writing over to General Pump House. He already knows to form in those woods, but
okay.
I'm going to coordinate it myself.
Okay. So who are you? That's myself, meaning the Corps commander?
Yep.
Okay.
I'm going over there to talk to him personally. That's
right. We will tell you when you get there.
main concern at this point is just I'm eyeballing the progress of the Union cavalry because they may actually get to the river crossing before we can do anything to effectively stop them. So if it looks like the cavalry is going to get back across the river and their infantry column is going to just push past before I can get anything significant on Blockers Knoll, then I'm definitely going to turn around and ride west to start picking out a new line of defense.
You can see your second division lieutenant general is still on the other side of the creek, the river there. So he's putting himself in a dangerous position.
Gutsy. I was like, "You sure you want to go out there? That's what couriers are for." But he wants to see the ground, so I was like, "All right, good luck."
Yeah. So
General
yeah.
Dusky,
Anyway,
this is
he's
Brett and
getting
Roland
good.
Oh, sorry. Who else is here?
Brett and Roland streaming the game. Sorry about that. Just wanted to announce our presence here.
Okay, hey, how you doing?
Very
Yeah,
well.
so that's all I have, Peter, and then I just updated my intended layouts. I did my text order, but if you actually want to see like a visual of what I'm trying to describe, that I just put those in my chat.
You got to speak to Mr. Importance here, Bailey. So go ahead and do that.
That's you.
Sorry
Whoever
about that,
wants
Peter.
me.
Roland, I'm glad you found me. I located General Lando here, and I was trying to drag you down. I appreciate you jumping down. General, I think so. I apologize about that.
It's
General
the
Dowsey,
order of the
found
day.
you. You're on
That's the
Blockers
order of the
Knoll.
day. I know where I was the whole time.
You seem to be in a key terrain position there, up on the high ground. You obviously can see quite a lot around you. Are you aware of your forces and the general situation?
Yeah, I mean, so I really haven't had a good, decent view of what's going on directly to my west. I'm still trying to gauge the progress of my division as it's heading east because I need to make a decision point. At some point, does it look like the Union's going to force that crossing before I can put any effective combat power in front of it? And if I can't, then I need to start picking up a secondary fallback blocking position to the southwest of Blockers Knoll. So I'm kind of waiting for that to pan out at this point.
How much communication have you had with your cavalry units across the river?
I mean, other than me putting eyeballs on them, I mean, no direct communication. I kind of came out ahead of my group here for that specific reason, so at least it removed that fog of war, and I knew when to make my critical decision point. I had my corps commander here earlier before he decided to ride out himself on the cavalry side of things, so I'm hoping he doesn't get swept up, but he wanted to put his own eyes on the ground out there before he made the trip to the southeast to link up with his other commands. So in a way, as long as he doesn't get snatched up, I think it's a good use of his movement to just
Was
touch
that
base.
General Folsom?
I honestly don't have names at this point, so I know whoever's to my right in terms of the center, and then we've got our third division all the way down on the right hand side. I'm assuming he's just making the circuit down there. So he's making use of his movement to talk to the cavalry and coordinate their planned withdrawal to make sure that they're going to do what we think they're going to do. And then he's going to sweep down to the ridge on the right, because ultimately we're expecting most of the Union movement to be pushed to the east route south. You know what I'm saying? So versus instead of them coming straight southwest, my job is to keep them to kind of follow the river and shove them that direction. If we can keep them bottlenecked up on the eastern side of it, or at least in that valley of the river, that's the main goal right now.
What type of Union forces are we encountering?
In terms of what's in front of us?
Yes.
I mean, I just see a ton of infantry headed my way down that road, so I'm hoping I can just get enough stuff up here along this ridge just west of the river to deflect them before they can afford too much of a crossing. But I can see a massive, let's see, I'm looking at 1, 2, 3, at least 5 brigades I can see right now in front of my cavalry screen in front of me, so it's looking pretty dire.
Absolutely. So you'd ideally like to set them up on the river line there. Where's your fallback position if they can't get there in time?
So the just to the northwest of the county almshouse, there's a very slight rise. My main original purpose was to have a hinge point there of a door, and then extending to the north. And then we're basically going to swing back like a door until my left flank fell upon where the McLean house is, and then just try to hold that line until 1000. And then we're just doing a planned, withdraw to the southwest. If I can't get forces onto blockers, no, I want to put my guns still down in the vicinity of the county almshouse, because I can still be firing up the valley towards them. But then also, as I start to form my line, that dirt road that goes straight to the northwest out of county almshouse, and you see it pick up again closer to the McLean, that's kind of the rough trace of where my initial setup will be if I can't make blockers null.
Yeah.
But what I want to be able to do is have those guns be able to shoot the entire time as I'm swinging that left flank back. So right now they can shoot northeast up the road. Blockers null will be in the way for a little bit, but if he does come around to the north west of me, I can just pivot those guns in place and keep them firing without having to limber them up again. Or if need be, if they all do end up staying in the river valley going to the east, I can orient those guns east, southeast, and be hitting them the entire time. So I just don't want those guns limbering and unlimbering when they could be firing every chance they get.
Absolutely. And how aware are you of the rest of the army's dispositions? Has anyone else been communicating with you?
Not me directly. I mean, I expect the corps commanders getting those updates. I mean, that's why I'm kind of up here trying to look to the west. I can see the progress, of the various columns going into Gettysburg, but beyond that general description of seeing stuff moving in, I don't really have any other communication. I would assume at some point I'll be able to see when the siege guns start making their way in over the ridge line there from the northwest into Gettysburg, but until I see that.
How would you expect the British to perform today for you?
Oh, they're going to do smashing, and by that I mean I hope they chew people up with their cavalry. So,
very good to know. Roland, do you have any questions, sir?
No, actually, I just wanted to say this was a very informative briefing, and thank you for that. This gave us a very good idea of what your thought process is, what your plans are for the future. It's very, very informative. Thank you a lot.
Yeah, you got to have a plan so they can screw it up.
Well, definitely.
Absolutely.
All right, thank
Roland,
you.
I'd like to jump up to Third Corps
Thank you.
Voice 1.
Yep.
Third Corps Voice 1.
Let's do that.
First brigade is this one here, right?
It should be the. Give me 1 second here.
I'm sharing my stream.
Yep. Yeah, that's the one. Yes, correct.
Okay. All right. They're going to go investigate Rock Creek.
Correct.
Okay. Say
Let's
goodbye.
continue,
Say
Roland.
goodbye.
Let's
As the Loch Ness monster eats them, you'll find out the result on the next turn. And
Well,
the rest
if,
of this is
the mighty First Brigade faces the Loch Ness monster, I have some confidence.
okay. And then they're going to continue. You guys are just going to continue coming on, right?
Yep.
Yeah, pushing down the road. Okay. Well,
Sorry about that, Roland. Just pulled you out. It seems like they're discussing the movements and plans with the Empire. So
Yes, and I have to admit, I've been rather absent because someone told me that apparently only one voice was actually being reported on the stream, and you will be lucky to know that it wasn't you that has been muted the entire time, but apparently me. So fortunately enough, no one heard me ramble for the past 2 hours. you know.
Oh
But
no!
I have to admit that, you know, you sometimes may have sounded like you're talking to yourself or to the wall, and that may, of course, you know, project a different picture, which was most likely also entirely my fault, because for some reason apparently OBS didn't decide to record my audio, but it recorded yours. I don't know, you know.
Have you been able to record your voice at least,
No, I
or
didn't make
if
a
not,
video
stream
of
it?
this. No, not at all.
Oh
No,
shoot!
it's just, yeah, you know, it was nothing golden there that was meant to survive eternity. So, you know, I
Roland,
think we
you
fixed the issue now. Hopefully, and hopefully the stream will tell us that that it's working now.
I would hope so.
You know, it's just one of those. I mean, I admit I'm a user when it comes to PCs and all sorts of technology. But you know, when something, if you don't touch a program, you leave it exactly the way it is, and it works, and then you open it again after 2 weeks, and it does something different, and you haven't changed anything. It's just one of those things where I think, well, you know, just let it happen. So right, yes.
Roland, let's take 2 minutes. Make sure your voice is working. I'm going to grab a drink. It looks like we can speak to Third Commander and see how he feels that the conflict's going against the cavalry in the northeast. But the British definitely seem to be getting involved with the cavalry down to the south.
Oh, definitely. I think we missed that one already.
Point.
Yeah. So a lot of that was actually the other thing I wanted to point you towards is that I've just heard a quick conversation between the Master Umpire from the southwest and the Corps Commander of the Fifth Corps, and he basically told his corps to deploy in 2 lines facing east. Now we can see those 2 lines now.
Yes.
You know, deployed in the forest, and I'm thinking, well, you know, if the British see this can be a new Leuthen, and old Fritz is going to turn the Austrian flank once more.
Absolutely, this could be very important. A strategic slip up by the Union Army commander there.
Yes, it seems as if they think the entire British army is somewhere to the northeast of them, and they have no idea they can easily just, you know, move across the crest of that hill, and then put enfilading fire on the entire corps. That's obviously it's all going to come down to the British seeing that and actually willing to exploit it. But
absolutely, yeah. And seeing how much conflict they're going to take. We know as outside observers that they're only going to take 25% of their casualty limits. So what happens when we reach that 25% if they're still engaged? Are we going to do a fighting withdrawal? Are we going to do a massive retreat off the field? How are we going to pull back?
Definitely, it's going to be interesting to see whether actually the British commander is flexible enough to see that he's got an opportunity here to actually, you know, win the war for them and achieve what the British Parliament obviously wants from him. And
cotton, lots and lots of cheap cotton.
Exactly, not worry about that kind of thing and just go ahead with it anyway. Yeah, we'll have to find out in a second. I wonder, would you agree? Would it be interesting actually just join the umpires for a second and see how they? Where does
Absolutely.
it say whether it's umpire time at the moment? Whether they actually do something like resolving combat? Did you find that? I'm still looking for that. There used to be a button around showing the umpires it's their time to do something.
There still sort of is. If you look down at 0700, we forgot to flip it when we went to umpire time.
Oh right, thank you for that. I was dragged again. Okay.
Yes, sorry, Sigmund. Can you see the umpire channel, or is it a hidden channel?
No, I actually can see it by now. It has been fixed while we were talking, unlike the voice.
Ah, brilliant.
Yeah.
Okay. Gents, how is the conflict going with the British and the Union down to the southwest?
See money, got another one. 86.
Well, it has just begun. Unfortunately, the poor British light cavalry received a nasty surprise in the form of Union shell fire, or was that canister?
I think at this range it was canister.
Was it canister? Yeah.
They're at close range. They came out of the woods. They didn't really honor the threat. and the Union got a decent die roll, and the bulk of that light brigade is now breaking.
Yeah, the British cavalry
half a league onward.
basically, yeah, they basically assumed that it was all right to just keep cover in the trees, and that was their last order. So now they're facing a very precarious situation from their front and their rear as more
Yeah, I think
cavalry
there's a
charges
poem
down
about this.
the ridge behind them.
Are the Union aware of the British position to the northwest? Are the British aware of how the Union deployed in the woods to their south?
So the answer on each side is no. But they're
okay.
about to be slowly learning of each other's existence. The Union infantry in the woods, the big infantry divisions there, the Corps, doesn't really know what's going on yet. They know that there was carbine fire, so there's a threat. They've been told that Willoughby Run and Pitzer Run are impassable, but other than that, they don't know about it. And I don't believe the British know about the Union Corps that's in the woods to the southwest of their cavalry.
No, they do not. They know that there's a dust column to their south, and it was growing closer, and that's pretty much it until just this moment.
Oh, the entire Pitzer Run is impossible.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
I mean, we really
did
Marshall
said that
that
all
one
the
poem.
big blue creeks and whatnot were impassable
Yeah.
except at fords. And he
Heavy
put out
thunderstorms. Yep.
So it definitely is a recon by fire element going on here.
Yep.
Well, just unfortunately, I think the British commander just did not really guess that the Union would be coming this far north this quickly. I have to talk to him specifically about that after the scenario to find out, but yeah, he seems to be a little bit perturbed.
That he detached the cavalry there in the woods, and they're operating independent of their overall command.
So
the Union, yeah.
The British.
Does the first and second guard brigade have sight of the Union lines?
First Division probably knows that the Union cavalry is there because they can see some of it at either end. For the Royal Expeditionary Corps First Division Second Brigade, I would guess the answer is no. And if Major General Wrightson is staying back where it shows, then yeah, if he's up on the infantry line, forward line,
he would be up with the infantry. He's with the guards.
Yeah, he just.
Villard, on the other hand, is probably having a nice drink as he trots along at the middle of
his last directive was to move to the cavalry. So.
Oh, okay.
Good that you reminded me of that just offhand.
When the tradition of Arthur Wesley dancing in
it would be in the fine tradition of Burgoyne if he were going to. If he's with the Cav, isn't he up here?
So, Money, these orders.
Well, I'm going to assume
some 700 or 720.
Umbrage on that front. Not.
They're sent. Treat them as they're sent at 720.
Yeah, I'm going to assume that he could see this cavalry brigade emerging from the ridge line and sort of.
My bad. I gotta see those. I need to keep a better eye on that.
Somebody was asking about 0720. I don't believe we are giving reports for 0720 yet. We're waiting for Marshall and Mike Dunn to finish giving reports and report that they are ready to executing and show that they are ready.
I was specifically talking about messages. Yeah.
I think the guy playing Robin accidentally mistyped because his dispatch is from Robin's division to Robin's division.
Well, that's not going to go anywhere, is it?
Yeah, I mean, he'll realize it when it'll get sent back to him, and he'll realize it.
So I'll just send that as immediately going back to him same turn.
Yep.
Yep.
I'm shocked at what the British are doing. First of all, did the British get their secret briefing?
Absolutely, they did. You could see it in their messages as well.
And do they know that their cavalry is quite powerful? That they get basically one free.
Not anymore.
And they're spending them. They're spending them like this.
Okay, so I didn't tell
chose
them,
not to charge.
Hang on, I didn't tell them about that secret cavalry charge mechanics. I assumed you wanted that hidden.
No, that's okay. They can know about it. But
okay. Well,
it doesn't matter. He's spent half of that now. It's spent. Once the cavalry commit to a charge, they're done for the day. They're done for the day, and here it looks like they're done for the day already.
Well, they didn't. They didn't commit to a charge there. They just decided to take cover in the woods
and just catch artillery all day.
He said take cover in the woods, and yeah, they just sat there.
And take cover in the natural shrapnel, more like it.
Yep. Wow. Wow. Okay. All right. I mean, people make mistakes, and it happens. It happens. Creek spill moments. And up here in the Northeast, the Confederate cavalry is in trouble. They held out maybe a turn longer than they should have. I can't fault the orders, fighting withdrawal orders the whole time. But at this point now, the weight of 2 Union Corps against 1 Confederate cavalry division is really starting to show. And now he's going to have a hard time getting across the water, getting across Rock Creek, with Union in hot pursuit. Going to be pretty tough.
Where the hell did Rankin go?
I don't know, but
oh, he's back here. Okay.
All right.
Are we ready to move to player reports for 07? 0720?
Yeah, it looks like it.
All right, player time 0720.
All right, yep. Let's give reports.
Time 0720. Real quick. I'm seeing in the back. I'm seeing third Corps, 1st Brigade, 3rd Corps, 1st Division, 3rd Brigade breaking. Why are they breaking?
Where is this at?
All the way in the back.
Hey Mac, don't take the dice away, please.
Division?
Yeah.
I just wanted to take them away for
They took a lot of
screenshots.
Oh, I leave him in for the screenshot because it gives them a sense of the volume of fire.
Yeah,
those are
okay, that's fair.
Those are Confederates, right?
Hey, Money, please be more careful not to miss Confederate words. I just found one from 640 that was missing.
Okay, Nick, can you please get a screenshot of the British cavalry and try to include that 2nd Division, 3rd Brigade and like the edge of it, and obviously that cavalry that's charging in behind.
Are we giving reports right now?
Division, 3rd Brigade. Okay. Okay.
Right.
There we go. So it's some interesting discussion amongst the umpires. We're definitely making comments on the British cavalry. Now, what the special instructions to British player was that the British cavalry has a special ability to represent its fleet status. The British cavalry, on its first turn charging, will automatically rout once per game the units in front of it. So if the British cavalry had came out the woods and had charged the guns or the infantry in front of it, that entire line would have collapsed and retreated back. What the British commander decided to do instead was withdraw his cavalry into the protection of the woods and stand there under artillery fire, losing the strategic advantage of his cavalry.
But did you hear that he wasn't actually told that he had that ability?
Well, that's key right there.
Yeah. So honestly, in that particular circumstance, I wouldn't blame the British commander. If he had known that, he would have probably.
So the question now is, probably after the end of the game, when this comes to light, is who's to blame? Is it the fault of the umpire for not telling him? What would the British player have done anyway, regardless?
That obviously is a very good question. If he would have charged, but like you said, had he charged, he would have probably delayed that Union Corps even further. Although, as we've also learned, which comes as a bit of a surprise to me, that basically all the streams, all the blue streams on the map are impassable unless there's a ford there, which has been scouted and is marked as a passable ford, as we can see several times on the map. Which basically means that, except for enfilading fire, if no one would probably move guns through the thick of the woods if you can't advance. That position of the Union just got a lot stronger by the simple knowledge that they can't be flanked by infantry.
Absolutely, tying down his entire left flank and protecting it from being encircled. Now, looking behind his lines, that ford there looks like it's been scouted, at least by the Union.
Yep. And it's impossible.
So would that mean it's passable or it's impassable to the British?
It's impossible for both because there's an X on it.
Interesting. See, this is something I didn't know about at the beginning. I'm learning as we go along here.
Oh, I just deducted that because there's up north on the main road, there's a ford that says, or there's a button that says Ford. So I assume
Yep.
that one's passable, and the one with the X on it is not passable, but has been scouted,
see.
obviously. So
Now it looks like the Confederate forces are starting to collapse now in the northeast. They're going to have to pull back.
Yep, yep.
And that totally makes sense with the overwhelming numbers. But they've done their job. They've held up the Union advance.
Mm-hmm. Although
What
apparently
happens now, though?
not as long as the umpire expected them to hold, right? And I think an interesting thing is that there seems to be a infantry brigade, which is the 1st Infantry Brigade, 2nd Division, 3rd Corps, all the way up in the north, which has found a ford which will give them access to basically the rear of the Confederate cavalry position, which, as we know, as we talk to the commanding officer of that cavalry division, wants to form up around Blockers Knoll and then County Almshouse, right? If I remember correctly.
Absolutely. No,
So,
you're entirely right. That's going to be huge. I remember speaking to the general up there in Blockers-Knoll, and he was hoping to hold out for, what was it, 10 o'clock? I think he wants to hold out till.
And we're at 7:40, aren't we? Or 7:20 even?
Yeah, so he's still got 8:49, 42 and a
Yep.
half hours to go. That's a long time to be flanked around and hold still.
And if they were aggressive up in the north, they may even catch some of the. No, that's wrong. I thought they would have been able to catch some of the Confederate troops out on the march, but that's wrong because they've already diverted the Louisiana Tigers, which for some reason are disrupted.
Probably from the steep terrain that they're marching down. If you zoom into the map, you see how tight the lines are there.
Okay. All right. Yep.
Yeah. So they're probably disrupted coming down the hill there.
I see. So they basically, how it works is that they're gonna perform a check every turn whether they get undisrupted. Is that how it works?
Yes, at some point they'll become undisrupted as they form back into a marching order again. But they're probably doing that in the knowledge that they're going to be flanked and in combat at some point from the northern troops to determine who has the advantage.
All right, but there's also troops on the march on the road that are disrupted. Do you see that? So there must have been some form of traffic jam or something.
I do, yes, absolutely.
Coming down from that line.
If you look there is a swamp with muddy terrain. It could be the condition of the road that they're marching on.
They're definitely not Russians then, because that wouldn't hinder them. All right. Well, so how would you assess the general situation? I mean, I think we can both agree on the fact that initially we thought that the Confederates had a bit of a stronger position. And having talked to a few of the Confederate commanders, it seems that they had at least me, and that's without valuing anyone and saying something bad about anyone. But I got the feeling that some of the Confederate commanders had a sort of a better perception of what they were supposed to do, what was in front of them, what their task was. Especially, I was impressed by the cavalry commander. Like I already mentioned, I believe. But now, would you agree that it seems to be swimming the other way a bit, especially if you add on to those new the new knowledge about the terrain features, etc., etc.
It hangs in the balance. It's still not a decided conflict. You can't call it. In the north, let's start in the north. In the north, the Union are gaining the advantage. As they push back the cavalry, as they come round the north on the flank, until that commander brings up his Confederate troops and forms a solid defensive position, the flank is up in the air. But that endangers the troops now in the center in Gettysburg. Not only do they have troops forming up on a strong defensive hill to their south, we now have a threat of Union marching down from several angles, several vectors, threatening to surround them and crushing them, sandwiching them between two Union forces. Not only that, but in the south, we have a Confederate British ally that is threatening to get very disrupted and rack up its 25% casualty limit very early on in the conflict and get pushed back, again leaving the Confederate flanks totally up in the air. Nothing is settled in the Confederate side. Now, what about the Union? Well, the Union have overreacted to both of Confederate sightings. In the south, they've set up 2 corps and are set up battle line immediately too far to the south, in my opinion. They're being too defensive. In the far northeast, again, they've set up their entire army against a cavalry screen rather than pushing down against the Confederates. They haven't got a solid defensive line. They've got the elements of it starting to form right in the center, which is great. And they've got reinforcements coming up. I can see the Union being able to more quickly than the Confederates set up a defensive line, and thus the strategic advantage, I think, will swing to the Union as time progresses. But time is of the element. If the Confederates can attack Cemetery Hill and push the Union off, that will disrupt the Union center. It will give the Confederates a strong defensive terrain on which to set up a defense and push the siege train through to the other side of the map.
All right, so you've got tons of years of experience playing this. So what would you say? Am I wrong in stating that? Of course, I'm assuming if the British commander knew about the fact that those blue streams weren't passable anywhere because of those heavy thunderstorms that the umpires talked about, would you agree in my assessment that I think that the British commander chose a wrong angle of advance? Because he had the entire field between those streams and Gettysburg to advance towards, link up with the Confederate forces. And yes, it may have happened that they fought a bit further north, but at least what's happening now, he's basically hemmed in and he can be outflanked from the east, and he's just basically trying to push his entire corps around a small stream, engaging all the units in front of them, and those units in front of them don't actually have to worry about being outflanked or being in danger of outflanking anywhere because the rest of the Confederate units are far behind. So basically, he's fighting a sort of a detached battle on itself, and I think he put himself in a position where he can only use. I mean, it's basically Thermopylae the other way around, right? He's fighting on a very small scale, on a very small amount of ground, whereas he, as having obviously the stronger units, could actually be fighting on a lot more ground if he chose to.
I would agree. I think the Confederate commander has made a strategic mistake in the fact that he's placed his weakest ally on a very vulnerable flank. I think in hindsight, it would be better to have placed in the order of march how the troops appeared on battle. If he placed his Confederate troops there where the British are, and it's kept the British troops in reserve in the center somewhere, on which to use them in a defensive strike or a counterattack somewhere. Right now, I feel like the British are a liability, even though they do have some defensive advantages with the terrain and the fording. I still think that 25% casualty limit is going to be key in whether they stand and fight or whether the Union are able to push through and win the day and capture the Confederate right flank.
All right, yeah, I completely agree with that, and I don't think if they're fighting on such a sort of small frontage, they'll actually be able to even achieve the 25% casualties, because basically all the Union has to do is bring up the rest of the corps, bring up the guns, and they're going to drive them back continuously. And as we can see currently, the entire light cavalry brigade is being pulled back, is probably going to withdraw and reform.
What just happened there? Did they just pulled them back?
It seems that they've basically just evaded combat, right? From what I see, if I don't actually see dice being rolled again, that's the dice from the last round. So I believe the orders were given to withdraw and reform behind the guards, which is another thing. Apparently, First Division is already guards, which would go along with your assessment of the discussion who to put first in line. So I mean, we could probably check. There's lots of guards units there, but still. It's interesting how it
The light
develops.
cavalry has broken.
Yeah, exactly. And without apparently losing their ability to have that charge effect as well. But I do believe they have another cavalry brigade. That's the heavy brigade they've got in the rear. which is near near the supply train, and they can still do that. I suppose they will have the same ability. But again, the thing is, do they know about this ability? Wouldn't it be interesting? Because it actually is a fascinating circumstance, because in the last battle 2 weeks ago, the after action report, or the after action discussion, had actually a segment on the fact that the players wanted to use their cavalry in order to charge the enemy, and the umpire said don't do that because it's the wrong time for it. And now they added the British sort of forces with it, and one could argue, okay, their doctrine was still charging, or still included a charge and not just dismount and fire. And now these players have to get used to that, because it's completely the opposite. And knowing, or having been in the battle 2 weeks ago, it's actually exactly the same commander from 2 weeks ago who was annoyed and said, I don't want to use cavalry to scout, I want to use cavalry to charge. Or he even was the one who said, don't what was it exactly? He said, break up the cavalry division and give a cavalry squadron, regiment, whatever, each to the infantry division, so they can scout themselves, because it's so difficult to coordinate being a cavalry commander and basically sharing all the information with everyone. So it's actually interesting. Apparently, this person has been put in a completely different position, where where he could have taken advantage of something he was told not to do. And I hope I'm
It's
not
going to
I'm
cause.
not I'm not attacking him personally. I'm just saying I think it's an
No, no, no.
interesting circumstance.
It's going to cause drama at the end of the battle
Oh,
when
definitely.
they try and break it down. Yes, absolutely.
Yes.
We hold on, folks. Wait for the drama at the end. There are going to be personality clashes.
Yes, definitely.
Okay, now looking at the northeast, I see Confederates starting to be moved up in line now. Oh, good. So that means he's definitely going to be able to get his troops across. Okay.
They're not holding at the river line, actually. That's shocking. And that unit's still disrupted, okay? Or at least the charge has, or the dice roll hasn't been performed yet.
Hampton's brigade, that's Union cavalry, or is that the Confederate cavalry pulling back? That's Confederate.
I think that's Confederate, yeah. Or that's it looks like the insignia look like the Confederate Africa Corps, to be honest, but
Maybe against some Barbary pirates.
Oh, exactly, yes. I hear the Marine Corps hymn in the back already.
Tons Tavern has been meeting, yeah. Okay, like you mentioned, at the far north there, they've now placed down a Ford counter, meaning it's been scouted and they can cross.
Yep. Which I think definitely will at least, if I was the Confederate commander in the north, I would expect for my cavalry to have looked at that fort and at least have someone there telling me there's something there or there isn't something there. Now, from what it looks like right now, and I believe we recall where the Confederate cavalry was actually deployed. I believe the one first to the north was around the Josiah Benner farmhouse area, somewhere around there. So they probably never even knew that there's a fort up there. So that brigade literally could pop up around what is it, Yates?
Charles Yates.
Oh, Charles Yates. Thank you. Could pop up there out of nowhere, and just by being there would probably at least worry the Louisiana Tigers, if with such a dashing name they actually can be worried at all. Obviously.
It sounds like they'd be rather suited to be dressed up as zouaves.
I wonder if that was still. I don't think that was still a thing in '63, was it? People realized it's not that important to look good in red and blue and white.
You know, I'm looking them up now on the Wikipedia. Thank goodness for that. And they were zouaves.
They were.
Louisiana Tigers were zouaves.
How interesting. That's fascinating.
Reputation as fearless, hard-fighting shock troops.
All
Used
right.
to be known as the Tigers Rifles.
Mm-hmm.
Hence Louisiana Tigers.
That's an interesting reference. So they actually, that's probably the reason why they got the 3 stars. That's fascinating.
Probably as elite troops as well, yeah.
Yeah. And already
I
disrupted
wonder
from
if...
a bit from a little marching. I'm disappointed. Sorry.
Well, that is rather steep terrain coming down that hill
Oh, you
there.
keep mentioning that. They definitely didn't grow up where I did in the Tyrol.
Well, they don't have that good alpine air. It's rather humid and damp.
Yes, don't
Lots
I know
of mud.
Yes, definitely. Right. So, like you said before, to the south of Gettysburg, the Union infantry was actually able to catch up with the cavalry deployed on Cemetery Hill in time. So the attack didn't happen.
Let's find out why.
Yes, that's
Why did he
probably a
choose
good
to
idea.
divert?
Yep. McKay. We need to look for McKay, which should be First Corps. He's in Voice 4.
Voice 4, Roger.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
This is Breton Roland from the stream. Do you have a moment of your time?
Sure do.
Excellent. I believe Brett has prepared a whole list of questions for you already.
General, what's going on? What happened?
Well, we're advancing to Cemetery Hill. I see a division of cav with artillery, and that is as far as I'm aware of my updates from the field.
No, I spoke to your commander and he gave me an intention of what was he was planning. Did he tell you what he wanted you to do?
Yeah, I've got the message to advance and assault, and my intention to carry out that order is to not assault directly into the line of fire of that artillery, but move slightly to the east on the flank, and then assault in that way.
Oh, so you're going to do like a wheel. You're going to attack in echelon from the left to the right up Cemetery Hill.
Yeah, to that effect. There's some room to maneuver on the east side, so I plan to utilize that.
How do you feel like? Are you worried about forces attacking you from Bennett's Hill or Stevens Hill? Do you think that you've got a straight shot up Cemetery? Or what's your worries about the attack?
That's definitely a consideration. I don't yet have any reports of infantry. I did get word of infantry moving to the west, but I've been reassured by my corps commander that 2nd Division will secure my flank. So I'm more or less just focused on the Cemetery Hill at this moment.
Is anyone going to help reinforce your attack, or is it just you and your corps alone?
There's eventually 3rd Division will be there to help me out, but I think I get the first crack at it just before the Union can dig in too far. But if I fail, then 3rd should be able to help with a second wave.
You've been given a great honor, General, and I'm sure you won't fail. Good luck in the attack.
Thank you.
Good luck, sir.
Shall we go?
Oh, I think I missed Brett there. Where does he want to go? Let's see. I think he has a plan.
Shall we go check with HQ, Roland?
Oh yeah, excellent idea. Let's go to the.
It's like Eli Gray, isn't it?
Yeah. Let's go down to HQ Voice 1.
Roger that.
Hello again.
Hey, gents.
Hello, General. How you doing?
Surprised.
How have things changed in the last hour or so of game time?
Well, they've pushed very hard towards Gettysburg.
Where from?
The northeast. Looks like I've got heavy forces coming up. Oh, let's see here. Yep, heavy forces up the Hanover Road. down the York Pike.
Is that what your commanders have been telling you?
No, I went up into the seminary and got a view of the battlefield.
Ah, gotcha.
Oh man, that's.
So last time we spoke, you said you were going to be very aggressive, pushing to Cemetery Hill. You were going to take that ground and use that as the basis or the crux of your line. Has that plan changed or altered in any way?
No, not necessarily. I need to adjust my battle lines because, well, that's a heavy force. Okay. Interesting.
Seems like you're getting new information as we're talking.
Well, no, actually, when you guys jumped in, I'd just gotten my updates of troops coming down the roads. Wide view, and there's quite some strength coming up. Thankfully, they're in column. They're not deployed yet, so... Okay. That's a problem. All right, I think what I'll do, I'll order 2nd Corps to conduct a heavy push towards the road junctions. Get them pushed back to the other side of the creek. Because they're still in column.
That's the troop on the Hanover Road, is that correct?
Yes, so they've got... Oh, man, that's... Yeah, okay. Unless I'm just getting a weird angle. Oh, wait, never mind. I just had a weird angle on the screenshot. Woo! Oh, thank you, God.
General, we'll check back in with you in a few minutes. It sounds like you've got a lot on your table.
Oh, yeah, I just had a strange angle is all. Oh, thank you,
We'll
God.
let you develop your plans and we'll check back in with you, okay?
We'll be back soon.
Appreciate it, gents. I got to give this some thought. Now I need to reorient.
Right. Well, this would have been this was probably a very advantageous time to check in with him, but at the same time, I think it's only fair that we don't disrupt his thoughts any further, since he's apparently got a important update just now, telling him something about the deployment of the enemy, which he didn't quite expect, or at least didn't turn out exactly the way he thought it would. And yeah, we're gonna go on and check with the other army commander now and see what the Union side thinks of things. All right, so stream is here as well. Sorry for the delay.
No problem, Roland. We just spoke to your alternative number. He's receiving maps and new information. Are you guys okay to talk?
Yes.
Brilliant. Whereabouts are you, General, on the battlefield at the moment?
I'm still at the Fry Farm, not moving at all.
And are you receiving new reports and information as to your troops and the conduct of the battle?
I've received several dispatches. I'm pretty happy about that.
How have things changed in the last 45 minutes to an hour of game time that we've been away?
Yeah, so it turned out that the 2nd Corps was actually advancing along Emmitsburg Road and is now facing the British Light Brigade and maybe even the whole Expeditionary Corps in the area west of Emmitsburg Road. What's that? Sprangler's Farm, Pitz's Farm, about there, south of Seminary Ridge.
How are you going to react to that news?
We are sticking with the plan. 6th Corps is still in the progress of deploying on Cemetery Hill and Corps Hill to secure this position. They have opened fire together with the cavalry division there on advancing Confederates. We'll have to see how the fighting goes with 2nd Corps. They are ordered to stick to the plan and bring their other division along Emmitsburg Road to the east of Emmitsburg Road to deploy there. And then the overall plan is that their division that is currently engaged with the enemy is to fall back. To kind of, suggest that Emmitsburg Road is unprotected.
It sounds like you're turning more defensive-minded with your dispositions.
It is generally, though, because I mean that's our overall objective, to prevent the enemy to reach Washington. So if we can use the good ground, we will do. No, we haven't spotted them yet.
How about your troops to the northeast?
I haven't heard any word.
No word. Oh no, that's terrible for a commander.
I've sent out scouts to scout the forts along Rock Creek at McAllister Mill and east of Carps Hill, but they have not reported back, so I'm not sure where I could send a courier that is out of danger.
What's important to you the most at the moment? Where is your most critical sector?
That's probably where Second Corps is operating right now, and I assume First Cavalry Division to be engaged there as well.
So
It
it sounds like the
seems,
British are a bugbear in your
yeah,
side at the moment.
yeah, that's pretty interesting that they are the first we are engaged with. We see how that goes. Fifth Corps, which is still hidden behind the ridge there, is ordered to stay in position for the moment, but if we are actually able to push the British back, we might order them to advance north.
Fabulous. So how far north would they advance if you're able to push the British back?
I mean, probably even up to Chambersburg Pike.
Oh gosh, that far.
Yeah, it really depends on which roads the enemy is approaching. We know about a column from the north and one from the west, but not specifically on which of the roads from the west. So if the Hagerstown Road is free of enemies, that could be a possibility.
That's wonderful. Roland, do you have any questions?
Actually, at the moment, very few come to mind that wouldn't give away anything that we may have learned otherwise. So I don't think it would be wise to ask anything and just take this situational report as it is. No, I think it's a very critical thing that I must not overlook, not to share any conclusions that I may have drawn, because even questions that may assume something can give something away, and that would be completely wrong. So it's interesting to see. It's interesting that apparently you're still not quite sure where one of your cores is, and on your
Two.
well, two
I'm
of
missing
course,
two
but
cores.
no, I'm talking about the fifth core that you talked about specifically, that you didn't get any precise reports, which is surprising in comparison to the others, which arrived from a completely different angle on the battlefield, right? So yeah.
Oh, I'm aware and updated from Fifth Corps.
Oh, you did get them.
First
Okay.
and third are those
All right.
out of
Okay, then I
communication. Yeah.
misunderstood you. Okay, excellent.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you, General, and good luck. We'll check in with
Thanks
you
a
in a
lot.
little bit.
Yeah, see you.
You have it, Roland. You've got commander who's very aware of what's going on in the south and completely ignorant of everything to the north.
Yep.
He's definitely highlighting the British as his most critical sector. But I'm wondering if he's understating the threat that's posed to Cemetery Hill at the moment by the Confederates.
I don't think he's actually seen any of it. If you just see and watch the developments that are currently actually happening on the map to the south of Gettysburg, you see that the cavalry was actually overtaken by the infantry, and it seems that the corps, that must be the 6th Corps, I believe, seems to be going in full blown at what appears to be the 1st Division. Was it 1st Division? McKay's Division, we're going to call it McKay's Division, in front of Gettysburg, which is interesting, I think, because they're basically giving up some of the defensive terrain that they had, or well, they're at least deploying along the slopes of the Cemetery Hill, definitely probably blocking the guns. Have been deployed by the cavalry division. So that's actually exactly what I thought, because now the gap is actually extending between the troops at Cemetery Hill and the British troops engaged. But then you see the corps, which I believe is a 2nd Corps, advancing along the main road up north as well. So it's sometimes, for me, that's one thing I learned, and you are probably already familiar with. It's difficult to analyze the situation, which I love to do as viewers, or at least you, who has heard me talk for a while now, unlike the viewers, I like to do. It's difficult to actually talk about a certain situation, because you're never really aware are all the counters already moved? So is this actually the situation right now, or is it still being adjusted? And only then you can actually talk about what's going on. If you sort of talk about a situational picture halfway through, you basically get the wrong idea what actually happened. Have all the orders been implemented yet, etc., etc.
Absolutely. And we saw that when we spoke to the Confederate commander in Gettysburg.
Yeah.
As we were talking to him, he was receiving new information, and it's kind of best to step away at that point, let them formulate the plans, and come back afterwards to ask them.
That was definitely a very good choice. And I'm surprised even further, and I haven't really spotted that before, but it seems that the Second Corps and Heinz Division, they've crossed Rock Creek, and they're actually trying to advance towards the northeast, which is spreading out the line of the Confederates even further.
No, I don't think they've been seen either. There's no reaction from the Confederates to the south, is there?
Probably.
Now, this could make his pushing back of the Confederates from Blockner's Knoll a lot easier to force them to refuse their flank.
Yep.
Now, the Confederates have lost their anchor on the creek. They're going to have to form an east-west line facing north.
Yes.
I wonder how the commander's going to react to that in Gettysburg once he finds out.
I think the developments aren't. Let's not put a value to it. Let's just say interesting.
Yep.
Because from what appeared to be a very confined position by the northeast, by the Union troops in the northeast, it actually turned completely the other way around. As it would appear that the Confederates are trying to squeeze through the gaps, and by that they're actually I would actually go as far as it looks to be that they're overextending themselves, and they're going to have to fall back quickly because they're losing cohesion everywhere, and they're being threatened in the flank a lot. So yeah, it's interesting, but then again, there seems to be more troops at least arriving from the northwest, as we can see. There's counters.
But for me, one of the most interesting points right now, and this is going to be a critical point, is a rare double attack just to the south of Gettysburg on Cemetery Hill.
Mhm.
You're going to have a Confederate corps attacking a Union corps marching up from the south, and it looks like they're moving into an aggressive forward position on Cemetery Hill. Do they not? They're going to be attacking into direct reinforcements of the coming up the Taneytown Road there.
Yeah, it's almost like a meeting engagement, and nobody knew they were there.
No.
The other side, right?
Now, what happens if the Confederates fail in their attack and get pushed back?
I mean, I'm still trying to work my head around. You're probably gonna have an easy answer for that. How is it possible that the Confederates haven't done anything about the Union infantry basically marching in front of the guns, slowly deploying what seems to be a few hundred yards in front of them? How did they get there? Because obviously it looks like they must have marched on the road, basically parallel to the Confederate line. Am I wrong in that assumption?
No, I think you're right. They've marched the 3rd Brigade there. They've marched with Miller and formed line. It doesn't look like they're disrupted. I'm not sure. We can ask General Miller and see what effects happened when he marched that way.
That's probably an excellent idea.
Let's go ask him directly.
What are we talking about here? 6th Corps, right? Yeah, he's in Voice 1.
Yep, Voice 1, roger that. Good afternoon, Generals.
Hello there.
Is General Miller here?
Yeah, I'm here.
General Miller, how are you doing, sir?
Very good, and you?
Very well, thank you. My name is Brett. I'm here with Sigismund, who's Roland. We're streaming the game today. Can we ask you some questions?
Yeah, you can.
You've just arrived at Cemetery Hill, according to our viewpoint. How is the situation?
Right now, I'm deploying my division to defend Cemetery Hill.
Are you doing that under fire, or are your troops unmolested at the moment?
We're about to find out.
Right now, I didn't get much information, so I don't know.
Let's just
I
hold
see
on for
the
a
umpires have
second.
jumped
Yeah,
in. Let's stand back and we'll wait.
Okay, so yes, your unit is forming. There will be an exchange of fire during umpire time, but your 3rd Brigade, the rightmost element, has refused the right flank to face the enemy. The rest of your force is, of course, coming online as ordered along the road. I'm sharing my screen. Are you able to see it?
Yep.
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay, so this is what you see from your perspective. All right. That's your update. Are you good? You understand?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. All right. Go ahead and prepare your next round of orders. Okay, I'm going back up to umpire chat. GG umpires at the top.
Well, there you go, General. You just seen what happened. You've marched under fire and formed up your troops. How are you feeling that you see the enemy in your front?
I don't really know. This doesn't really look good, I think, because my army, my division, can't deploy properly, I think. But I think we can drive them back, maybe.
Are you planning to be on the attack then?
No. But we will defend this to the last man.
So and you're defending Cemetery Hill, is that correct, General?
Yes, this is correct.
So you advance to defend. That's very. What is that? Is that very Russian? Is it French? I wonder.
It's an aggressive defense.
Yeah, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
It was a bit of a foot race to get to the hill.
So basically, okay,
Yeah,
that's what I
so
was actually trying to get to. Is it you were told get that piece of terrain and defend it, and that basically even meant you closing in on the Confederates that were obviously apparently right next to you.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah,
The plan
because
was for the cavalry to arrive first and hold it, and then we're here to relieve them. It looks like we got here just in time.
All right, excellent.
General Mosier, how are your flanks? Have they any sighting of Confederates anywhere else around you?
Well, on riding up here when I was on Cemetery Ridge, I caught a brief glimpse of what looked like the Royal Expeditionary Corps out near Pitzer's Run to the west, which is, troublesome but not expected and also not my problem. So I know that 5th Corps is supposed to be operating in that area along with the 1st Cavalry Division, so hopefully they'll be able to handle that.
Absolutely, yes. I forget you're super high up there. You have a wonderful field of view of the almost the entire battlefield there.
Yeah, it's a good spot.
Are you able to see troop maneuvers through Gettysburg as well?
Yeah, it looks like I can see what appears to be, I'm guessing, at least a division headed my way, but it looks like a separate formation that's trying to cross Rock Creek along Hanover Road, possibly going for an outflank, but I think I may have caught a glimpse of perhaps one of our lost.
Hey, 6th.
Yes,
Quick note. This is James Starrett. Marshall's overloaded. I'm going to try to be taking you guys on as well, so bear with me. I gather that you guys got a report from Marshall already, and I'm looking around to see whether or not you've got new orders as well.
He just shared his screen with us. But yeah, Sam, go ahead and write your orders.
We'll leave you to it. We'll
Yes.
jump back out. Thank you very much,
Thank
guys.
you.
Well, there you have it. Stuff's going on as we speak. I think your question was, were they advancing unmolested? It seemed like we jumped in before they had actually received their full instructions and information.
Yeah, definitely. It's interesting still that they apparently let them deploy um, properly. From column into line, which was one of the things that I already talked about last during the test game, basically. That I still have to get my head around. For me, there's a few when it comes to military procedures or formation changes. Those things, to me, or as I've read it, but it's also probably a very personal opinion. Those are the crucial things because you're most vulnerable when you do something like dismounting or you're remounting or you're changing from column to line. And with the time allotted for a turn in this particular scenario or the last one, it seems that things like changing from column of march, like here, from the road into a formation of line, is not really the crucial moment that is being decided whether it happens or whether it doesn't happen, but it's actually the next phase, like the firing phase. Okay, there's going to be an exchange of fire. That's what has been discussed, and apparently, so the Confederates will react to the movement, but they didn't react insofar as to prevent the Union forces to deploy properly. That happened anyway. Which is interesting and different to my understanding, but it's interesting that this is it's basically
Well, different rule sets use different
Exactly,
methods
yes,
when
yes,
you move
that's it,
into a
yeah.
zone of control, don't they? Some of them do a roll for morale check to see if a unit stays organized. Others do a fire damage to see if there was fire taken when we moved into that zone of control. Because the rules are obfuscated, you have to take the umpire at his word. What happens physically, they did receive a smattering of fire, but it wasn't effective enough to disrupt them while they formed line.
For example, yeah, I've just
Moved from.
Sorry.
Sorry, no, go ahead.
I've just been given a text message from the Confederate commander-in-chief, and he told us that he's got some news to share with us. So we should probably continue the talk we cut short earlier.
Yes, absolutely. Let's jump down and see Eli Gray.
Hello there. Thank you for your message.
Yeah, no worries. I finally figured out what was going on.
Awesome. So what did you figure out?
Well, I was confirmed it was just a weird angle on the screenshot, and looks like the entire Federal Cavalry Corps is coming up the Tawny Town Road.
Now,
Which is good for me.
Is the road to the south, direct south. It runs north-south from Gettysburg.
You see the round tops down there?
Yep.
The road running past them is the Tawny Town Road.
And the entire Union Cavalry Corps is coming up that way?
Well, oh, never mind, wrong road. They're coming up the Baltimore Pike, actually, it looks like.
Baltimore Pike is the diagonal road by the...
Oh, yeah, you're right. Okay, so I was right the first time, Tawny Town. So they're bringing up their entire Cavalry Corps up that road. Now, that works in my favor because they can't stand up against infantry very well.
Mm-hmm.
What are you doing now that you're aware cavalry is there?
I'm going to send Yope's entire First Corps down that road in a heavy attack and blow them out of the way.
Oh, so that's something for us to watch out for. It's an entire corps attacking Cemetery or down the road?
They're just going to attack in that general direction. I told them, look, they're still in column behind Cemetery Hill. Hit them now and hit them hard.
And that's General...
Yope. Now, I don't know if he's received that message yet. Joep.
Yes.
Yeah, yep. So I don't know if he's received that message yet, but he will. And it's gonna open up that whole area. Now, the British flank is in the air, but all they have to do is peel their line back. But it's still gonna open up the enemy rear and flanks to Yope's attack south.
So you.
So while
sorry to interrupt you, but that's crucial. You by now you have made contact with the British forces, because last time we talked to you, you didn't have any.
Well, yeah, up in the cupola in the Lutheran Seminary, I'm also seeing it.
Oh, right.
So the British are in contact. They're in contact in the area of Spangler Farm.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Their flank is a little bit exposed, but that works in my favor because all he'd have to do is peel his line back and it would open up the enemy rear and flank. And then when the cavalry collapse, which they're going to from a heavy infantry attack, it's going to open up the whole area. And they're still stacked in column with 6 Corps infantry coming up the Emmitsburg Road.
How long do you think it's going to take to organize an attack?
Oh, he's already in the area. Yope was already going to attack Cemetery Hill as it was. So his troops are already in a good position to make this attack. I don't have to change much.
So you're basically just
All I have
committing
to-
everything that you have. That's what you're trying to say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically, it's look, you're already, like, my thinking is he's already in a good spot. I don't have to change his maneuvers. I don't have to change where he's sitting everything. Just go.
How goes the siege train objective? Are you hopeful of getting that off one of the roads?
You know, I was a little bit concerned at first, but once I figured out it was cavalry, I'm not worried. If it was infantry, we'd have a problem.
Are you hoping to take it down the Baltimore Pike then?
No. Well, yeah. That diagonal one, yeah. I'm going to take it down the Baltimore Pike and down that road off map.
So the general thrust of your entire attack is going to be to the southeast corner of the map. Is that correct, General?
Right. So the thing is, because that's cavalry, I can just, well, for one thing, they're going to get blown out of the way.
Yeah.
For another one, it's basically going to allow me to turn the engagement away from the Baltimore Pike.
When we spoke
And push
to you
them
earlier,
in the
you seem to
direction
be a
I
little
want them to
concerned
go.
about your northeast flank. Have they secured that now?
The last I heard, they were moving into position and they might have a little bit of trouble blocking. But the idea was once the siege train got into Gettysburg and moving out of the area, he could draw his line back anyway. So even if they have a little bit of trouble holding back 2 corps, soon they'll be able to draw back into better ground anyway. So I'm not worried about it.
Fabulous. Well, good luck, General. We hope the attack is successful and completely routes the Union.
I don't know about completely routes, but it's going to work in my favor. It just so happens that the enemy deployments are exactly what I need them to be right now.
Well, isn't that good? Isn't? I mean, that hardly ever happens. So consider yourself fortunate.
I know. I mean, he ran his corps up the road, I think, expecting to be able to flank or secure good ground with an entire cavalry corps, but he wasn't expecting a corps of infantry to be there first.
I see.
And the thing is about my opponent, I know he gets a little bit of tunnel vision because that's how it happened in the Brandy Station battle we did.
Yep.
Seemed to get a little bit of tunnel vision, and his commanders were forced to basically act a little independently. So if I focus on an area and get him flooding with messages, it's basically going to be, hey, Jan, I've got you exactly where I want you, and you're going to stay there.
Interesting. So you've reached the psychological part of the engagement that, funnily enough, Brett and I talked about at the very beginning of the stream. Well, he talked about it because my voice was muted, but we talked about it.
We lost such magic. It was magic. The first hour and a half was just filled with banter and wit and humor. The audience lost out on so much.
Yep.
Oh,
now it's
man.
only gonna go downhill from here. So I've shot my powder.
No, guys, I'm excited for this. I mean, it's once I figured out what their deployments were, I got really excited.
Do you
So I
consider this
think
a key moment of the battle right here?
their deployment is key. They don't know they've made the mistake yet, but they will.
Well, songs will be written about it. Stories will be told about it. I have been told there's a
I've heard there's
singer
an
right
opera in the works on
Yeah,
Marshall.
yeah, exactly. Luciano Pavarotti is singing the tenor. Oh, he's dead. Sorry.
Wagner's Ring Cycle has nothing on the attack from the southern flank there.
Excellent. Well, the one thing I have to say, and am I correct in assuming your diction changed a little from last time, because now you're actually going for it seems like you've seen the last battle, the Brandy Station, which I had the pleasure of commenting as well, as a sort of a training engagement and also evaluating your opponent, because now you're using diction that says, I've decided I'm going for it, I'm gonna go for the jugular, basically.
Yeah, there was lessons I learned for my own performance as well. But the main thing that I was looking for was how my opponents fought and how their commanding general thinks. And it seems like he gets tunnel vision, like I said, and then his commanders are forced to act more independently. And one of them in particular, Damon, and I don't know which command is his, he gets frustrated.
I see.
It's almost like a poker game where you've taken the psychological game now and you're using that to your advantage.
Yeah, I mean, I'm banking right now on Jan getting his tunnel vision and his commanders having to act independently, but not necessarily coordinated.
All right, I believe from my
Be
side. That's
interesting.
it.
What time are we at by now, General? What time are you aware it is?
Last I heard, it was 7:40, but we might be shifting into the new turn here. I did get those notifications.
Fabulous. Okay, 8 o'clock in the morning. Very good. Thank you, General.
Yep, you bet. Yeah, no worries, guys.
Well,
wow.
I mean, I don't want to sound like a prophet, but it's interesting. Some of the things we talked about at the beginning seem
Yep.
to play an important factor, and it should get very interesting, I think, because both sides seem to be focusing on the south now, which is where both sides have the better information. It appears he has no idea what's going on into the northeast, actually, or at least he's not worried
No.
about it.
He's not concerned about it by
At
the looks
all,
of
yeah.
it.
So,
But he's made a decision and he's going to go 100% with his decision now. That's it. He's committed.
which actually,
The die is cast.
yeah, but that still might work out. Although we're looking at the big picture and thinking, oh my god, you can't do that. But it's those.
I know. I'm glad you said
yeah,
that because
yeah.
I'm so like.
It's still,
I can see
if
all the
if
fault
those
of it.
if those things happen, if they get worried, if they get shaken, and I can't really go into detail about tunnel vision, etc., because obviously I only saw the very big picture. I don't actually know how it went on the lower levels. I did see a few things that he talked about, yes, but no, that it still could work, and he could.
But like you and me have a God eye view. We talked about early on in the intro that Kriegspiel is about limiting information and acting with the information you have. The information he has says there's cavalry to his front and he's going to attack the cavalry because he'll win that engagement.
Yep.
So he's acting with the best of his knowledge. And that's going to be critical. It could be a swinging point. He may wreck himself on the slopes of Cemetery Hill.
Yes, it could happen, or it could actually have exactly the results he's hoping for, and he could actually then, in turn, be able to say, well, I made the right choice, and that actually gave him the sort of free room to deal with whatever is happening to his northeast. So yeah.
Well, we wondered if a picket charge was going to happen again, and it may very well happen again.
Oh yes, definitely. And I'm still thinking that eventually the troops to the southwest, the Union troops, are gonna realize that they have the British in front of them. And well, if I was down there, I would attack from that position, but that's just me.
Now it looks like the one general has changed his order of march to the Union flank there in the southwest. Looking at it,
yeah.
Could this indicate that they're going to make a flank attack, or are they trying to contain the British here?
That's very interesting. I don't know. I'm surprised that the British, most of all, are trying to get to the flank of the Union troops in the southwest, and obviously they won't be able to cross, and they should have reached that, or they should have been given that information by now. Wouldn't you agree?
I would, yeah. Shall we ask the British commander what's going on
Probably.
with his mind
Who's
and
that?
where
That's
he knows?
Second Division. Lord Geoffrey Carsair. I'm gonna drop down to him and let you talk. I'll take a quick break.
Certainly, is that Second Corps Voice 1?
I don't have the full.
Well,
No,
let's wait a few minutes. It's a good time for a break. We've been broadcasting now for 3 hours. Let's go get a drink for 5 minutes. Take 5 minutes as a commercial break, and we'll be back. Okay.
Excellent idea. All right, so we're back from our break. We're all
Welcome
fed.
back, Roland. Yeah.
Yeah, welcome back, Brett. And we decided it's past time that we got back into this because apparently the center is heating up.
That's one way of saying it. It's hot with the heat of gun smoke and gunpowder. Look at it.
Oh yes, I have a very, should I say, I have a very bad feeling about this because if I was on the field and my commander would tell me attack, I would expect the enemy to defend. I don't know what I would do if they attacked as well. So it'll be interesting to see what happens because I mean maybe it's just me and
It's
feel free to contradict me, but it feels to me that not even the entire first corps is here. I mean, am I imagining things? I see one division. I see perhaps a second. No, I don't even see a second division. I see a division of second corps going across the river, which is fine. We've already talked about that. But is first corps just that?
it is. It's just one division attacking an entire corps.
Well, that's brave.
I think he's received a command from his HQ that says there's cavalry in front.
Yeah.
No delay, attack.
Yeah. And
And I think he's
yeah. Sorry.
you're right. He hasn't got his rest of his corps up. In fact,
It's on
if
the
you look,
road.
they're taking two separate roads through Gettysburg because of the siege train.
Yep. And the siege train is up front, and not the infantry.
Oh, the fog of war is definitely playing to the Union advantage. It's the 12th man here.
Yeah, it's shocking. I mean, it would be. I've already tried to find that out, and maybe in the future it can be a thing to actually see what the different commanders see. You know, see the screenshots, see the screen shares to get a better idea of what they actually see. Because obviously we see everything, but there has to
Yes.
be some serious site issues going on because I'm actually just surprised that the commander in chief of the Confederate Army actually gives the order for the first corps to attack. I mean, he must know that the first corps is nowhere near deployed. It's like sending in Hood's division and that's it. And
It's it definitely is a mistake, but at the same time, the first corps commander should determine when he's ready to attack.
That's true. Yeah, yeah.
This was an issue in Gettysburg where the pickets charge. It took hours and hours for the divisions to line up and get ready to attack, to the point where they weren't ready to attack until what, 11, 12 o'clock that morning. Even though the order was given in the nighttime before by Lee, and we were trying to hurry it up. So a hasty attack like this, it's a big gamble, and I think a critical miscalculation, as we see the cavalry has moved over now to Stevens Hill,
Yes.
and the infantry brigades are strong and lined up on a high ground without support.
I mean, I may be completely mistaken here, and I may be assuming too much. But the moment, if the Union commander realizes that he basically has the entire the Confederate forces contained within the town, because he has a strong position along the ridges on Cemetery Hill, supported by artillery, etc., etc., I would wield at least half of the corps just to the west and say hi to the British. You know, you have to, if you're in that position, you have to realize by now, and I don't see anything obstructing vision. You have to realize by now that this force is completely separated, and that isn't an entire corps in front of you. I mean, you basically, it's flat, right? So you should see most. I mean, it's not entirely flat, so but you should see most of it, and we can actually see something happening that I thought might happen, that actually Fifth Corps is attacking now in force, and he's bringing basically a column of attack of three brigades. No, actually, what am I saying? Yeah, the entire First Division is advancing along a terrain feature which is impassable.
And it's like the charge of a light brigade in reverse. We've got guns to the left of them, guns to the right of them, guns in front of them.
Yes.
And Fifth Corps is marching directly into the jaws of the British.
It's just not the
How
Brave.
this goes, I don't know.
It's just not the Brave 300, but the Brave 5000.
Indeed, yes.
Yep.
What impact this is going to have? This could really play to the British and the Confederate army's advantage here. The British are able to repulse the attack and do some severe damage, bloody the Union's nose. It's going to really make the commanders on the left wing that much more cautious to press the attack. And with a 25% casualty withdrawal notice that the British have, it's something that's going to be really critical. Is stopping the Union and attacking them.
Yep.
No, it's key. Look what's happening to the north there. What's happening there? By George Wolfe's farm and Shriver's farm. It looks like the Second Corps are forming line to protect the Hanover Road. And now we've got troops. Union troops are across the creek to the north, pressing down to the south.
Mm-hmm. And
it looks like they're pressing the attack across the creek in column.
Yeah. And the reinforcements
Now it's
on
going
the
to be
left
key.
are still in column. Disrupted sometimes even in the north at John, is it Blockers? John Blocker. Yeah.
No, this could be really key. If the north flank falls, the Confederate army's trapped. If the east fails to hold, the Confederate will have to withdraw. If the south attack fails, it allows the Union to push north and the entire flank goes.
Yeah.
This is super nerve-wracking. What's going to happen here?
Personally, I would argue that I'm not too worried that the British don't take casualties more than 25%, because I would, being in command there, I would argue, well, I wouldn't do any, or I wouldn't order any costly attacks, right? But if I'm defending, if I'm withdrawing, I'm just losing whatever I lose in order to preserve the core, right? I would be able probably to argue that I would still take the heat for it, but you can't just disengage if you've taken like 20% casualties because Parliament said don't take casualties. That's probably not going to work, right?
Right.
So as a defensive force,
yeah,
I'd think they would still defend themselves even if they took whatever 40% casualties, for example.
It's being very aggressive though. Look at that forward movement. This
cavalry, yeah. Maybe they found out what's going on with the cavalry by now and that they can actually attack. It could still work if they charge to the east now, and if they catch. No, they're not. Okay. They could have caught 6th Corps on the march.
See, the British have these wonderful defensive ridges that run diagonally north-south.
Mm-hmm.
And if he's able to just pull back that left wing of his and join up with Confederates on the Fairfield Road.
Yeah, Macmillan. Yeah.
Yeah, the Harpertown Road. That would Hagertown Road. That would just allow them to join the lines up. He'd have natural defensive terrain, and he could just rebuff the attacks of the Union. But by being super aggressive like this, what's his aim? Is he trying to keep them in a hold position? Is he going to withdraw at some point?
I wonder if he actually realizes, that he is basically already overtaken.
I want to go down and ask his opinion, because he's still, if you look across the creek there, he's got, is that a supply train? No, that's his 2nd Division, and I think he's going to set them up on the ridgeline across the river and eventually fall back on them.
Yeah, that's actually the officer that we were going to talk to before we took the break, Carcer, right?
Yeah.
All right.
I'll be interested to see what his plans are for his troops. If he's going to keep them forward, if he's going to withdraw at some point.
Let's go ask him.
Okay.
Voice 2. REC.
Voice 2.
Hello.
Hello, General.
Hello.
How goes things?
Good. Just continually moving forward. Thought I had a chance for contact with the enemy, but a river and the structure of the ridge lines prevented it. So returning to the main force now.
Where are you, and who are you in command of, sir?
I'm in command of the British 2nd Division, the British Expeditionary Force 2nd Division. I am currently, I just crossed the ford at George Culpeper. I spotted some enemy to the south of me, so I turned south towards the forks in the river, hoping to line up on the ridgeline and be able to inflict casualties upon the enemy. But they moved too far away, and the river is unfordable south of that point. So I'm turning east again to head to hopefully where my 1st Division is, to line up with them and to protect the siege train.
Okay, so you're going to take up a defensive position, trying to join up with your friendly forces and defending your siege train.
Yes, yes, that is our objective.
Are you going to be aggressive in your defense, or are you going to fall back if you come across too much opposition? How aggressive are you going to be?
It is the directive from our high command that we preserve our force and being for as long as possible, so we will not be aggressive.
Roger that.
All right. Well, thank you for that clear picture.
I'd like to go to Rec 1, if you would mind, Roland.
Yeah, sure.
Good morning, generals. How goes the battle?
Good morning.
Well, it is certainly getting interesting at the moment.
Interesting is a slight word for it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm seeing smoke on the battlefield. Can you help clarify for our viewers what's going on?
Okay, so me in charge of the 1st Division. Our original plan was for me to create the southern flank of the British Expeditionary Corps across H. Spangler, which is the little farmland just next to the Gettysburg Road.
Mm-hmm.
However, when we got to our current location at the edge of the forest,
seems to be rather occupied at the moment, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yes,
don't
indeed.
Give too much away. I know you see it, of course. Yes.
Scaleshire, Charles of Scaleshire, who's our cavalry guy, he was at the edge of the forest and he was getting absolutely laid into. So I formed up the Coldstream Guard behind him. I've got another division off on the eastern flank, and my reserve brigade are behind the Coldstream Guard.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, it seems to be just a bit of a stalemate. I think the Union are gearing up to do a mass push, but then they have a ridiculous amount of purely regular infantry, so I really do fancy my chances with it.
With the British being so elite, do they have any special abilities or?
Not that I'm aware of.
Mainly that our troops are just stronger but fewer.
Yeah, I
of the things I was
actually
wondering
talked to
about-
Marshall, and I replaced all of the Coldstream Guard with Space Marines.
Ah, excellent.
So I thought,
judging
why not?
my
And of
profile
course-
picture, if you know about Space Marines, which legion are they from?
Well, I mean, they're Coldstream Guard, so they have to be Rogel Dawn.
Excellent choice, good sir.
Well,
Excellent choice.
Of course, we have also ordered some orbital strikes
Mhm.
from Her Majesty herself.
All right.
Yeah, so thankfully, because Villard has been close to me, we've been discussing how best to deal with the problem of the massed infantry that is coming towards us from the south.
I got some bad information, so by mail right now.
Mhm. So,
yeah,
right now,
yeah, right now, just now.
Breaking
what does it
news.
say?
What does it say?
So, at Gettysburg city center, we have Lieutenant Job, who has 2 divisions south of. He has contact to 2 divisions by enemies in south of Gettysburg. At least 2 cavalry divisions and possibly infantry as well, he says. He requests an attack as soon as possible to relieve pressure on his right
good.
flank. That is not good.
How do you feel about that, General?
Well,
Which one of us?
I don't know if you know about it, but we British, we have actually a a secret objective.
Yes, we've been told by
From-
your subordinate, there, Major General.
Exactly, and this mail is kind of contradicting to our orders from Her Majesty.
Well,
So,
if we bring second division up on my left flank, which is what he's supposed to do, and just make them look as threatening as possible, they should ease off their pressure going against South Gettysburg to try and make sure they don't flank them. That might give them an opening.
yeah, I don't quite understand what you mean.
Well, if
Oh.
second division moves up and forms up on my left flank to look as if they want to attack and relieve pressure, then they will react accordingly, and that will create an opening. That will actually relieve pressure from their southern flank.
Okay, yeah.
In the meantime, our side on the right-hand flank, I came up with an idea that I threw past Villard, which was, you see that on my right flank of the Guards Brigade, there is a river there?
Yes.
So the infantry can't cross that unless it's at specific ford points, and there isn't one here. So I suggested to Villard for him to bring up the artillery that's under his command and form them up on the right-hand side of the river, where they will be able to fire with impunity. I'm really looking forward to it.
I see. So you can get some enfilade fire going down the line.
Exactly. Yeah.
What time is it again right now?
Let me check for you.
It is 8, right?
Umpire time is 8. It's probably going to be 8:20 by the time we come back.
Well, by the time I have written my letter, so
yeah.
Now, are you planning on withdrawing at some point when casualties get too hot or too high? Are you going to try and stand to the last? Are you going to use up your entire 25% bank right now?
Our main objective has changed because of Her Majesty. She said, well, she ordered to minimize loss. So that is our main objective. And if we can't ensure that, we need to back down.
That's always a good objective to have when you enter a battle, right? Don't suffer any losses. Yeah.
Well, kind of. It's also kind of suboptimal.
Yeah.
It
I'd
depends
agree,
on your situation, and our situation right now doesn't really allow for our objective. If you know what I
Well, he's gone. To quote Colonel Potter.
Sorry, I just accidentally left the voice call.
No problem.
To quote Colonel Potter from MASH, there are two things you learn in officer school. One, young men die, and two, surgeons put them back.
Yep. I think you can also quote Sergeant Schultz here and say, "I hear nothing." Okay.
Yeah.
How's it called? The stuff with the cannons and all that. It's the
Lay on fire.
Huh?
Lay on fire.
No, it's oh my god, not infantry, artillery.
Artillery.
So I'm gonna say, give me my artillery, and like, I don't quite understand your plan, Maximus.
Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure to speak to you both again.
Oh yeah.
Dolce decorum est, it's pro patri morti, and the Empress protects, guys.
For Dawn
The
will
Emperor
stand.
protects.
Excellent.
I just gave him a shout out. The Empress protects.
Yes, I heard that. Nice.
All right.
It's
So, what do you
actually
think? Are they being overly aggressive with what they've got?
I think it's not. There's two things that come to mind, right? So the first thing is a very positive one, is that they see that they can at least use the position across the river as enfilade fire, right?
Yeah.
Which we already talked about before. That's the first thing, which I think is very positive, and we can actually currently see on the screen that the engagement is being fought out basically at the moment. I think the British are doing quite well so far. The second thing I would mention is that the plan of shifting the second division over to the left per se is a great plan, but I think as always people aren't actually considering the time. Now half of the division is
in what way?
It takes time to reposition those troops, right? We're talking about at least, I'd say, what, 2-3 game turns.
Yes.
But by that time, a lot has changed, and I'm not talking about the British position necessarily has changed, but in that time, Sixth Corps has already arrived completely, and will probably have already formed a line at right angle to the current light brigade. Oh no, it's actually the heavy brigade on the left. Look, they've deployed the heavies as flankers. That personally hurts myself. May I say so? The heavies are the tanks, okay? You break something with it. You don't just form it on the flank.
They're on an unfordable river crossing.
Yeah.
There's no point being there. I mean, if they wanted to, they could just withdraw and they'd left there guarding nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now it'll be interesting to see how this haul develops.
Yes.
I'd like to speak to the Union commanders. They're all gathered together right now.
Yeah, we have to be very.
See what their battle plan
We have
is.
to be very cautious with what we say. I think.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You want to take the lead with this one? Fifth Corps, Voice 3, I think.
Fifth Corps, Voice 3. Hang on. Yep.
So vast amounts of cannon fire. The vague reports you're getting from the front line is that Second Division is doing okay against the British, although one of its units is breaking and is going to be streaming backwards.
Where's your supply train, second, Dave?
It should be down near Snyder.
Yeah, you can see it in the lower left-hand corner of the screenshot.
Well, that would be First Division supply train, wouldn't it?
Oh, second. Yeah, you're right. Is even first. No, that's Second Division supply train. First Division's is back with the 5th Corps Artillery at the J. Swarfield Farm, where it was told to deploy some time ago.
Okay. And where's the Corps Reserve or the Corps Ordnance train? At the.
Is back there as well.
Okay. All right. That's okay. Anything else?
Not much. Hell of a lot of smoke and thunder.
Okay.
Hello, generals.
Well, let's. Doesn't look like the second
Corps streaming the game. Can we interrupt you for a few questions?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Sure.
Now we see there's a lot of smoke around your area of the field. Can you describe what's going on?
Well, you see, I just had a bullet fly right by my head. Kind of scared me a little bit, not gonna lie. But, I'm far enough away from the line that, they couldn't even hit an elephant at this distance, so I should be okay.
Nice.
Union General who said that.
I may or may not have been to the spot where that happened.
Yes.
You're a young Napoleon riding a white horse near the front, are you?
Yeah, so basically, I sent a message to Rankin saying, hey, can you stay on the east side of the Emmetsburg Road? You're going to cause a traffic jam if you cross it. And I suppose General Berger didn't get that memo because he decided to mess everything up. But,
Also,
well, he crossed the road, and all of a sudden now Dave Pumphouse's division is in the middle of a traffic jam. So, yeah, no, it's a bad situation.
So you're finding the lack of roads to be a limiting factor in deploying your troops?
So slightly.
Yeah, really lack of space more so than roads. There's just not enough space for 2 corps to deploy on this side of the road.
Am I right in hearing the Empire talk about battle or combat being enjoined?
Yeah, So we've got my 3rd Brigade engaging what I presume might be the Grenadier Guards. So,
Now,
you know,
if you don't mind your accent, it sounds kind of heretical that you're actually engaging in combat.
I'm an immigrant, you know. I might have been,
Oh,
I might have been born in Britain, maybe I don't know. But
Ellis
yeah,
Island and all
I
that. Okay, right.
Yeah, we've got a lot of immigrants in this army. You know, I've been having to send a few of my dispatches to Jan in German, just to make sure that the point got across. You know, so yeah, it's a whole scramble here.
Are you going to be aggressive? Are you going to be defensive? What's your general outlook and proposal for tactics and strategy?
Well, if we stay on this part of the field, we're just going to get shot. So we got to go. We got to move. We're going to attack, you know?
So you're gonna fix bayonets and charge the Grenadier Guards with the good old steel.
Hang on one moment. You're getting shot, so the only thing we can do is attack. Are we in World War One here?
It's funny though, because our original orders at the start of the day were to stay hidden.
5th Corps, do you have any orders?
Attack.
I just gave my orders. I am doing what I did before.
Okay, I see them for Atovsky. 2nd, I do not see anything new. 5th, I do not see anything new.
I gave you orders that I'm going to ride to Rankin at once.
Sorry, I've just posted my orders. Sorry, I was just chatting to the
Yeah, that's our fault.
Oh, 5th Corps CG is riding to Rankin. Got it.
Yep.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, I've got to go yell at him directly.
Yeah, I sent Rankin a photo of my
All right, I have 2nd Division orders. I have 1st Division orders. Thank you. So, back to the broadcast.
Sorry, James.
No problem.
I sent General Rankin a bottle of my finest wine 40 minutes ago. I wonder if he has received it.
You sent him a bottle?
Excellent.
Yeah, I am on my 2nd bottle of wine personally.
Okay.
I can tell.
It's probably a good thing if you're charging the Grenadier Guards. So, yeah.
You know, this is funny. You know, I was never told that, you know, one of my division commanders is currently high and the other one is now drunk. And
I'm Finnish immigrant. I'm keeping with the tradition.
and I think that Marshall did say he wanted to give you a challenge. So
he did.
There you have it.
Yeah. Oh man.
Generals may fortune be on your side.
I
We're
think
going to
just
go
gonna
over
leave
to
it
the
like that,
generals
yeah.
next of you. Yeah. Thank you so much, gentlemen.
Watch me charge them myself.
Union forever.
Nice.
Sig, I'm going up to 3rd Corps Voice 1.
Glory, glory, what a hell of a way to die.
Oh, sorry,
Glory,
3rd Corps,
glory,
2nd
what a
Corps Voice 1.
Yeah, I hope Rankin
I'm
has
staying
is
here until the
enjoying the
song is
wine.
over, then I'm leaving. All right.
I'm done. Don't worry.
All right. see
Short
you.
and sweet.
There he is.
Yes,
Hello,
I had
gents.
to wait for a bit. They were singing down there. It was the rebel anthem. I was a bit surprised, but they were still singing.
It's okay if they don't know what side they're on. Gentlemen, we're streaming the game. Do you mind if we bust in and ask you a few questions?
Sure.
Sure.
Now, you guys are on. Can you describe?
You cut out.
Yeah, you cut out,
Just,
unfortunately.
I think it was
apologize.
trying to say that tell us about your current situation, what you plan on doing, what you're doing currently.
Well, we are charging.
Oh, that we came to right spot then. The action's here.
Yeah. Well, we are at P. Rogers Farm currently on Emmetsburg Road. And after 2 rounds of canister fire on the enemy, we're now going to charge.
All right. Excellent.
Do you feel like you're going to be successful? Is it? Is this a diversionary maneuver, or is this an all-out attack on their
Well, we have a full fresh division attacking like a brigade and some artillery that's already been shot at for a while. It should be okay. I feel like it's going to work out fine.
And you've got the Swiss on your side, I see. So what can go wrong?
Yeah, the Swiss are here, so
yep,
exactly.
Yep. Just have a little plumely, and then everything's good.
Yeah.
Now I'm seeing some of your forces still marching up the road. Are you secure and attacking without having your entire brigade and division set up?
We have a plan.
The point is to wipe them off the road so the second division can actually get somewhere. We've been stuck for
Gotcha.
a while.
Mm-hmm.
The cavalry, I think the cavalry's on the right now of the road, if I see that right, but they caused a huge traffic jam when they walked through our lines.
Whose fault was that?
Cavalry, of course.
The cavalry.
Of course.
Excellent.
That
How's
is
the
debatable,
communication-
but yeah.
How's your communication with the rest of the army? Are couriers coming and going? Are you understanding the general situation? Like if I asked you what's happening to the north of you, do you know?
Well, we know that we're on Cemetery Hill, or at least were last turn. I don't know what happened this turn.
We were on the peach orchard. We were coming up north from the peach orchard, and we were trying to get to Cemetery Hill and close up the gap.
All right.
Well, best of luck, gentlemen.
We'll
I
be
wish
watching
you
closely, yes.
good luck in the next 20, 40 minutes. We'll check back in with you in a little bit.
Thank you.
If we can go to 6 Corps.
I will also say, watch out for a inter-army message, message between the armies, because that's about to occur pretty soon.
Oh, okay. Very interesting.
Hello, gents. How are you doing?
We're alive.
Yeah.
Hello.
The enthusiasm is almost.
I feel like we've woken up the generals. How is the snooze going? Gentlemen, I see movement to your front and lots of smoke on the field. What's going on?
Yeah, it looks like Confederates are finally pressing us on Cemetery Hill. My second division is still trying to get up. It's unfortunately when you have your entire corps strung out on a single road, it takes a long time. So supposedly they're close, but it looks like our center and on the hill is a little bit precarious at the moment. So I'm
Now,
trying to.
what are you doing with your 3rd Brigade? Why have they marched off a road?
The ones to the left of artillery.
Yeah, the 3rd Brigade, 6th Corps.
You'll have to ask Sam.
Oh, who?
Sam.
Yeah, me, 1st Division Commander.
Sam, what are you doing with the 3rd Brigade there?
Technically, I wanted to secure a flank, but apparently it's not. We are not going to do that anymore, and I will send 1st Brigade back to the supply wagon because 3rd Brigade will likely break, and 2nd Division can relieve me, I think.
2nd Brigade or 2nd Division?
Division.
Roger.
Yeah, technically it's our 1st Brigade, it looks like, is on the left, with 3rd Brigade in the center and 2nd Brigade on the right.
Yeah. So you're basically
How
hoping
do you
that
feel?
the second division is gonna come up in time to still hold Cemetery Ridge.
Hopefully, yes.
Yeah.
Do you feel like your defenses are going to hold on Cemetery?
I guess it depends on the fates at this point.
You've cast the die, let them roll where they lie.
Right. I mean, thankfully, I've got the cavalry on Culp's Hill. So, hopefully that will be able to reinforce or shore things up a little bit until my 2nd Division shows up. And then once I can get 2nd Division in the fight, we can pull 1st Division back to regroup.
Wonderful. Thank you, gents, and good luck with the defense.
Yep.
All right. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks. Bye.
Well,
there we go. It seems to be an aggressive union all round.
Yeah, but it seems that the grog has run out in 6th Corps a bit. Morale is a bit low.
Merriman, caught up with them.
And surprisingly enough, cavalry has finally realized that it can charge. Do you see what's currently
Look at
happening?
that.
Yes, they're pushing back
Yes.
Pennsylvania reserves. I don't know if that was
Yeah.
actually a charge resolved or whether it was just a charge, because I was just going to mention, oh, they finally turned to the west, and Sixth Corps didn't say anything about that, which is hilarious because it should be his troops, right?
It is. It's under his direct command, and it looks like he's been given the option, and he's turned and well, they were facing that direction,
Yeah.
so we've just gone ahead and straight out charged.
Okay. Well,
I
we'll
wonder if
probably see that
they'll get like a
result soon.
bonus and carry on onto the road.
Yeah, and then the entire second division is destroyed, and then actually the attack of the of just one division, because it's still just one division. You can clearly see that the Robbins division is still not up, and the other one's
Oh,
even further behind, right? Hughes' division is still on
yes.
the road even to the east, so it's just McKay's division that has commenced the attack anyway.
This could threaten the artillery, the supply train.
Yep.
This may turn them out of position as well.
Which
Well,
is, yep, a
again,
timely
lots of
British
key.
cavalry charge could just
Indeed.
have done it.
Key moments everywhere. Everything's super critical and so finely balanced.
Yeah,
A nudge there could change everything.
It's very.
Oh,
It's
am I
actually
seeing?
fascinating.
I'm seeing in the woods. Sorry, to the British to the south. I'm seeing a broken regiment fall back out the woods.
Yes.
Yep,
Well, we've seen
we've
that
got
one
disrupted
before. Yeah, yeah.
units. Yep. All right, the fighting is getting hot and heavy down there.
Mm-hmm.
The Union look like they've got disrupted units in the center. Yes.
The second corps is charging as they told us, so that's going to be resolved soon. Although I have a feeling that the canister of the 4 batteries of guns that are deployed there are gonna have at least
Strength of the morale. Yeah.
Oh yeah, they're gonna carve through that quite significantly. Artillery seems to be quite powerful from what I've seen in the recent battle. And in the northeast, we can actually see Second Corps engaging head on with First Corps.
In the northeast,
Yeah,
second corps with
northeast,
oh
south
yes,
southeast of David Schaffer.
and that's the first corps is the Iron Brigade, the
Mhm.
famous Iron Brigade of the Union Infantry. So they're going to be elite troops firing there.
Yep. But this time they don't have a wood to hide in, like historically.
Even so, they seem to have disrupted over half the Confederates' position there.
Yes, and there's no
for no
reinforcements
disruptions on
there.
their side.
There's no reinforcements. There's one brigade in reserve, and that's it. If that division is pushed back, there's nothing behind that. That's the entire push across the creek. Wouldn't you agree?
I would agree. Yeah.
There's some artillery coming up, but they're actually falling back already. That's the cavalry from the initial engagement up there.
Well, the Confederates had a fast and aggressive push at the very beginning. First hour or so, they were seizing all this terrain and capturing territory, and we seem to be doing really well. Are they paying for it now? Have they pushed too far ahead of their support? Is this like a German blitzkrieg where the Panzer Corps are waiting for the infantry to catch up to seize and hold the ground?
Oh, I'm glad that the British Panzer Corps has finally realized that tanks are best used in attack.
It took some time, but they're being wielded more effectively.
Yes.
Unlike the 2nd Division Royal Expeditionary Corps' Highland Brigade. Those bagpipes are quite formidable.
Is it all the way in the rear? Where are they?
They're on the creek fighting.
Well, I do understand that they're not able to cross, with the tartan and the skirts and everything. They can't.
The water is cold.
Exactly,
Cold.
and that's gonna have an impact on
Fish
their
bite. You don't want any little worms wiggling in the water.
Could we just move on? So to the northeast. Excellent. So yeah, I'll just zoom out a bit. Let's look at the general situation. We've got a strong advance to the southwest by the Union. The British are holding on. The center seems to be undecided as of yet, although the cavalry is finally doing something. While the Union cavalry, although the 6th Corps commander mentioned that he's feeling confident because on Culp's Hill or Stevens Hill, the Union cavalry is positioned. That's nice, but all they're doing there is I don't know, trimming the verge, I guess. They could be really useful to counter the British cavalry to the west, wouldn't they? But yeah,
They would.
yeah, yeah. But I mean, that's something that you probably don't actually see unless you have the bird's eye view. So that's not actual, criticism or anything. So yeah, and in the northwest or the northeast, what will you say? Is it going well for any side? Is it still hanging in the
It's
balance?
two sumo wrestlers crashing belly first into each other, and they're trying to get each other out of the ring. It's completely undecided, but the press is on.
What I seem really surprised is that it appears that most of the Union forces have arrived now, or are at least arriving on the field, except the supply train of Second Corps. Whereas if you look at the long lines of grey troops still appearing on the field to the northwest of Gettysburg,
Mm.
that's a lot of combat power. That is basically missing to match all the different angles of advance from the Union forces. Would you agree?
I would agree, but didn't we talk about? I think if I remember when we talked to the Confederate commander, he said that his idea was once the siege train, which is now approaching Gettysburg or in Gettysburg, once it reaches Gettysburg, he was going to have his forces contract around Gettysburg and start concentrating his forces. So I think he's gambled. He's exploded outwards. He's taking the hit to get his siege train through Gettysburg, and now we'll see him contract back. Now, whether the rest of his commanders know the plan and commit to it, we'll see.
The thing is that militarily speaking, disengaging once engaged is probably the most difficult maneuver that you can perform.
You're entirely correct. Absolutely.
So it is a good
General
idea.
Lee was a master of it, but will the Confederate general in this battle be set up to the task?
Yep. I feel we're going to have to let it play out and have to stop our, or at least my theorizing, and just watch what happens. So, who are we?
Looks like the combat's being resolved down south with the
Yeah.
British. I'm seeing lots of dice. Oh, here we go.
So those numbers, I believe, are the amounts of canister or shell rounds the cannons have left.
I have no idea. They're esoteric symbols which are only known by a committed few umpires.
I believe I've read something about 6 rounds per gun. Whatever
It's like the
ammunition.
Delphi Oracle. You have to be high on volcanic fumes to interpret the results.
No, you have to be high on money. That usually
In this
solves the
era,
issue.
cotton.
Yeah, exactly. Now I'm actually surprised no one brought it up yet. If the Confederates are supported by the capitalists, that would basically mean that the Union is supported by the communists. I wonder what that would start as a discussion topic.
I don't think the Southern economy would be best described as a agrarian commune, though, would you?
No, definitely not.
Not everyone was equally taking part in the shares and division of labor there.
Yep.
For sure. Oh, and it looks like the cavalry have forced back the Pennsylvania reserves there.
Is that broken, or is it
Are
just
they?
withdrawing in column? That would be the most Oh no, okay,
Oh,
they're
they've
breaking.
broken. They broke them. Yeah,
Excellent. It's happening.
it is. They forced. Oh no, and the columns on the road aren't set up to receive a charge.
Should I actually say it? Or if Sixth Corps has run out of grog, it's gonna get more serious now? Even more?
I don't. Well, if a supply train's cut off, they're not going to get any more.
Exactly. See, they might as well surrender. Yep. So, to get more serious now, would you be able to explain to a complete novice like me what do the different dice colors actually mean? Because there's like black ones, red ones, green ones, yellow ones. Uh, at the big charge in the center.
No,
What's
I will not. I will not reveal any of the background mechanics for fear of polluting the game with min max and gaminess. Does that make sense? The difference between a game like this and a game like, say, Warhammer 40k, something that's very popular, is that you go to a local tournament at your local games workshop and you'll play a game, and everyone's got a rule book that they're building a division or an army to. They're trying to maximize their values and their points. And that's where the fun and the strategy comes in, because everyone knows the rules and they maximize the rules to their advantage.
Mm-hmm.
The beauty of this game is the players, by and large, don't know any of the rules and how to maximize it. And they have to rely on, of the time period, strategy and tactics to maximize the effects of their fires.
Okay, so if you would like tell us what those dice mean, then you would actually give players insight on what to do and how to do it too. Okay, I didn't think of
Yeah.
it as that. Okay,
I
like I
would
said,
give
I'm a
players an
complete.
advantage where there shouldn't be an advantage.
Okay, so you literally can't explain what these dice mean in this particular circumstance. Well, that's a fair enough explanation. That's excellent. Because I literally don't know what they mean, and I just know that there's different ones, and obviously they have different meanings. So that's good. Okay.
They do originate from the original von Reichwitz
Mhm.
Kriegspiel. So if you have a look at the original 1863 rulebook, 1862
Mhm.
rulebook,
Mhm.
there are some diagrams of dice and how they're utilized to calculate casualties, and it's an evolution from that.
All right. Okay. Excellent.
Available from Two Fat Lardies.
Which obviously you're not associated with, so you don't get a 10%
Nope.
discount from anyone who buys stuff.
No, no, not at all.
Excellent. All right, that's actually it. Actually adds to the mysteries, which I'm sure that the player knows enough to actually be able to lead his forces competently if he applies a certain amount of general and common sense, and if he understands how things worked back then. And the rest is a bit of. I actually like the idea that there is a bit of which I initially already said about umpires and making decisions, and I went actually a bit further than how far they actually go in reality in this particular game. It gives you a bit of uncertainty, which obviously lots of players don't like, because they think, okay, if I do this, I get this result. But that's not how it worked in reality, because depending, no matter on what level, even if you were down at platoon level, you still had a certain component in there which you couldn't control and would turn out anyway, you know?
Well,
So, yeah.
exactly, and games try and manufacture that by having something called initiative, or rolling for initiative, or a card draw to activate a wing of an army, and that's very, very fake if you think about it, because what that is trying to do is imitate your lack of knowledge or global knowledge of the battlefield and your knowledge of a rule set. It's trying to handicap you. If you actually have the handicap of what you know in reality and what you can see in reality, and that's all you know, then you have to act based upon your best faith knowledge. And for a lot of players, that's very annoying, as you said, because it leads to this analysis paralysis, the player that can't make up their mind, the insecurity of, am I making the right choice? I want to know what's in that stack of cards in front of me.
Mhm.
I want to know the point value for the terrain and how that's going to. And when you don't have that, that's where the Kriegsspiel shines in
Yeah.
enjoyment. It should be, because it's the unknown which makes it fun.
Which is basically the same attitude, or which ties into the attitude that was clearly shown last game by the master umpires, saying, okay, well, we're at a certain point where we'd like to finish the game, and it's our choice: do we resolve this final charge or do we not? Because if we resolve it, it's most likely then one side will have won. And one of the umpires who actually apparently does that for a living at the Army College, he said, well, this is usually the point where I stop, because then both sides have the feeling that they could still have won, and that leaves them with more of an encouragement than knowing, okay, I've won. And obviously initially there were players, no, let's fight it out, and there are these people, but I completely agree with him in saying usually it actually is better if you don't completely know whether you've won or whether you've lost, for several reasons. And I think that ties in very well with this uncertainty.
I think the victory for the player should be that you've taken part and you've had the experience. The battle in some ways is not the end point. How you conduct your troops, how you give your orders, whether you're micromanaging or you're not detailed enough, all this plays part into whether you've won a Kriegsspiel. If that makes any sense, it's very subjective in that way.
Yeah. It takes a certain player, and I mean the only sort of direct confrontation with Kriegsspiel I did have, or I do have, when I play it on PC game based, even against other players, like with the Scourge of War series, which I sometimes do. And it's the same thing. You either have a player who's happy to just literally sit there for 4 hours and just watch everything happen, which surprisingly enough I am someone. I don't have to sit, ride around and micromanage every single battalion. Or you are a person that needs to make sure, okay, I know that if I take a 320-man battalion and I put it on the flank of a 160-man battalion, that one's going to break very quickly. But I can pin it in front with the 160, which is my weak one, and then it works out. That's exactly what you're talking about. And it's just a different mindset, which is, I suppose both have their. If you want to take part in esports, you have to have that mindset. So yeah.
Well, in a similar way, like what we're doing, it's entertaining enough walking around and saying, hey, General, why did you do this? What are you thinking about here? For instance, when we went down to 2nd Corps and 5th Corps facing the British, and we learned initially from one of the generals that there was a huge traffic jam on the road and it disrupted the entire plan.
Mm-hmm.
So we went down the line and we asked the other generals, whose fault was this? And he said, oh, it wasn't our fault. It was the cavalry fault. Everyone was passing the buck down the line because no one had the full scope of the information. But the end result was it left a fog of war. It left a situation that the players had to adapt to. And that's a Kriegsspiel moment right there.
Mm-hmm. The only thing, and it's probably an obvious thing, but the only thing I do have to worry about is that the umpires do not introduce. Hang on a second. The umpires must, or must is probably too strong, but the umpires shouldn't introduce specific things like traffic jams, etc., in an area of the field where they have a feeling, okay, one side is getting the upper hand, or they're being badly smashed on the other side, so let's try and equal that out by doing this and that, because that would again be too much to actually ensure the game continues, everyone's happy, which is fine by itself, but I think that's sort of the human component that shouldn't happen, because it yeah, you know what I mean, it balancing out
Yes,
advantages.
it's an artificial mercy that would not be given in real life, and
Exactly,
you're trying to replicate real life here.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Thanks for expressing it that way. That's exactly what I was trying to get to. Yeah.
Have you ever played a role-playing game like Dungeons and Dragons?
No, I haven't. I've completely no connection with anything tabletop or anything with. I only ever did PC, like TeamSpeak,
Okay,
Discord,
so
whatever. Yeah.
as the resident geek here who has played role-playing games, One of the things you do as a dungeon master or a games master is you add a fudge factor, it's called. You don't want your party dying to the dragon. You don't want your entire group being wiped out, usually. So when a disastrous roll happens for your player, one is usually comically bad. When your player in a critical situation maybe rolls a 1, maybe you don't kill them. Maybe you throw in a bad situation with a comedic twist or a problem that they then can solve, but you don't kill them, even though the game's rules strictly say you kill them. So I would argue that, maybe if you're trying to create a hypothetical situation, or maybe if there's a large scenario going on with multiple people, maybe you don't want to end the scenario right then. Maybe there's a couple of hours scheduled to go. Maybe there should be room for a fudge factor. Who knows? I'm just arguing for the devil's advocate here.
No, I know
Create a
what
bad situation, but don't wipe them out.
I know what you're trying to get to, but that's a thing. Sort of, there's not two teams playing against each other, is there? That's like you have your
Yes.
party and you're playing against what I would call the AI, right? You as a game master or whatever. That's fine
Yeah.
because you won't keep your people. It's always okay to beat up on the AI, right? No one cares if they're completely crushed. That's the
Sure.
good thing of it. But if you put two groups against it, I believe it would be, yeah. I mean, obviously it's open for discussion, so maybe we should just leave it at that. But I think the point has been made. So obviously, if you're just a group of people playing a game against some imaginary enemy, you don't have to get crushed every single time. That's no learning process. What's the point? Right. So should we talk to the army commanders again? What will you think?
Let's have a quick review around the board. Let's start in the northwest. We've got the streams of Confederate cavalry still coming onto the board.
Yeah.
In the far north, we have combat engaged. It looks like there's several disrupted units, so lots of combat still being fired on. It looks like the Union are in slightly stronger position. They've got reinforcements coming to their rear. They're trying to force across the river.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, sorry. I was actually gonna. Sorry, I thought you were already past it. Is it just me, or did they force the river quite easily?
It does look like they have forced across, but they have paid for it. They've got one broken unit, they've got 2 disrupted units, and they are still receiving fire as they're lined up literally on the banks trying to get across. It looks like the Confederates are going to hold that position, which is why the Union Army looks like it's circling around to the north. Like you said, that was a key river crossing right there. Finally, in the northeast, finally in the northeast, the Union have more men coming on. They've definitely got more men than the Confederates down there, and it's a big slugfest. What's going on in the center?
The center seems to be equally undecided yet. It would appear
That's surprising, isn't it?
Yeah, it would appear that is it this? No, it's just a supply train. I was already thinking, okay, is it just me or is it actually no? McKay's artillery is just arriving. He conducted the attack without any artillery support, or is it just my imagination? It looks like there's 2 batteries
No,
on
you're
the road.
right.
Nothing. Well, that's brave of him, and as we can
It
see,
was a hasty attack, wasn't it?
yeah, definitely. Some of his brigades have paid the price for it, having been reduced
Now,
considerably.
if you look on the road on Cemetery Hill, it looks like he's charged up the hill and had some result.
Okay, well, they're breaking. Indeed.
Yes.
This could be the turning point. I mean, there's the rest of the 2nd Division strung out on the march, attacked in the flanks by British Guard cavalry or heavy cavalry. I assume that the Scots Greys are right there with them. I don't know if they were still a thing in 1865, if they were attached to the heavy brigade, but I'm sure that will be easily checked. And well, oh look, combat's being resolved. The right flank of McKay's division is completely collapsing.
Oh no.
Yeah. Although lead elements of Huger's division, 1st Corps, are finally arriving, and apparently he's throwing them in immediately. 1st Armistead's brigade no doubt, with the hat on his sword, is advancing towards the gun.
Bushy moustache
Yeah,
leading the way.
exactly. His Bible right next to where he was shot. No, sorry. And yeah.
Yeah, those Scots Greys at this time would have been on a home service or in Egypt at the time, so they were definitely around.
Okay, well, charging the Union left or service in Egypt, I don't know which they would have chosen, but okay. Uh, right. What else are we seeing? Yeah,
The
southwest.
second division of the British second division is still forming line there along the creek. They're not going to engage directly by the looks of it. They're not going to go round to support.
It appears, I mean, by now those orders must have reached Lord Geoffrey Carstairs to deploy on the left of the first division. Wouldn't you agree?
I would, yes.
So
these are all key combats right here. Let's go down and review the British side first.
very good.
What channel was it? RCE?
Yep, REC. Yep. There has to be. Oh, where are they? Oh, Sir Charles of Skelshire is finally here. We could talk to the cavalry commander.
Yes, let's ask him.
Voice 3.
REC voice 3. Yes, sir.
Ein Rückzug geplant. Hello?
Hello.
Good afternoon. Hello.
Good afternoon. We thought we'd talk to the glorious British cavalry commander.
Yes.
What's your current situation? We've experienced your initial. Well, you were under heavy fire at first, weren't you, at the beginning of the battle with your light brigade?
Yes.
And what has happened since then? Could you enlighten us a bit?
So basically, I retreated behind the lines of the first division and headed east to cover that division's flank. Encountered the marching column of what should be the Union Reserve, I think. Yes.
Yes.
And I took the risk, as I am a cavalry commander, to charge their marching column, routed an entire brigade. And right now I'm pulling back because I don't want to push my luck here, and because we kind of need to roll in our flank, as it's getting pressed a bit hard right now.
Also because of our secret objective, right?
Okay, all right. So basically, you're not exploiting your success in routing that brigade, but you're consolidating your forces, ensuring that you don't lose more than 25% of the heavies. And
exactly. The thing is, I could push my luck, yeah, but that's like an entire corps there. If they all deploy, my cavalry is absolutely dead. This is like 6,000 men right there. I can't push that. I can't. If they manage to consolidate without me, like constantly putting them into disorder, I just don't have a real chance of actually pulling through.
Well, it was definitely great to see that charge happen. I think we can be. I can state that trying to be as objectively as possible. It's a rare thing to see at that time and age, a successful cavalry charge. And yeah, do you have any questions left, Brett?
No, so you're going to be reconsolidating and pulling back your cavalry now?
Yeah, because we're actually planning on pulling back the entire division right now, because our flank is extremely exposed as it is, and we're getting pushed because there's like 2-on-1 division right now.
Yeah, right.
So
Charles.
Yeah.
As I would like to say something. As the first division is pulling back, I would like you to exactly like defend the flank. Okay.
Yeah, I'll try that. Okay.
Okay, good luck. It's a hard maneuver to withdraw in the face of the enemy, so good luck with that, guys.
Yep.
Is that okay?
Thanks for that.
Well, okay,
I'm going
thanks.
to Rec Voice 2.
Bye.
Bye.
Hello, how's it going? New
Pretty good.
developments?
Pretty good.
How do you feel about the battle so far? Are you still bully for it?
Oh, definitely. Like I said, now I've made contact with the enemy across the I can't see the name of this.
The creek there, yeah.
The creek. I feel that we're getting that we are taking some hits, but I think we're giving the men are upholding the virtue of the queen and giving well to the enemy. I think that we should see some of their units break soon, and then some chaos will ensue. Unfortunately, given our position, we won't be able to pursue. But also, given my orders, I don't know that if I can bloody them, that I really want to pursue.
Absolutely. So you're going to hold your line there on the creek, is that correct?
Right, and then see what happens. Unfortunately, I think First Division maybe getting a bit worse of it, but hopefully he can reform, and he has a good good group of supply behind him, so hopefully he can reform quickly. And but I think we're going to see the Federals break here shortly within the
Brilliant
next
stuff.
turn or two.
Well, good luck to you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank
Good
you.
luck to you.
I'm going next to the Union side, 5th Corps, Voice 3.
Very good.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Hillary's probably
Hello, gents, how you doing?
Yeah, we're doing good.
fine.
The battle continues.
Yeah.
Blood, guts, screams, smoke, fire. Do you reckon you have them?
Well, I am only expecting the redcoats to turn their backs and to walk back to whatever hellhole they came from. I'm sending.
You've never been to London, mate.
On to Brussels. That's what I want to hear.
I have sent my 1st brigade. They've been resting all the way in the back, enjoying breakfast or something, and now they are going to come over here to the 3rd brigade, and they are going to spearhead this whole assault, and we are going to be in Gettysburg in a few hours.
Wow,
Fingers crossed.
Yeah, absolutely.
But no, I got to say it was great to see our rubbish 3rd Brigade do its damage against those British Guards.
Why do you say rubbish 3rd Brigade? Were they not elite troops?
No, they were arguably our worst troops, but they've done well today. They've done well.
Absolutely.
Someone
definitely burnt their powder ration.
Yeah, definitely, and
some might say they are green and unexperienced, but I say they are young and fit and eager.
You know, it's probably the general leadership that's like inspired them to valor and bravery.
quite possibly. But I was going to say, because historically the 3rd Brigade in the 2nd Division in the 5th Corps was the Weed Brigade, Weeds. So it only stands to reason they did well.
So, the Wheat Brigade, as in oregano.
Well, no, because it was under General Stephen H. Weed.
Okay. So not
Yeah,
the okay, all right.
Not
So,
the actual Weed Brigade. No.
There was someone in our corps who is high, I think, but I am
yeah,
not that
that's
guy.
what I was actually trying to get to. But so the other question, the other question would have been: do you think that your opponents, considering that your conscripts basically are hitting them hard, are they going to be demoted and no longer be guards grenadiers and just grenadiers?
I think there will be no longer exist in that.
Okay.
We're done with this.
Very well.
I mean, they'll hold. I mean, they're good troops. They'll hold. But I think it's just, we've had a good result, and we want to try and capitalize on it going forward, I think.
All right. Well, I think it's not such a frequent thing to actually see an attack be successful, right? Would you agree, Brett?
Yeah, I'd go with that. Yeah.
Yep.
I have only seen successful attacks under my command.
Of course. Who am I to question that?
Let's hope they do better than the other guys did at the Wheatfield. Good luck, guys.
Good luck.
Cheers, Bailey.
Right.
Well, they seem in good spirits, don't they?
Definitely. With or without the weed, I don't know.
Well, they've got weed and the other guys are lacking grog, so
Definitely,
it's
yes. Excellent. As a matter of fact, there seem to have been a few breakings and routings going on with with Second Corps. We actually should look into that because I don't think that the center is going to be wide open in a second, and the cavalry charge, although successful, didn't achieve what it could have achieved, right?
Where are you seeing this? Where?
Around the center, Second
Oh.
Corps, that's right next to Fifth,
Yep,
and then the cavalry
by
charge.
the Swiss Brigade.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, Swiss Brigade.
Oh gosh, and they are breaking the
Yep.
British left.
Yep. First Brigade, Second Brigade.
Let's go
First
speak
Division.
to Magneshenko, 5th Corps.
Sixth Corps, Second Corps. Hang on.
2nd Corps.
Second Corps is there. Yeah, McNeish is Second Corps. Voice 1.
Roger that.
Hello again.
Hey.
Hey.
The next report? Or no?
We thought we'd
It's
drop by and.
Oh. Okay,
Streaming the
I'll be
game
quiet.
here.
This is my channel.
How's it going on your frontage?
It's going great. We did a charge.
Yeah.
It's going great. Not a single flaw in sight.
The plan is going to perfection, I take it.
Exactly.
Wouldn't
we have not
change a
made a
thing.
single mistake. No, we haven't changed the plan at all.
Your dry wit lets you down.
Oh no.
Did
you
you
think it's
see
dry
any? Did
We
you
had
see? I think it's wit, right? Did you see any change to the British of a pushing you, or are you falling back, or
Well, we're pushing the British, but we don't actually know with what exactly is happening here. Our right flank ain't doing too hot, but we've got some reserves coming in to replace them.
The Irish.
No, the
How
Irish
aggressive
are
you
not
guys
actually.
going to be? Are you going to form up a line, or are you going to keep pushing as far as you can?
Well, we're aiming to push further northeast because they seem to be putting pressure on 6th Corps right now, especially since there's a gap between us and said Corps.
And 6th Corps of the unit just south of Gettysburg, there, yeah.
Pardon, sorry?
6th Corps are just south of Gettysburg.
Yeah, they're around Culp's Hill. Yeah.
How does it go up there? Have we told you?
Sorry?
Are you aware of the situation on the hill?
I know that he's under attack. I asked General Heinemann to give me a situation update. He said the last I heard from him, which was a while ago, was that he was waiting to see how that attack developed. He wasn't sure whether or not it was a major attack or a feint. But we are aware that some Confederate troops have crossed Rock Creek, and we're slightly worried about that. I was originally, a few minutes ago, ordered to become a Corps Reserve, but my 5th Corps is heavily engaged and unable to extract themselves from that combat, at least in the near future. So we're just going to have to roll with the punches here, and hopefully the cavalry will be able to plug any gaps in the line that they need to.
Absolutely, it's a tense thing. If you do manage to break the British and keep pushing, do you feel that would affect a victory for your side, or?
I feel like it would put us in a
Be
really
significant?
good position because I think 2nd Corps would be able to maintain the pressure towards Gettysburg, while I would be able to redeploy wherever Jan needs me. So it really just depends, I'm not sure.
Have you sighted the British cavalry yet?
Yeah, they're charging 6th Corps, unfortunately, right now.
Are you worried about the maneuverability and how that's going to impact your troop layout?
Oh yeah,
it certainly is an issue. Yes.
I sent a message to Jan advising him to send a cavalry division to plug that gap immediately. Hopefully he does. Hopefully there's somebody there to stop that. But there probably is.
yeah. I can't get there. I'll probably get there in an hour, but an hour is too long of a time. There needs to be something else there before we can get infantry support in there.
Yeah.
It looks like we're about 8:40, 9 o'clock, around that time.
Yeah, it's about 9 o'clock.
That's the 8:40 turn.
Brilliant
Wait
stuff.
until 9 o'clock so I can be back with my 5th Corps boys.
Oh,
I
did
feel
you
a lot
manage to
of
figure
touch
out the
here.
traffic jam and get that sorted out?
I think we got that all sorted out pretty much.
Mostly.
Mostly. All right,
You
thank
know,
you, gents.
it was about like LA traffic, but it gets sorted out.
It was as bad as before 05, was it?
Yeah, I think it's better now, but we'll see.
Good luck, gents. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Right.
They are up for it. They are definitely aggressive. They don't feel the fear. They don't seem to have a fog of war like clouding their judgment. They were nervous about that cavalry charge.
Definitely, but I think that
Didn't think that was good.
that is unfounded. I don't think the cavalry. I don't know. I think it only gets once. It gets that bonus once, right? From what I've
That's what I
heard.
heard, yes.
Yeah. So
But they don't know
that's
that, do they?
that's true. But I don't think they even knew that it had that bonus. They just saw it, routed it. I don't think they know about it. So, yeah, it's a
It looks
difficult.
like the infantry came off a road in response,
Exactly.
and it's definitely pulled them out of position.
Yeah. Reserves aren't coming up to Cemetery Hill, but then again, if you look at the counters here, they don't need to because even the elite division, the Texas Brigade, is broken.
Oh my goodness! Yes, the Texas, the 1, 2, 3, 4 units are broken on the Confederate side. The attack has failed,
Which is going to give
and
them
they don't have a second wave ready.
well, they have a second wave ready, but it's going to take them time, and that might be enough time for actually those troops in the rear, second division, to get back on the road and reinforce the center. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, I would agree. But that siege train now is held up in the town. Is going to be blocking the roads.
Why is the siege train moving south?
He wants to go down the Baltimore Road there.
Right.
And that's going to run into the cavalry if they get past there. That's a dangerous road to
Someone
go.
tell the mortars that the road isn't clear yet.
That's right. We need to turn the donkeys around.
Yep.
Meanwhile, the Hanover Road has been wide open. That would have been a great route for them to sneak the train down.
Exactly.
They could have taken the entire army down there.
They could, yes. On the other hand, there is actually some reinforcements that are being deployed. Armistead, as we talked about earlier, is currently trying to come up and flank Cemetery Hill probably. So it's an interesting position. I mean, the British are faltering. I think that's fairly obvious, and I think 25% casualties are going to be very difficult to maintain, especially if no, those are guns, but who knows? Basically, we'll find out later. But if the British fall back, it's the first corps is finally coming up, and he may actually win the battle around Cemetery Hill and crush 6th Corps on its own, right? And then it would actually be first corps versus the 2 corps that have routed the British in the south. It almost feels like one of those ancient hoplite battles where every army would form the strongest and most elite forces on the right flank, and those would always go up against the weakest forces on the enemy left flank, and the battle would actually be decided once both left sides had been defeated and the 2 right flanks would actually engage with each other, which must have been hilarious, knowing that if you're told in the battle line you're on the left, you were basically done for. So yeah.
I'm curious if he's even going to be able to have time to get his reinforcements coming down the road there into battle in time.
To Gettysburg, yeah.
I mean, that would have been such a key position if he spent just another hour or so moving his troops up and in.
I wonder if it was actually his choice on where to deploy his troops on which road, because he must have realized that he's put too many troops on one road and left others, with less traffic on them.
Yes, absolutely. It looks like we've now resolving the northeast. It seems like they've pushed the Union back some.
Mm-hmm.
Again, they're fighting a valiant holding action. I mean, this isn't going to win the war if they win the battle up here.
That's the problem. There's some valuable if that division if Heinz division would actually be supporting the attack on Cemetery Hill, it would be something completely different, wouldn't it?
Absolutely, it would. Because again, the river isn't fordable, so they could hold the junctions and the fords there, knowing that the rivers aren't crossable, and committed their entire corps there to the attack.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm gonna take a quick 5-minute break, and I'll be back afterwards. I'll let the picture have a look at the south. No, actually, at the northeast as things develop, and I'll
No,
be right back.
now's a good time for a break. Let's take 5-10 minutes, and we'll be back about what, quarter past the hour.
Yeah, we can do quarter past the hour. Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
Take about 15 minutes, and
Excellent.
we'll check in then. All right, let me know when you're ready.
All right. Well, we're back from the break, fully refreshed and rejuvenated. I'm told Brett here had an encounter with Ponce de Leon himself, and he found the Fountain of Youth. So we're ready to go again, right?
It was a hard slog through the jungle, but yes, very refreshing once I got there.
Excellent, excellent. So we're going to restart the stream with a brief overview of the general situation. Let me just type in chat that we're back now. And where are we gonna start off? How about we start in the southwest this time? Seems to be lots of
Yeah,
stuff going on.
absolutely. What do you see going on down there?
I
I see
see,
lots of smoke.
yeah, lots
Oh,
of smoke. Fewer British than before. Apparently, there's a huge POW camp in the rear, or at least casualty section currently. It seems
I do-
where First Division used to be, there is now lots of blues.
there is. I wonder how close to their 25% casualty rate they are.
Well, it has
What
to be
penalty?
past that.
What happens if they reach 25%? Do they automatically retreat?
I think they're gonna, I don't know, have to bet double on the next, I don't know, game of pool.
Is that is Fifth Corps advancing Napoleonic style by division?
Yes, yes, indeed. And they're already pushing their reserves up the road to the north to Gettysburg, because apparently some kind of message must have told them reinforce us on Cemetery Hill. And at the same time, we have some elite troops of the Pennsylvania Reserves, 6th Corps, still guarding against possible cavalry incursions. So although they did not push them off the
Indeed.
road, they at least, through their appearance, made the enemy commit forces to protect the flanks, which is basically the same result, wouldn't you say?
I would say. I would say the big difference is that the Union are a lot more concentrated than they were historically. Historically, they stretched all the way down to the bottom of the map. Do you see those big hills there?
Mm-hmm.
That's the round tops.
Yep.
That's traditionally where the end of the line was. What the Union are doing is they're able to concentrate all their forces in the center on the high ground around Cemetery and the Fishhook. And I, I think that's going to allow them to crack the scenario. But I don't think they're going to be in a position they could lose from.
Probably, yeah. I agree. Looks
Well, what's
very good.
happening in the center there? There was a Confederate attack that was repulsed.
Yep.
Now it looks like there's a secondary wave coming up on the Union right.
Oh, yes. With cavalry in attack column formation, as it often happened, single file. And they're just gonna punch through, I believe, and take Culp's Hill, right?
Oh, just like that. You make it sound so easy. Now, is that cavalry? Yeah, that's Union cavalry
Yeah.
perched on Culp's Hill there.
Yes.
And it looks like there's a juicy target right in front of them.
Which
It's
apparently they don't.
unlimbered.
This is actually probably, I don't know. No, literally, I'm just being funny here. I'm surprised that the guns are up front, unprotected. Having seen how quickly cavalry can mount, they could easily mount, advance, attack the guns, and then withdraw probably. But I guess it has to do, with when does the message, when does the screenshot arrive? Do they actually see that in time? And I guess there is some flexibility with the umpires, right? That they would probably say, okay, well, that cavalry is gonna move up to protect the guns, etc., etc. Even
Yes,
though you
yeah.
haven't given orders, so it may look more juicy than it actually turns out to be, I guess.
No, you're right. But, when guns are limper in front of you with no infantry support,
Yep.
a quick slashing raid down there would be,
Oh, definitely.
tempting.
Yep, definitely. Completely agree. I have
Now,
to
it looks
admit.
like he's.
Yeah, sorry,
Go
go ahead.
ahead. It looks like he's trying to force a ford crossing, and he's just discovered a little X there on the east with the second division, Don Levick. I wonder what he's trying to do with them.
Yeah,
And he's
maybe.
got more cavalry scouting to the south. Is he looking at a withdrawal route, or is he looking for another way around to link up with the first corps of the northeast?
I wonder if this has something to do that they still haven't properly established contact with the Northeast yet, because they probably wouldn't
Yeah.
have, right?
No, no, by the looks of it. And it looks like they're starting to disengage from combat in the northeast.
Yes. Which is probably the wiser thing than keeping, keep attacking and then actually have nothing there at all.
Yep. It looks like there's 2 routed Confederate units. The First Corps have got their artillery in place now.
Mm-hmm.
So it definitely looks like attacking that position would be bad news for Confederates. How are the Union doing in the far north?
Well, the attack across the fords has failed, as was probably obvious, and it would appear that the rightmost flank or the rightmost side of the Union isn't advancing as far as we, or at least I initially thought they would, because reinforcements are being actually diverted towards the northeast, aren't they? I mean, the entire column that was stretched on the road towards Gettysburg is now moving to the northeast.
No, you're entirely correct.
Which again is it's binding forces in what I would consider a less than focal point, right? Because he wants the siege train to go onto the Baltimore Road. So down south is where things are decided. But that goes along with my surprise to see lots of Confederate columns advancing southeast of Gettysburg, which is actually straight towards the toughest terrain around Culp's Hill,
Yes.
and they attacked there historically and failed miserably, right?
No, you're entirely correct. My remembrance of the commander's intent was that as they pushed over the river, he was going to collapse his forces and concentrate around Gettysburg.
Yep.
He's actually gone against his own wisdom, and he's reinforcing with an entire corps the northern flank.
Yep.
Which seems, like you said, a rather waste of resources.
Yeah, it'll be. Maybe we should actually take this and try and talk to him. Start with or we can start with the Union command first. I don't mind really, but I think we should talk to both commanders at the moment and see what they actually know of the battle and what they think is going on. So, shall we move down to... Who would you like to talk to first?
Let's talk to the Confederate commander.
All right. Hello again. Hello again.
Hey, man, how's it going?
It's going fine, thank you. How are you? Let's wait for Brett before we actually start asking questions. I think he may have been lost somewhere on the way. Or maybe he doesn't
no
want to
worries.
talk to me anymore. Who knows? I mean, anything's possible at this point.
No worries. Right now, I'm just going through a message I received and making sure I put it on the map. So.
Well, then we're going to give you a couple of minutes to figure that out. And
Oh no, you guys are good.
Oh, excellent.
I was just marking some positions for the Northeast. Everything else I already know. So.
All right. Well, Brett's here. So.
Hello. Sorry about that.
I think Brett has a couple of questions lined up.
General,
sure. What you got, man?
On? What happened to your battle plan?
Well,
it's a different plan now.
Yeah. So I ended up having to. I mean, it's one of those things you just adjust as it develops. So because it seems that the vast majority of the Army of the Potomac came up the Emmitsburg Road because the British are in a very hot fight down there. But because it's so hot, Jan's attention has been on it. I can tell that because he hasn't sent anything else towards Cemetery Hill. So all of his attention right now is on the fight going on down by Spangler Farm. And Huger's about to come in and flank out Cemetery Hill while they're conducting an assault. I expect that position to fall. Now, what that means is that then, as one unit, First Corps is going to be able to advance south. And because the Federals are tied up at Spangler Farm, that whole side of the field is going to be wide open.
Ah, so you're hoping that you'll be able to do a right hook on Cemetery Hill.
Yeah, so Huger's going to flank it. And then that hill's going to collapse. and then First Corps is going to advance down. It opens the road for my siege guns so they can get off, and then I can transfer attention toward the other units that are to my southwest.
Now, whereabouts are is your Second Corps? Are they coming down to reinforce somewhere?
Well, no, Second Corps' job this whole time is to just keep the Federals tied up there so I don't have to deal with them.
Okay, so they're a shield for your northern flank, is that correct?
Correct. They're basically keeping those 2 corps from coming south through Gettysburg and, basically threatening my entire force.
Are they doing a good job? Are you feeling secure
As
with your
far as I
northern
know,
flanks?
yeah. Right now, they're holding at Benner's Hill.
Yeah.
And Blocker's Knoll up north at one of the river crossings. They're engaged at those 2 locations, and their 3rd Division, which wound up in First Corps' order of march, and I'm not sure how that happened, but they'll be arriving soon, which will renew the ability of Second Corps to counterattack. So I've had a
to
couple
summarize,
hiccups.
it sounds like you're now sending in second wave with a right hand flank on Cemetery Hill.
Yes.
You're relying on the British to keep the engagement going to the south, and you're fairly secure with your northern flank blocking and holding.
Yes.
Do you have a third wave attack ready to go? Are you going to punch them in the nose somewhere else? Are you going to
I'm
concentrate
right
your forces
now.
at some point?
Right now, I'm relying on Cemetery Hill
because
that position has to go down.
That's the key to the problem right there.
Yes, it is. Because if that position falls, because it looks like they don't have all of their troops up in line right now.
Yeah.
For the troops that are coming down that road on Tawny Town, they're just stuck. It's like they haven't done anything. So if Cemetery Hill goes down, that's a wonderful advantage for me because they're still in road column and they're not all the way up yet. And I don't know why they haven't deployed fully. I would have, but I'll take it.
Absolutely. Well,
And
good
it
luck,
seems like there's a
General.
lot of disorganization in the Union Army right now, which is fine by me.
Absolutely. Let's hope they don't rely on the round tops for a secondary line.
Well, actually, I want them to.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because if they pull back and set up on the round tops,
yeah,
the road to get the siege guns off is open. And then, which is the whole point, which is my objective for this scenario. But if you want to bring it to a grander scale, it's kind of like a little bit of storyline, as if I was the actual general on this battlefield during the period. My decision would have been, let them fall back. We'll wait till nightfall, demonstrate a lot in front of them to make them seem like we're going to do an assault.
Yeah.
And then pull out. And then make them come to us on piece of ground between them and Washington and destroy the army there.
Longstreet's plan.
Right. Which was a good one.
Yeah.
So the idea is, I'm not going to destroy the Army of the Potomac here. I'm going to do it somewhere else.
Meanwhile, how is your army faring? Are they licking their wounds? Are you?
Oh man, they're in a very hot fight.
Yeah.
We've had some hiccups, but forces are arriving where they need to arrive. So right now, it's a little bit precarious, but I'm confident. Because as soon as Huger comes through with his entire division, and he showed me his attack plan because I went down there and talked to him. He showed me his attack plan. I like it, and it's going to roll up that entire area, and it's going to run right into their road column.
Do you feel that the Union are disorganized at the moment? They're focused on the British, and that's giving you that door opening to swing across and hook
Right.
into them. Yeah.
If I take down these cavalry, the fight is mine.
Well, brilliant. Good luck, General. Let's hope. Let's see how it evolves over the next hour or so.
Yeah, honestly, I'm just really glad that they got tied up with the Brits, and man, they stacked up something fierce when I was looking out from the seminary. I mean, they didn't try to maneuver around him, not too much, and all he did was extend his line and blocked him from flanking him. And they're just stacked up. They're not giving it they're not trying to outmaneuver him. They're not trying to get around him. They're just going full bore into him, so they don't have all their firepower going into him.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I'm looking at it and I'm going, you guys are doing everything I want you to do. You are playing into my hands. I'm going to win this fight because you guys aren't doing what you need to do.
All right.
And an attack is about to land on Cemetery Hill that's going to give me the battle. I just need everybody to hold long enough to do it. That's it.
Well, I think trying to remain as impartial without saying anything, we'll just say thank you for the situation analysis and probably, I don't know, maybe talk to you again, maybe not, depending on how long it goes. And all the best.
Oh,
for
no
the future.
worries.
Yep. Thanks for that.
Yeah, I think I've got the fight, guys, but hey, appreciate you stopping by.
Let's go to AOP HQ Voice 1. I think that's the Army Commander for the other side.
All right, very well.
Hello, Generals.
Welcome back.
How are you doing? How is everything going, General?
Quite chaotic.
Oh, excellent. We love chaotic. That's lots of drama.
Yeah, right.
What's the situation as you see it, sir?
No, the situation at Cemetery Hill is precarious, although the 1st Brigade of 1st Division managed to break an elite Confederate brigade there. But 6th Corps is now falling back to our defensive line, which we call the McAllister line.
Okay, where is the McAllister line?
McAllister line, yeah.
It's like centered with the right flank on McAllister's Hill, McAllister Ford.
Mm-hmm. That's where, all right, okay, I see it.
And running from there to the west along Powers Hill and the Schoolhouse Road
Has
and so
this
on.
defensive line been approved by the Senate and President Lincoln? No one say, I am the Senate.
Yeah.
Anyway. A bit of a scare there with the British, it seemed like.
Yeah, and I cannot imagine what 2nd Corps is doing there and why this gap in the line has not been plugged earlier. I have no clue. I have received word from 5th Corps that they are also now heavily engaged on the left flank of 2nd Corps. We initially wanted them to come up in the center and relieve Cemetery Hill, but well, that didn't work out quite as expected.
You think his blood? He's got blood in his mouth, and he's hyper focused on a target right now.
Yeah, I mean it's hard to disengage in such a situation. Only thing I'm worried about is 2nd Corps command, why he pushed to the northwest and created this gap in the line. But anyway, we will be moving over and try to find out. In the meantime, we've pushed some cavalry to the east, to Wolves Hill, to surveil what's going on at Hanover Road, and if those Confederate forces wanted to push south and outflank us, to slow them down. And we know that 1st and 3rd Corps are engaged there in the northeast, but
oh, have you received communication from 1st?
Yeah, one dispatch came through from 1st Corps. But
what was the information that you heard?
That they were marching in on the Hunterstown Road, and that the 3rd Corps was marching in on Harrisburg Road.
Yep.
And then I heard from my cavalry division at Culp's Hill that they seemed to be engaged there with the enemies on Banners Hill. But I have no further information of whether 3rd Corps managed to cross Rock Creek or is engaged there at Blockers Knoll or whatever. No idea.
The communications are still spotty for you.
Yes. I mean, it's a bit risky now to send a courier across Hanover Road there.
Have you given general directions to your left wing? Have you told them to keep the engagement with the British, or are you telling them to withdraw or pull back or shift over?
So the initial idea was to pull them over to the center, but as I said, as it seems, they are right now heavily engaged, and 5th Corps commander assured me that they are making progress there. So I believe we'll continue pushing north and trying to relieve some pressure from 6th Corps that way.
brilliant. Okay, so it sounds like you've got a primary defense. If that fails, then you've got a secondary line getting set up to hold the line.
Yes.
And do you feel panicked? Do you feel out of touch? Are you feeling fairly secure and confident?
Give
Yeah.
us numbers, okay? 1 through 10. Is it a 7.3?
No, overall, I think we are doing well, and there are some points where I'm like wondering why and what is happening. But overall, I'm pretty confident that we will manage to hold the Confederates off from pushing south.
Oh, one more question. The siege train. Do you know where the siege train is yet?
No, still not
Oh,
spotted that one.
okay. Thank you, sir. I really appreciate you answering my questions.
Sure, every time.
All right, excellent.
Should we go speak to the British and see how they're doing?
Yeah, why not? That's probably a good idea. We haven't talked to them.
Let's see. That's Rec Voice.
Oh,
Is
they've
it
all
one?
broken up.
Oh,
Is the
yes.
grog run out? Or has the grog run out at last?
It's a tea break time, of course.
We should probably talk to First Division.
Sure.
Yeah. Hello again.
Good afternoon, sir. Are you there?
Hello, don't worry, I am here.
Hey, how you doing?
How can I help you two fine gentlemen?
The usual stuff. I think you know by now. I'm not gonna do what Brett does and say, "Tell us what you're feeling." I'm just gonna ask what you think. What's your current situation like? Have things developed
well.
according to plan?
Well, the good thing about going into the situation that we went into without a plan is that you're not disappointed when things don't go according to it.
Nice.
It's a nice way to like manage your own expectations. Yeah, things are going very interesting. The Coldstream Guard are close to breaking under the relentless assault. Oh, that's an interesting picture I just got of everything going on.
New information just came in, huh? How do you feel now?
Oh boy.
What can you describe what you're seeing?
I see seas of blue. Endless Union troops.
Oh dear.
God damn, there's a lot of them.
Is that a thin red line
Is it the
holding it all
thin
back?
red line after all? I was gonna say that. Yeah.
Yes.
The line has gotten thin, yes.
Pardon, gentlemen. I hate to break this up, unfortunately, but I need Sir Maximilian down here with General Villard immediately, please.
Yes, sir.
Well, it looks like things are afoot. The umpires are giving them new information and
As
turns
if you so
rolling
wish.
over.
Oh, we could actually join them and just listen in. Sure.
Shall we do that?
Yeah.
Let's do that.
Same picture.
Yeah.
You're now understanding what exactly has happened on your left flank.
We got charged.
Yes, you got charged heavily. Sir Charles Skillshire, your artillery is gone.
Yeah. Okay,
you
I expected that.
basically pummeled and surrounded, and they've surrendered off in the distance. Sir Maximilian, one of your own of the 2nd Brigade, has basically sacrificed itself to stop one of the Union brigades moving forward, and it itself has also surrendered.
Nice.
And you see in front of you a full-on fresh assault column of Union forces pushing in. So, unfortunately, is now come to light for you, General Villard, especially. You have now basically reached that precipice where you have lost approximately 25% of your force, just casualties and units surrendering. So you're now at that cutoff limit that, under orders from London, you are technically
Yes.
supposed to now pull out and abandon this effort. However, should you so desire, you have the option to defy those orders and act as you see fit. But at this stage, your main objective is the preservation of these forces.
Okay, you know what?
Okay.
This is actually really interesting for commentating, I think, because as CT said, we are at the point where we have to decide if we want to completely retreat or defy British orders.
Okay.
So, but real quick, Bailey, are y'all streaming? Was that correct, or are you recording?
Yes, we are streaming.
Streaming. Okay. I hope that none of the active players are in that stream. Do you happen to know?
No, there's no way of knowing. There's 15 people watching.
Okay. Well, I'll just leave that one tidbit I was going to mention out, and we can mention it in the debrief. So please go ahead, Valar.
If we ever find out that anyone watched that stream, we'll just say, I don't know, they're banned from the next 2 games or something. I mean,
It's the honor code, gentlemen. We're all adults here, so if you are an active player, please turn off the stream now.
It's the honor system. Yeah,
It is
spoil
something
for yourself.
specific to the British contingent that I do not want, say, the leader of the Confederates to hear. So, I'll just go ahead and outstate it now. If you're on the Confederate team and still hearing this, well, pray that we don't learn that you found this out. So, for the folks listening at home, the British Royal Expeditionary Corps has a secret contingent order directly from London that they are to follow to the letter, presumably. London and the Parliament, they are kind of apprehensive about being involved in this war at all. So General Villard was directed that he is not to lose more than 25% of his fighting force at all. Once he hits that mark, he has to give ground and leave the field. They are not to lose themselves in a losing venture here in the Americas.
Yes.
So at this point, General Villard, after seeing everything that's happened and what's happening on your left, you understand that you're at that point now.
Okay. I would say we follow British orders.
Yes. May I suggest something? As I see it right now, right? We are getting pressed hard on our left flank. Yet my cavalry is still north of their flank. So what I would do, I will charge my cavalry down, right? And First Division, Maximilian, right?
Mhm.
You try to pull back the 2nd Brigade while I distract them. And then we'll try... I mean, I try to distract them as long as I can. If we manage to pull back, good. If we don't, let's hope it isn't too bad for us.
So, just to clarify for that, Charles, you would know, just as a offhand, that charge you performed against the Union column earlier was about as hard as the cavalry can go. You could definitely try and get them to attack that flank, but it's not going to be anywhere near as devastating as that original attack, just because the men are tired, the horses are tired. It's not going to have the same devastating...
I'm aware.
Right.
But the problem is we have to cut corners here. We are at the breaking point of a force, if I get this right. So
My idea is that anyone who isn't engaging, yeah. So everyone except the cavalry is going to go double quick.
Yeah.
At least. And I would maybe even say that the troops at the front is there something quicker than double quick?
Not technically speaking, but if you say you want to, just as fast as you possibly can, I think we can work that in a bit.
Yeah.
But that technically is nothing faster than double quick.
I would say double quick for everyone, of course, except for cavalry. Also cavalry, beziehungsweise Charles, police, as we already talked about, just do like short strikes.
Yeah. I just want
especially
to
now, it is crucial that you don't engage so long, don't engage so so extremely that they can shoot back. Because if they shoot back, you could lose men.
I'm aware. The problem is here. I think the second brigade is in danger of almost a full encirclement, or at least envelopment from the sides. So what? I mean, your decision obviously, but there's two things. I think what we can do too is we can like send a letter to their commander, and maybe negotiate a retreat.
That's amazing. I love that.
That
But
we could do that, which would
we,
be
we kind of had this really funny letter exchange of kind of I don't think
so basically the Irish send us a letter and we send a letter back. That's a synopsis. The letter.
I think I'm gonna give my my thing that to our second my artillery.
Siggy, let's jump up one channel. Dramatic breaking news: the British are going to have to retreat.
Yes, and they're
We've
actually
lost
sticking with it.
25% of their entire force strength, and they're going to obey the letter of law and pull out of combat. This is a turning point for the Confederates here. Would you not agree?
Well, I mean, normally I would agree, yes, but if they're actually doing what is actually from the military point of view, using the cavalry to delay the enemy advancing is actually a good idea, if it works. So that may actually give Grey another the sort of southern CNC another 2 or 3 turns, maybe just 2, to take Seminary Hill. Probably until the British have withdrawn completely and more troops arrive. I still think that it's going to take away the ability of his to actually push southeast down Baltimore Road. But I don't think that the Union forces are going to be advancing as quickly to actually catch him in the flank while he's taking Seminary Hill. That's the first thing. The other thing I however, mentioned during that discussion was that the cavalry commander seems to have taken command. Would you disagree?
No, it definitely seems like there is a breakdown of a hierarchy of orders going on.
Yep. And apparently no one could tell
You
him
could
that
actually
either,
hear.
which I found funny.
You could hear in his voice the tension of a decision of how they were going to get out of this situation as well.
It's a
No,
shame.
very very dramatic moves down there.
It's also interesting that the second division commander is the only one not in the group of commanders in the center talking to each other, because he is in a position, second division, that he could definitely lead his troops from the center as well, being able to communicate with his commanding officers. However, this isn't happening, and thus the second division
No.
still hasn't moved to extend the line, etc., etc., as I believe at least a first division commander initially expected them to do, right?
Right. If he just shifted to the north, to the left, and he would provide a firm link between the Creek and the Confederates, and he would also provide that secondary line for them to fall back on.
Exactly. I'm pretty sure that quite a few losses could have been prevented through that. And like
Absolutely.
his entire second division is stuck behind an impassable river, just shooting, and that's it, right? His artillery, his
Yes.
cannons still aren't deployed. I mean, like I said, I'm not judging at all. I'm just surprised that this is basically a half of the entire British forces, right? And they're not really
Yes.
adding to the fight at this
No,
particular
they're not
stage.
adding their weight to it at all. No,
Yep.
very true.
Right, and there's still some forces advancing along the north, toward on the Chambersburg Pike towards Gettysburg. They're still coming up. So yeah.
And it looks like the cavalry is starting their maneuvers against the Union.
Orders are coming in. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Shall we go check in with the commander of the Northern armies and see how they're doing with a holding motion? Or the attack?
Probably, yeah.
That would be Landowski, Lando.
Lando, yeah. That was the cavalry commander, wasn't it?
Second Corps, Voice 3. It's a couple of channels above us.
Voice 3, all right.
General Lando, how are you doing?
Hey, what's going on?
Very well. So things have taken a turn. You've been knocked off a knoll by the looks of it.
Well, it was never really my intent to hold it. The intent was to jam that group on the far side of the river. Try to catch some of them on the west side to destroy what I could or ruin what I could, but to basically jam the rest of them up and get them to deploy, which it looks like they did along the eastern side of the river.
Yes.
And then I'm conducting a retrograde south, so I'm trying to unite my northern wing, which is kind of my weaker wing, and my strong right wing, and kind of pulling them back to a middle point. If you look in my chat there, that's the red line is the middle of my retrograde swinging backwards. And then the ultimate goal is to fall back along the Mummersford or Mummersburg Road, the green line, and I'm supposed to hold that line until 1000 hours, at which point the siege guns and everyone who's supposed to be passing behind me should be clear. And then after that, in absence of further orders, I'm going to, just basically collapse to the south and fall in along the railroad bed. But I know to my right there's a huge gaping hole, so I'm waiting for that Union force to follow the east side of the river or cross over, but stick to the river and come down on my right flank.
Yeah.
And I may need to go after him or side slip or something. So, but that's a couple turns away, so I don't know we'll get that far.
So it's 9:20 now. So you've only got to hold out for another 2 turns.
Well, I was told to hold the green line, which is along the Mummersburg Road. No sooner than 1000, and then from there, whatever our follow-on actions are going to be. But I was supposed to hold that line at all costs, just to make sure nobody swept around from the north and came down behind us. So it looks like at least that part's going to go according to plan. It'd be interesting to see which of these forces I had from the knoll kind of fall into line or not. Got to get my trains up there to get some of these guys back into the battle.
It did seem like you did have action from the north come down on you, didn't it?
Yeah, those guys definitely got there a lot faster than we would have expected, and I would have thought that being on the knoll, I would have had a better view of them coming down to sense that I had basically a full division coming from that direction, but I mean, c'est la vie. So they seem to have deployed online as well on that end, with that my weak left punch up there just to get them to deploy. So it looks like they did. They're not moving yet, which was the whole point. So I'm breaking away now while they're wasting time deploying so I can get back into another strong line. And then hopefully in 2 or 3 rounds, I'll be down by my green line and I'll hopefully see them start to slip to my right.
Yeah.
But if not, I'm going to hold the green line. And then, like I said, after 10 o'clock, if they keep pressing me, I'll fall back to the railroad bed to my south and orient generally north. So we'll see what happens at that point.
Very good, General. Do you have any questions?
Tons of questions.
Questions go one way here, buddy.
Hey, reporters on the battlefield can tell you stuff, so come on. What did you see? Who is your daddy? What does he do?
Exactly. No, actually, I'm not gonna explore those lines of questions any further, and just say thank you. No, I think you've again presented a very good situational report, and although I'm getting tired as well, I'm still happy with all the information we got. I believe. Right?
Good. Yeah, I appreciate what you guys do. Thanks.
I'd like to speak to First Corps now. That's McCann, Mioraz.
First Corps.
I think that's is that Eli Gray or no?
Yeah. There's 3 there. Yeah. Let's listen in on the attack, right? I guess.
Oh, I apologize. First Corps on the other side, on the Union side.
All right. The camera is following along. Don't worry about it.
It's
Voice 1.
James Sterrett. Yeah, voice 1.
Right. Finally found you.
Yep. Sorry.
Camera's
Hello,
here. Let's get rolling.
generals. How? What's going on?
Don't know. Waiting for you.
Well, last time we talked to you, you were you had cavalry in front of you, and you were deploying your divisions.
Oh, that was hours ago.
Yes, things have rapidly progressed. How have they progressed?
Well, we outflanked the cavalry. They pulled back. We started to move towards the river. Then we
So
kind
you
of
found
bumped
that
in.
nice little ford up there.
Yeah, but then we bumped into some Confederates, which kind of ground us to halt. And we've been busy deploying our troops to get a full force of all our troops. So it's been taking a bit of time to get all our troops on stream.
What's the intention? Is your intention to carry on pushing towards Gettysburg? Are you quite happy holding the line at the creek here?
Well, we've got an artillery advantage, so we're going to pummel them for a little bit, try and outflank them, and then try and get across the creek there and join up with the rest of the army.
Have you made contact with the army?
I'm not sure. My corps commander might have.
Not yet. No contact with the commander-in-chief of the Army of the Potomac.
How's that
No news.
kept your situational awareness? You've got no clue what's going on with the rest of the battlefield?
No clue. The only information we have is from the Third Corps, which is on our right.
And
Other
have
than
you
that,
guys
not a
been
sausage.
seen the siege train or any of your mobile objectives?
No.
Are you going to be continuing your attack on the left wing, or are you going to hold your position here?
Hold our position. Got, as I said, we've got lots of artillery.
Yeah.
He seems to be. We can outflank him here, so we'll pummel him, outflank him a bit, try and beat him back, and then get across the creek.
Brilliant. If the umpires would like to speak, go ahead.
Right.
All right, I'm done with my questions. Are you okay, Siggy?
I'm actually quite fine. Yeah, I'm interested, or I'm actually surprised that you still haven't been able to establish any contact, because I believe, was it someone said that contact has been established? Was that
Yeah, well,
the
actually,
CIC.
we received an information from Neil saying that now we can start to send message to the. But I sent a message. I'm still waiting for an answer. and actually, because of the way the front is, I think now it's very difficult to send messenger, because if you look at the front, basically the Confederates are between us and the rest of the army.
Definitely, yeah, definitely. All right, well, that was it from my side. Thank you for the update.
Thank you.
Jumping up to the announcer booth.
Yep.
All right, well, there we go. We've got a good round robin. Very dramatic stuff happening with the Brits. That's going to have long-term consequences. In the short term, there's an attack going on in the center. And the north seems fairly, like, it's starting to get stagnant up there by the looks of it.
Which, the thing is, we keep going to the northeast, and both sides keep telling us we're on the defense. I mean, how can it be that if you're on the defense that you're still advancing? What's going on here? I mean, clearly, which I again found very interesting, Lando has very clear answers, which is what was his name? Second Corps up there, the
Yeah.
first division has very clear orders on what to do. He has a time frame. He has a fallback line. We're going here. We're doing that. That's what I'm supposed to do. That's what I'm trying to achieve, and he actually has a way of trying to achieve it. So the northern side, which I initially sort of considered to be a very sort of deciding area, with that fort being unprotected in the north. Apparently, people were prepared for that. Okay, so to the northeast, you have an entire Union Corps basically trading with a division from the south. And either side is apparently only interested in keeping them busy. As we know, Confederate Commander-in-Chief has basically used his entire Second Corps just to keep everyone busy up there. He doesn't want to think about it. Just keep them busy, just keep them occupied, problem solved, right? Now, I would have argued, okay, well, if you just want to keep them occupied, you may not have had to push that far. But still, his division commander, especially in the northeast, has actually accomplished this by saying, okay, I'm not going to push the attack, which he initially did with all his forces. He actually withdrew, and he's now just exchanging fire. And the decision, or the deciding moment, is going to be in the center. And it's interesting that the north was never really exploited by anyone of either side to actually make a deciding run here, and the entire focus has been to the south. Wouldn't you agree?
No, I would absolutely agree 100%. The North early on looked like it was going to be a precarious situation for either side. And as you said, I think the Confederate commander, Lando, being very secure with his knowledge that he was playing defensive, he was playing for time, having a very well planned and executed plan, um, has kept things very stable for his side. On the other side, the northern plan, it just seems to have lacked a lot of direction. It's been reacting to Lando. Lando's been setting the tempo and the timing. He's kept the initiative, and he's kept the Union reacting to what he's doing. Um, so I think that's why we've seen the Union stall out. It's because Lando's wants them to stall out, and he's arranged for it to happen that way. And like you said, in the center, this is it. This is if this attack succeeds, it's going to allow them to open up the road to allow the supply train to carry on moving down. If the attack fails, the commander in chief of the Confederates has no reserves to keep pushing.
Yep.
And I think this will decide it right here.
And when it comes to the attack in the center, I'm actually surprised that his right flank, which he obviously would worry about the most, because that's the link between him and the British Army, right? That's
Yes.
actually weakest. And we've talked to him, and he's apparently talked to the Huger's division himself, to the commander of Huger's division, which is presumably Huger. Uh, um, and he approved the plan of attack. Now I would be worried if I was attacking basically. Is it three of his? It's Kemper's brigade, Armistead's brigade, and Garnett's brigade, pretty much all strung out with only one division in reserve in the center.
With
That
no artillery support again. Yeah.
nothing, and very far to the rear if you call that artillery support. And all basically the South has to do, and there's quite a lot of forces around. What's that? I can't really. South of North Kodori, I think is the term on the road. Those crop of woods, that orchard there.
Yes, Kodori.
Yep, there's
Kodori's
quite
farm.
a few reserves there. All they have to do is march north, and then they're gonna catch the
Yes.
entire attack in the flank.
Yes.
So,
But why did he agree to this right hook? Because at the time, the Union hadn't moved up and pushed back the British. The British were holding. In the last 20 minutes, the British have done a full scale withdrawal, and the Union have pursued, and they've closed that door shut. The window of opportunity was 20 minutes ago, and that's changed radically now.
yep, yeah, I completely.
What do you think about the initial attack? It was a great unfortunate circumstance that the commander in chief saw cavalry and presumed everything in front of him was cavalry. I think that led to an ill-timed attack, at least.
I've actually been thinking about that, and I thought, what if, because for some time there actually was just the cavalry up there. What if it was that information that he sort of built his entire
Yes.
situation from? Because at some point, remember, there was just this one cavalry division with artillery support on the sort of southern side of Cemetery Hill, and that he could have pushed aside completely. But it was at that time that the infantry support came up. And, just looking at it, it still would be possible to take Cemetery Hill. But, I'm thinking Robin's division shouldn't be on the left, but on the right. If he's doing a right hook, why is he reinforcing the left? But that's basically just the usual typical bird's eye. I would do this, I would do that. So he may be worried that there is another defensive position around Kalb's Hill, which is actually forming now from apparently battered units that pushed back the first attack, I believe, from McKay's
Yes.
division back then. And reserves are coming up now. So yeah, just like you said, that window of opportunity that was given to him by the British cavalry attack is closed now.
Now, the opportunities still exist if he goes up with an all-out attack with the rest of McKay and Robin's division up Cemetery Hill on the east side, the northeast side.
Yeah, he's probably
If
trying to
they
do that.
push those 4 regiments, he can still get to the road. And once he pries open that road, all he has to do is
but there's
start
cavalry
shifting.
on the McAllister line that was announced by.
Yes. See, that's the issue then. But all they have to do is withdraw slightly and they shut the door closed again.
Yep. Yep.
I really don't see a way for the Confederates to win this now. I mean, it's
getting very
it's
difficult.
become
Yes,
pretty
especially
dire.
with the
Yeah.
British disengaging obviously to the northwest, and not even to the north, but actually to the northwest. They're taking the road back they came from basically because they know there's a fort there.
Yeah.
So
if we move over to the British line again, it looks like the British have successfully been able to withdraw most of their troops, and they're starting to form a secondary line.
I'm not sure whether they've actually withdrawn anything.
They withdrew the troops. It looks like the cavalry have formed a skirmish lineup. They've got several routed or broken units that they're trying to reform on the north side of their line, the left side.
Yeah, those.
Hopefully, the Union aren't able to press too hard and they allow a breather for the British to survive.
I wonder, yeah. But
But
I mean, first
the
division
British
looks
still
as good
haven't
should be getting.
shifted, have they?
No,
they've kept stable.
yeah.
Why have they not gone to help?
Nothing. They're just they're holding the ground. All they've done is replace the apparently shot up Highland Brigade with the 2nd Brigade and the guns up front. And look at all those guns 2nd Division apparently had. That's like 2, 4, 6 batteries.
Ugh.
Those in the center, they would have torn into 2nd and 5th Corps advancing in close combat formation. I think that's, I mean, again, I'm not judging, but I believe that's an opportunity lost right there.
Yes, that's a large amount of your strength that for 3 hours battle time has been out of action and is only just now starting to fire.
Yeah.
It really is. In the American Civil War, the person with the most guns firing at the smallest area seems to win.
Yeah, as always from then on, basically, since
Yes.
artillery got more powerful again, as it was in the Napoleonics for a brief amount of time. Sorry.
So it looks like combat's just about to be resolved in the center. All the dice are being laid out, all the markers are coming out.
It also could be that the battle is being called after this, wouldn't you? Probably think.
I wouldn't disagree with you there. I think it's awfully close now. If not this turn, then the next turn certainly should determine whether it's possible to win.
Cav commander in the Far East doing looks like a flanking run or trying to open communication. Yeah, that's a very good question. Should we probably actually try and get a hold of the Union cavalry commander to see what he's doing? I think that would be Levick in that particular case.
Sure, let's go for it. Whereabouts is he?
Let's try and find U.S. Cavalry Command. Do we have? Yes, there's Cavalry Command. Voice 2, just above the HQ from the Confederates. Do you see?
I'm sorry, it's taking me. Yes, I see that. Yep.
Good afternoon, sir.
Hello, General. We're streaming the game today and making comments. Wonder if we can ask you a couple of questions. Are you there, sir?
Well, let's jump back up again.
Mr. Levick? I guess he's AFK
Yeah.
shortly.
He's probably out doing scouting. Right. Well, there's your answer, Mike. The cavalry commander is doing something very, very classified, I guess.
he's taken the role of Forrest in Gettysburg. Yes.
Yep, and he will be doing that for a while, apparently.
What is he trying to do there? Is he just scouting the fort out, or?
I was thinking about that for a while because I mean I think the first thing the commander of the Army of the Potomac actually told us was he sent scouts trying to find fords, and I believe that's still being accomplished. But yeah, apparently he's trying to either find out the extreme right, maybe even scare them just by appearing with cavalry, but that's gonna take a long time during those wooded areas and the hills.
Yeah.
Now, what's the point, really? I don't know. Yeah, and what I also find interesting is that they talk about a McAllister line, and there's only cavalry there.
And some supply wagons.
Yeah.
Maybe
Yeah,
they're going to round up the wagons into a defensive
yeah.
circle.
A certain Custer is in charge, I hear.
Well, we know how that went.
Yeah, well, it might just turn out the same way again. The amount of supply wagons available to the troops to the southwest on the Union side is really impressive. I mean, someone's having a really big party back there, and I think that's the reason why the cavalry actually caused that traffic jam incident, so they could use the time to their own advantage, maybe.
The Union have definitely had time to bring up a grand battery. Look at that down there on the south.
Yep. And they're gonna
Almost Napoleonic in sights.
They're firing away at the poor cavalry again.
Those poor Scots Greys.
Yep. Just arrived from Egypt.
Survived Napoleon for this.
Maybe Uxbridge is gonna lose his leg again. Who knows? I wonder if the troops that just arrived on the field actually had division commanders, or whether they were just. It's like if you look at Gettysburg currently, there's
Yes.
6 brigades of six batteries of guns still on the road, just behind 2 fresh infantry brigades.
Robin's division.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. 6 guns, 6 batteries.
And I'm counting four batteries deployed. That's it.
Yeah. Those 6 guns in the center. Would be influential, I believe.
Yes.
So that, but I believe we actually answered that already, didn't we? Or we had that answered by the Confederate Army commander by saying that apparently some movement order got mixed up, which something I believe I asked earlier, whether he wasn't able to influence the deployment of his troops. So apparently that was unintentional.
It did sound like there was a technical glitch right at the beginning of the game.
That could have been, yeah.
Yeah.
Which might have had quite a bit of impact on the game itself, actually.
Yeah. Rather like the British charge mechanic not being effective at the very beginning there.
Yeah, if that had been used on the first round, I think that would have completely changed everything.
It would have definitely bloodied the Union nose. Maybe they'd been a lot more cautious about
Exactly.
advancing as we
Yeah.
did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The psychological effect on it. I completely agree. Because especially also because then the cavalry commander would have known about it and would have probably made very good use of his heavy brigade, right? So he would have told his commanding officer, and oh, we can do something with that. Where are we going to use it? Oh, let's use it here. That may as well have, delayed the grand attack, for example, by Fifth Corps or by Second Corps at least.
Yes.
So yeah. What are we looking currently? It's player and umpire time 9:40.
Yep, the umpires are all gathering and meeting. I presume they're all starting to debate the same things we are, as whether it's worthwhile doing one more turn or if they're going to resolve the combat. It looks like they've sorted out the south, the center. They're ready to roll for them. They're getting the combat ready for the north.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go ask the Confederate commander if he's committing everything now in the center to the attack.
Excellent idea. Let's do that. It's First Corps voice 1.
First Corps voice 1, Roger.
To do, but it's not the thing that you want to do.
Yeah, right. Oh, boys, we're gonna win this fight.
It seems like
Yeah.
we're coming up to a decisive moment, isn't it?
Yeah, probably.
It does seem that way.
How
It's
do
looking
you
good.
how do you think that it's going to go?
I think Cemetery Hill's gonna go down.
Yeah. Hopefully my elite brigade will break the enemy and flank their elite brigades.
Robin, who are we looking for? Who's the elite brigade? Kemper?
The Barksdale's brigade.
Okay.
Mississippians.
Yeah. Because McKay's troops are going to have to withdraw and rest for a bit because they are all tired and disorganized. So
I did
troops,
see the rest of Robin's division and McKay's division on the east side of Gettysburg forming up ready, it looks like, for an attack. Are you planning on rushing up Cemetery Hill with all of them?
yeah, that's what we're planning to do.
It's like a column by division march up the hill. Are we going to charge? Are we going to stop and fire?
As I told them to go in as aggressively as possible. I'll leave it to my division commanders to interpret this order, but if it's going well, I'm going to order a charge.
Brilliant.
The intent right now, and it's going the way we need it to. They're breaking on Cemetery Hill. As soon as that position's cleared out, we'll be able to pick up speed and momentum again with this corps.
Yeah.
And we'll be able to get the siege guns moving again after this hill's cleared out. Robbins will have room to maneuver, so we can get him doing what he needs to do. Because basically, Cemetery Hill turned into a bottleneck.
Yeah.
And we're going to reroute Hugert to start moving south to see what he can do in that direction. Hopefully, my intent is for him to help out the British if he can, because I'm a little worried about him, because I don't know what's going on down there. So
you've got no communication from the Brits?
Well, I haven't been at the seminary for a while, and he seemed like he was doing well, so I didn't want to bother him.
Yeah.
So I just left him to do his thing, and I came down here to get everything moving, get the attack going. And then after it's cleared out, we're all going to go south as a corps clear out, head towards Powers Hill to keep the road open, push them out of the way down there if we have to, get the guns off the map, and then turn our attention at the same time to the British to help them out, because they've really gone to bat for us. And I don't want to leave them hanging.
Yeah. Have you heard anything from your northern flank? Are you concerned about your north?
Well, I know the intention up there right now, he's holding, and when Curry arrives, they're going to counterattack. Because right now they've just got 2 divisions because the 3rd division had been delayed.
Yeah, the 3rd division was stuck behind my troops.
Yep. So when Curry gets there, they'll either counterattack or be able to hold much more, like much more effectively.
But to be
so I'm
honest,
not worried about that flank up there.
Yeah,
Especially
but
since Falston's in command, and damn, that I trust that guy with everything, man. That guy fights.
to be honest, Curry's troops are probably stuck at around the northern part of Seminary Ridge, because my terrain is
About an
after
hour ago.
Yeah.
About an hour ago, he was up by. Let me see here. About an hour ago, he was up by McLean Farm, which means he should be in the area of Second Corps as it is already.
Oh, okay. So you rerouted him?
Well, no, he was headed that direction anyway.
Okay.
Yeah, so he'll be there to help out. This is going well. Troops got into positions when we needed them to get into positions. So we're going to pull this off. And I really liked that the Union put all their attention on the British. They didn't. Man, it was a huge blunder down there, because when I saw them, they weren't extending. They were just hanging out.
Yeah.
Eli, this is
Yeah.
General Robbins.
What's up, man?
I approach in a smoke filled dust cloud. I feel like Pigpen from Charlie Brown. All right, so Hampton's brigade is on its way around Gettysburg to Hill 432.
Okay.
Artillery is firing to effect against Culp's Hill.
Good.
That's all I have to report. The only other question I have is to whether or not I should send orders to Hampton's brigade to reattach to a different command.
Okay. For the time being,
I gave it standing orders to support any troubled infantry in screening duty.
Okay, yeah, that'll work for now. I don't want to detach them.
Okay.
If
just send either ride to me and yell at me, or send a message to me whether you want me to do something else with them. Okay.
Well, the next thing I want you to do too is, because your artillery is doing well on Culp's Hill, if they pull out of there, or it looks like they're going to pull out of there, I want you to occupy Culp's Hill. Take it from them if you feel like you can get it done. I don't want you to waste your cavalry, but if it looks like they're going to pull out of that position, or close to doing so, take it from them.
Okay. All right.
And then replace them and get them off the high ground.
And get the artillery probably on Stevens Hill. Probably depends on.
Yep.
Based on yeah, that's about right.
Now,
All
if
right.
we start getting guns up there, they're going to need buckets to catch the lead.
Right. Yep. Do you want the guns on Stevens Hill, or would you prefer it on Culp's Hill? There's a lot of foliage. Well, whatever. I don't know how they judge.
I'd prefer Stevens Hill because it looks like it's cleaner.
Yep. That's what I think. All right. Cool. All right. Just ping me a courier if you need to talk.
Yeah, we'll do, man. I appreciate it.
All right. Exit stage right.
Oh, this is going well. I like it. Still worried about the Brits, but I think we'll be all right.
But the Brits got elite troops, so they should be able to hold out for quite a while.
Yep. And like I said, it really worked to their favor on the enemy deployments. I mean, half of their corps came in on their flank.
Yeah.
I saw it happen from the seminary. So I mean, they came in parallel to the creek and just laid into them.
Yeah, that's. I mean, in the first plan, that's what we wanted to do ourselves as First Corps.
You guys are doing good, though. Like I said, man, I'm proud of everybody. You guys are fighting like hell. Excuse the language, but that was just the perfect word to use.
All right, and hopefully next round we'll see the enemy whipped and running all around top.
Yeah, and you know what? When Robin, when you come over the hill, you hold those standards high.
All right.
Yeah, Robin, you almost got to run down and cut off their retreat, and then they're totally cooked. Because look how the way they're dragged out. If you get around Cemetery Hill, because I know you're going to punch through it,
Yeah.
you could almost cut off that entire elite brigade, and maybe even the other one that's deployed down there. Because you're just going to overrun it.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. The
Yeah.
only problem is that now my other two brigades are just coming in more slowly because they're still in Gettysburg.
Oh, that's all right. Actually, that actually kind of works for you, I think, because you'll have a strong reserve. They'll be fresh troops.
Yeah, but I'm attacking with my most powerful troops right now, so
Yeah, I expect when Huger's about to waver, my guys will be recuperated, and I can relieve him while he recuperates.
yeah, that would be perfect, right?
Yeah, that's not for a while, and I think we'll have Cemetery Hill before then, so we'll see how that plays out.
Yeah.
Oh man.
If the British can hold and if the North can hold, and if there are no further Union deployments on Baltimore Pike, I think we've won this game.
I think so too.
I've asked my reserve artillery to support Yuga, by the way.
All right.
Perfect.
To go down south and form up with his artillery.
That's a good call.
Did he say whether what's the situation down there? Do you know?
I did not talk to him yet. That's next turn.
Oh, okay.
But I think my artillery is not needed for Seminary Hill, right?
Yeah, and they're probably not arriving there on time because they have to take the same road as my guys to go around to the siege train.
So I asked them to stay left of the siege train, go straight down south and form up with Yuka's artillery.
Hey, Yop, when you get down there, can you send me a courier message to give me an update on how the British are doing?
Yeah, will do.
Siggy, let's jump up to 6 Corps Voice 1.
6 Corps Voice 1. It is. Thanks, guys.
See ya.
Thank you.
Oh, hello?
Hello. We're just recording the events and got a few questions.
Oh,
for you.
yeah. Hey, how's it going?
Very well. How are things going on your side? How do you feel?
We kind of shit our. We're gonna need to change our trousers. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, a little nervous.
Yeah.
Things were getting very hairy there, but
We're still not out of the woods yet.
Where are you guys based at? You're at
Cemetery Hill and Culp's Hill.
Oh yeah, lots of smoke up there.
No, just smoke. I mean, it's
Just smoke.
We're all celebrating the 4th of July early. Lots of
Yeah.
fireworks.
Excellent.
Are you attacking or are they attacking? Or is it
They're attacking. Somewhat, we're somewhat counterattacking. I think Second Corps has finally come up on our left flank and is counterattacking.
It's very back and forth right now. I'd say on the left flank we're in the process of counterattacking, but on Cemetery Hill itself we're very much defending at the moment.
Hanging on by our fingers.
So if everything relies on what happens on the left and Second Corps, if that fails, this whole flank fails. If that wins, then we can definitely roll up the right here.
If they punch through Cemetery Hill, is that it? It's a game over? Or is it a critical
Put it this way: if they punch through, we're fucked. If they push us off, we can retreat.
Gotcha.
And that depends on also what our wayward 1st and 3rd Corps are doing, because they're still.
Yeah, we don't know where everyone else is at.
See, before the smoke really started obscuring the view, when I first arrived on Cemetery Hill, through my binoculars, I was able to spy what looked like a Confederate division crossing Rock Creek on the Hanover Road. But it looked like there was a Union column to the north of that. So our reports before the battle was that 1st and 3rd Corps were somewhere to the northeast, out of contact. So with any luck, that was 1st Corps arriving or 3rd Corps, and maybe they're giving the Confederates hell on that side, because if not, then there's really, I don't know what we've got holding them from crossing the creek and coming down on the Baltimore Pike behind us. But
hopefully the cavalry can stop that, because they should still be at McAllister's Hill or operating close to it.
yeah, the last reports I heard is that there's a brigade of cavalry on Culp's Hill, which if there's not, then we're screwed, because I can see some Confederates moving over that way. And then our flank is done. But I'm told there's a brigade of a brigade of cavalry on Culp's Hill, a brigade in reserve on the Baltimore Pike at McAllister's Farm, which is the only road crossing there. So even if they break through us, we still are in a blocking position. And I think we also have some more cavalry on Wolf's Hill on the other side of the creek in case they come down that way. That being said, I've requested strenuously to General Heinemann to try to give me any reinforcements he can. I feel like I'm in a relatively. I feel it's possible to hold Cemetery Hill now that Second Division has arrived. But without reinforcements, there's
Yeah, I think
I can hold Stevens Hill and keep them from turning me.
I think what's going to decide this is how fast I can get my last brigade up here, because they got charged by a cavalry detachment of British that were operating in our back lines that I had no idea about, and they shattered the entire brigade, so they had to retreat. So for I think 3 hours now, I have not been able to control them because they've been broken. So they were at my supply station at Brown, like that's where all my supply wagons were at, and I ordered them to regroup there. So I think a lot of whether or not I can hold Cemetery Hill against this onslaught coming, it depends on me sending this brigade where it needs to go at the right time and place, and also how Second Corps develops on the left flank.
So that would be your 6th Corps, Pennsylvania Reserve, 2nd Brigade, 1st
That would
Division,
be
3rd Brigade.
Yeah, there's a mistake in the pieces, so there's actually 2 2nd brigades.
Yeah, there's 2nd Brigade regulars, which is the 1-star, and 2nd Brigade veterans. That's how I've been distinguishing between the two.
Yeah.
So the ones I'm trying to move up are the 2nd Brigade regulars in the rear by the Brown farmhouse. Or at least that's where I last knew they were at.
Yeah, because I know 1st Division is very hard pressed, and they've put up an epic defense so far. But I've ordered them to try to pull back behind Culp's Hill, but it's very hard to disengage when you're being charged by everybody. But we've got 1 brigade of 2nd Division lining up with our artillery behind them. So hopefully, if our guys have to fall back, the Confederates will be very exhausted from the push up the hill and then find themselves facing down 5 batteries in their face.
Yeah, I'm shooting for a glory moment. If you ever seen that movie, where they rush into the fort and they get to the center of it, and there's like a bunch of guns waiting for them, and they just all open up. That's kind of what I'm hoping will happen.
That's a brutal imagery right there. Yes.
But instead of a fort, instead of a fort, they're coming up a hill. So as soon as they get over
the face, boys, cut their throats.
Yes, and I'll say this about the second Brigade of 1st Division. They're the guys on the right side of Cemetery Hill right now.
By Stevens Hill?
Yeah, they're between Cemetery Hill and Stevens Hill. Those guys, like, I mean, they're not heavily experienced troops. I mean, they're veterans, but I mean, they've just turned back assault after assault after assault. So I've started calling them the grave diggers, because they're just defending Cemetery Hill to the last man and just stacking up rebel bodies.
And a lot of rebel bodies there are. Holy crap. A lot of the units that are being thrown at us, the more experienced ones anyways, are actually down in strength compared to ours. We've taken a lot of cohesion damage, but as far as like actual losses, they've been relatively tame. I think a lot of that has to do with artillery as well.
Yeah, so yeah, that's the hope, because it looks like they've kind of used up a lot of their best brigades, and so their reserves are coming up, but I think they're lower in quality, and so if we get our artillery in place, I think that we'll be able to hold our own.
Certainly.
So
yep, but it's all up in the air right now.
Yes, it's up in the air, but I'm for the first time since this morning, I'm feeling optimistic about holding this hill.
I was just gonna say, because when we left your room last time, I was actually telling Brett, I think they ran out of grog because morale's down, and it actually
it didn't help.
Optimistic now.
It didn't help that for the first half of this game, I was operating blind because the umpires are strained. So I didn't actually get updates on where my troop positions were at until I reached the Brown farmhouse. I think a little bit closer actually. Okay. So they had no idea how far I was out. So it was looking really grim. And I also didn't know where to send my guys because I didn't know where my guys were to begin with. And then when the British cavalry charged in, I was given or my guys had thought that there was a division of British guys holding back Second Corps to my west. I actually told Damon that I had to stop my entire division on the Taneytown Road and then push west to clear off the cavalry that at the time had routed 3rd Brigade or 2nd Brigade regulars completely off the field temporarily. So I only had 2 brigades to work with. And then there was also the threat of an additional division of British troops in our backlines. That was the big fear for a while. So it was definitely looking really grim.
Yeah, because it felt like we were just kind of sitting on an island up here in the Cemetery Hill, with, just with 1st Division even. I didn't even have my 2nd Division, just getting assaulted by an entire Confederate Corps, it felt like. And I was like, where is 2nd Division? Where's 5th Division? Or 5th Corps and 2nd Corps. We have 3 corps over here, and I don't know where any of them are.
So you didn't actually
it's
have
nice
line of sight to any of what's going on to your left?
No.
No, a lot of the information he got was secondhand from me that I saw with my own eyes.
And
actually, the whole idea of holding at Cemetery Hill, because initially we were going to retreat, I actually convinced him to hold here because I saw that Second Corps was pushing up and was advancing rather rapidly. So, and right now we've connected.
Yeah, because my orders were to all right, we're pulling back to our fallback line, and then he was like, no, 2nd Corps is here, 2nd Corps is here. I'm like, all right, let's do this.
I love it.
Yep.
Let's do
very
this.
interesting. And enlightening,
Yeah, in fact,
because it explains lots of the pieces that were going on, and we sometimes didn't understand, right? So yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. In fact, since all I'm really writing orders for my own personal avatar, since I'm the Corps commander here, I wrote, plant my flag on Cemetery Hill and dig a grave. Either I go in it or my enemy.
That needs to be a quote right there.
You can quote me on that one.
Yeah, I'll quote you on that. That's really good.
There are times when a Corps commander's life doesn't matter.
Matter of fact, I might plant my divisional flag right here where I'm at the Trussell farmhouse.
Commander, did you give any specific instructions to your cavalry commander?
Sorry, what?
Did you give any instructions to your cavalry commanders?
Well, I'm not in command of any cavalry. Based on the correspondence I have, I've heard that there is a brigade of cavalry on Culp's Hill, which if there isn't, then I'm completely boned because I've observed some Confederates moving in that direction. So I've written to that commander and also to the commanding general, just saying that I see rebels trying to turn my right on Culp's Hill, so I need some reinforcements there. I can hold Cemetery, but that's about all I can do.
All right. Well, I think the only thing left to do now is see how it turns out.
Yep.
Good luck, gents.
Yep. Good luck, guys.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
Wow.
What a difference of opinion.
Oh yes, the other.
What do you make of all that?
Oh, the other, army of Northern Virginia is already doing the victory dance, and I think the surprise is going to be quite huge the moment they realize the British are actually marching back to Portsmouth.
What a difference from what we saw when we went down there versus what they were seeing.
Yep, he thought, oh, they're taking in the flank, and I was thinking, where did you see that? That was, it's interesting, it's fascinating. And even here, how the mood changed, right? From initially, and now explained why it was that way, how it was. And it's the one of them still wasn't really actively speaking. I believe that was probably 1st Division commander, and he doesn't have much left. I don't know. I'd be probably sad as well. And now they're thinking, oh, we got a chance. We can actually pull this off. That's really interesting. Yeah.
The attack, I was watching the move of the pieces, and it looks like the attack is starting to stall.
Yeah, especially in the center. I'm still thinking that, and I wonder if the fact that Robin hasn't actually given this specific order to charge actually meant that his elite brigade is now waiting another turn under fire instead of getting amongst them.
Maybe.
I don't know, if they're waiting for specific terms. I've listened in, and you're an umpire yourself, I believe. So if you don't get a specific term, you interpret it differently, because they might actually already be in close quarter combat. But yeah.
I saw them measuring with a ruler, and if you look on the right hand side, it's a pace count ruler, so 100 steps, 200 steps, and so on.
Okay.
And it's used for movement. It's used for measuring how far small canister, large canister shots will go, depending on the size of the battery. But the pace count, I think it's 200 steps every so many minutes, and it varies depending on the terrain, how steep or fractured the terrain is that they're going up and down on. So I presume they're trying to calculate, if you look how steep that cemetery hill is, if the guys can run up there and how long they'll be in combat for it. It's a process. So I know they're trying to figure it all out. And then once, if they're repelled, how they fall backwards and how long it takes for the other brigades behind them to let them pass through before they move up.
The thing you mentioned is actually another thing where I'd expect an experienced tabletop guys to immediately realize. I mean, he doesn't have, if you play, I believe, I've never been a player, like I said before, but I believe you've got your own map and you have to move your own pieces, right? So you do your own map
Yeah.
and you actually see what's
Yes.
going on. So if you're an experienced guy, I assume that you see, okay, well, I can't really climb up this almost whatever 70% inclination side of Cemetery Hill. I'm gonna actually push past it and go via Stevens Hill and then wheel right? And then he would have probably avoided that, but still had the same effect on the general situation, because being outflanked, they would have probably withdrawn from the hill or be shot in the back and be encircled, right?
Yes.
And that could have avoided that. So, am I correct in assuming that those small things are sort of where you see, okay, this is a long time player for decades, and this is someone who, and I don't know whether this is an experienced person at all. I don't know the player in any way, and I'm not trying to demote him in any way either. I'm just
No,
wondering,
not at all. But yes,
if this,
terrain absolutely does play a part in movement, and it also plays a part in modifying your combat. So yes, terrain is very significant, and you should attack, on a smooth plane. You should fire out of cover if a cover is available. You use narrow draws to your advantage. All the old tactical stuff still applies with Kriegspiel.
Good. Right. Well,
I apologize. My voice is getting a little sore from talking so long.
you should have heard me. I think I modulated twice into Angel's height, and was wondering whether I'm still a guy or not anymore.
A soprano, huh?
Yeah, definitely. The old Uniki snip snip, right?
If you look in the south of Gettysburg, do you see all those broken units now?
Oh yes, I do. Yeah, but
It seems like the attack is
that's McKay's division still. That was the initial. That's what they were talking about. I need some time to
okay.
recuperate. So basically, they're just sewing the arms and legs back on, and then it's up to the front again, I think.
Oh boy.
I was actually surprised when McKay just said that in the other chat and said, "Well, I just need a bit of time to recuperate." I'm thinking, but it could of course be that, like they said before, he didn't actually take that many numerical losses, and it's just cohesion, because the counters didn't get that much smaller. So there could still be some combat power left, right?
Yes, very much so. The guy to the north has done a masterful job of holding off the Union entire army up there. He's done really well.
Completely agree.
He's
And
minimized his losses.
Yep, apparently Eli knows it as well, because he mentioned that. I found it interesting that he said, "Well, there's another division coming up now, and he's going to counterattack." And I'm thinking, well, if you're not coordinating, are you sure that he's going to counterattack at the right spot? Is he going to cross the river and try and catch them in the flank, which would be an opportunity actually,
Yeah.
just down the railroad line, or is he going to isolate the troops in the north? It could still be. The thing is, it might be a tactical or a local victory, but I don't think it's going to have a huge impact on. I think the real question that we have to ask here um, is it worth pinning down two, just numbers wise, right? Is it worth pinning
Yeah.
down two Union corps with one Confederate corps, or is that actually a sort of an equation that works out better for the Union or for the Confederacy?
Yeah. Yes, initially, numbers wise, that makes total tactical sense. And the objective of doing that was to allow the passage or space for the supply trains and the siege weapons to get through to Gettysburg.
Mhm.
The objective has now been achieved. As long as it's not costing him anything, he's still pinning two corps in place. That's allowing the commander in Gettysburg to throw everything he's got at Cemetery Hill. Now, if those two corps were released and coming down, the commander wouldn't have those extra troops available. So, what that one corps has done is allowed another corps to go on the attack in Gettysburg. And I think that's what the value is. What's also happened is, and I find it a little unusual, maybe it's because he's resting his troops, but the Swiss Second Corps down on the road there in the south, do you see how he's just resting his troops by the artillery?
Yep, he could be turning the entire flank just like that one brigade is. If he moved his entire corps up there, it would
Yeah.
be checkmate.
Absolutely. And what he's doing, I think, is he's preparing for a longer fight. He's resting his troops and recuperating them before he throws them back in.
And surprisingly
But you're
enough,
right.
Second Corps was already the corps that apparently the Union Army commander was worried about, because apparently it was his task to close the gap with Sixth Corps on Cemetery Hill, and to prevent that cavalry action.
Oh, it looks like he just added an extra troop to the Second Corps.
Okay.
I'm going to take a break for 2 minutes. I'll be right back.
All right. Yes. Back to talking to myself again, like I did at the beginning of the stream, apparently.
I'm back. I'm sorry about that. I had to have a comfort break.
Of course, welcome back. I was gonna talk to myself, but I thought, well, no, people heard
No,
enough of
let
me
the game
already.
develop. I think after this turn, we'll go up to the umpires and see what their thoughts are on the
That's an
situation.
excellent idea. There's something very odd I found while you were away. If you look at McAllister's Hill and apparently the Union's Alamo line,
Their Siegfried line, yes.
yeah, exactly. So they've got two batteries of guns facing north, and apparently a whole division of cavalry guarding against what I assume is a Indian attack from the east. I don't know.
Yeah, yes. They must feel knowing that the Confederates are fighting in the northeast, they must feel vulnerable on their right flank. It's a screen, isn't it?
Yeah, that's actually what turned out to, you know, that's what Don Levick did with Second Division. First Brigade is also deployed up there, basically just preventing the possibility, I guess.
Yes, to scout if they start pushing down from the south, so that they can.
I wonder if that's
Absolutely, because he's
happening
got nothing.
because they haven't spotted the siege train.
It's possible. I find it very curious and very brave that the cavalry have taken responsibility for the entirety of your right flank there.
Yep.
Basically doing the job of those two corps up north.
Yeah.
All right, so there's more combat rolls about to happen. So it definitely is the Union fallback point, and then it looks like the rally point is Gettysburg for the broken up Confederate regiments.
Mm-hmm.
And he continues to fall back from the north. Yep.
In good order. Yep, it's 10 o'clock for him, and he's doing that's something I really wanna mention. He's been given a task. He's been given a plan, and he's sticking to it. And I'm sure he hasn't received a single dispatch during that time. So he's basically doing exactly what his commander wanted of him. He's doing his job, and he doesn't want to be bothered by him because he has, he has to focus on more pressing matters. So I think
Yes,
that's
he's
really
doing everything he can to achieve a task, and his commander
exactly.
trusts him to do it. Yeah.
That's what you want to have as a commander, to have those people you can rely on. You know they're going to stick to it. You know they're not going to divert from it, unless something unforeseen happens, and then they're probably most likely going to tell you about it, so you can actually approve it or not.
Yeah, he hasn't had to micromanage him. He hasn't had to ride to his location to figure out what's going on.
Yep.
Just trust him to do the job. And like every time we've talked to the commander in chief, he's never expressed a concern about the north.
Yep.
Mind you, he hasn't expressed a concern about the British either. He seems to be under the impression
He
that
just knows he's won, I think, but I wasn't going to say that.
yes. But I wonder if the British have been communicating with our allies as well. It doesn't sound like we've sent messages out.
and I have to admit, it is surprising what happened to the British, and again, without any personal offense intended, I believe it was not entirely. Well, some was self-inflicted, I'd say.
Yes,
by the
there was some mismanagement with that creek dividing the forces, and it stopped them producing as much fire and damage as we potentially could have.
Because that's if I look at it again, I believe Second Division almost entirely comprised of elite 3-star units and 6 batteries of guns, and now all they're doing is holding the river line. So that would have basically sealed the fate of Cemetery Hill early on without any attack by any Confederate commander, I think. But like I said, a limited amount of information available for the commanders on the field. So that's me talking from a bird's eye view, who knows a lot more than each individual player.
Absolutely, hindsight is 2020, and it's something that aggravates some players is the lack of information about whether one. A game player will say, "Look, I adapt my strategy and tactics based upon knowing the rules and trying to exploit the rules," and that's a valid argument. Others argue that you shouldn't know what the rules are because it influences your decision making. I don't know. It's a very interesting two-sided argument. Should a player know what the rules are and be able to try and exploit them as best as possible? Is that antithetical to what a war game should be? Is there ever an opportunity or a place for a double-blind game where you've got limited information, you have to do the best you can with the information you've got, like a card pool game or a block game where you don't know what the opponent has on his side.
Yeah. I think we've already discussed it. I'm not going to go into it again because it would be pointless because I agree with you. There can be arguments for both sides. Without
Yeah.
any doubt. What I'd like to mention, because you mentioned limited information earlier, I would actually use an example that happened to me. Like I think it was 1.5 weeks ago, and I just recently started playing with a group of people, a Scourge of War again. And I was just in command of a brigade because I said no, I want to start easy and everything. And I sent a message to my divisional commander, and I just wanted to give him a general situation report because he had given me a task, watch the flank, etc. You're my extreme right, and I just wanted to tell him, well, this is what I know so far. And this, through sheer bad timing, which I didn't have any influence, this courier was intercepted because of a lone cavalry squadron that was actually just pushing forward at that particular time. And
Yeah.
funnily enough, the thing is, I saw the stream of the battle afterwards because one of a player from the other side streamed the battle, and he received that message. And he read what I wanted to tell my divisional commander, and he read it on time, right, when it was still an important information. Now, luckily for me, that particular information didn't tell him anything that could have been used against it. I basically just told him that I know that he's there, which
Yes.
was obvious, right? And but when it comes to information, isn't that a perfect example for saying, well, that's probably the reason why some things are kept within your chain of command. You don't want to pass on everything to everyone down low, not just because of spies, but also because, if he gets captured, he may be able to pass something on that you don't actually want passed on, because it's
Yes,
essential.
absolutely.
So
Operational security for real.
exactly. And so I find it actually good that you limit the information for each player. I know it's a lot of effort for the umpires, obviously, but the idea of not knowing everything is, again, obviously for some people, of course, quite how should I put this? Quite worrying, and sometimes, as with which ties into the whole knowing the rules, not knowing the rules, I believe, it is difficult to accept it, right? Because you're being told you can't see that, and you look at the map and you think, of course I can see that. Come on, it's right there. And then you're being presented with something. No, there's trees in the way, or there's a hill there, or whatever. But I think you have to get comfortable with that, because it's just, uh, you're not always going to get everything your way, right? So,
Yes.
yeah. I know I'm being very complicated about explaining certain things which would easily be put into one sentence, but yeah.
Do you play a Kriegspiel, Command in the Saddle style of Scourge of War?
Yeah, it's hits. Yeah, it's complete. You see
Yeah.
nothing. It's exactly the same.
Yeah, I used to play with Digby and MTG
Yeah,
and
exactly.
local
That's the
crew
group.
up there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
love Digby.
Yeah.
I gotta say though, I much prefer at least seeing some more of a screen with the Scourge of War guys.
Okay.
Like being able to see to micro the troops a little bit better, you know.
Yeah, I'm not big on micro. That's why I usually lose against players, because I just love. Oh, look, there's another uniform, whatever
Yeah.
battalion. Let's just watch them. That's me. Which is why I often, when I played last, which was I believe 6 or 7 years ago, and then I stopped for a while. I usually ended up being something like corps commander or commander in chief, because I didn't mind just writing messages and just watching everything happen. So yeah.
Now I see Marshall down in First Corps Voice 1.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we could join
Are
that.
they the ones that? Yeah, let's jump down.
Sure.
And the Iron Brigade basically just slide to their left so we can have all three regiments of the brigade in a line.
Yeah, and it's like their country line dancing. They're just
Pretty
sliding
much.
over.
Maximize that firepower.
Right? Okay. There you go, boys. We're gonna
Can I have the left flank recess back a little bit, basically?
You want to chill out in this orchard, because it's an orchard.
Yeah, that'll do nicely.
All right, we'll do that. Okay, no problem.
Thank you.
And then let's see what these guys want to do right here. Move forward to the 3rd Brigade. Okay, move forward to the 3rd Brigade. There we are. Okay. And support move forward to the 3rd Brigade. I don't know what that means.
Yeah, my
Brigade
support
will
lines, I ordered them many turns ago further to the troops.
Okay, sorry, I'm breaking everything here. Okay, we're going to move him here and here. Okay, I'm not going to let him fire on these. There we go. That should be out of range. All right, that's fine right there. And then 2nd Brigade withdraw, 3rd Brigade withdraw to artillery. It's these units here, right? No, it's 3rd Brigade. 1st Brigade withdraw to the left side of the artillery. This is the left side of the artillery, though.
No, this is not mine artillery. I have only 2 artilleries, so
Where are your artillery?
it's
Right here?
the
one's on the road.
The 2 artilleries in the middle of the road,
You want to
right?
be on the left side of it?
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay. All right, I'm not gonna bother. I find that to be a. I don't know. I don't like the order. That's all.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't like it. It's messy to me. But
Marshall has spoken.
Marshall doesn't like word backwards. Forwards, ever forwards, comrade.
That's right. That's right. Okay, and then
I'm sorry if I angered the god.
Don't refer to him as a god. His head's big enough.
But I am a generous god. Okay, now what do you want to do with your 3rd Brigade? Just to be clear.
I wanted to withdraw to the artillery in the on the
And
middle
they're
of the
to be
road.
on the other side, right?
Yeah.
Oh, look, I messed it up. All right, let me do this. Okay. And what I do like about this is I'm gonna put that that little unit over there on the end or something. Or
Okay.
I'm gonna do it like this. I'm gonna move them in. That's
Can you put my general behind that?
No, sir. You will stand out in front and inspire the troops.
Oh, Braveheart like. Very
What a
good.
hero.
But if you want, I'll put you here in this nice little peach orchard and you can have some peaches.
That would be very nice of you. Thanks to the god.
Right. Okay. Now I have to find out what the Confederates are doing, but I don't think they're doing much. If they do, they're going to get pummeled.
I'm here.
So, Felix, what are the Confederates doing here?
They are regrouping and they are firing with the cannons, but otherwise no further attacks.
Okay, let's roll some counter battery fire. Let's count these 3 batteries versus these 2. Roll counter battery.
Yep.
All right.
All right, let's
fine.
jump up to the announcer booth again.
Nice.
All right, so that was a small demonstration of Marshall dealing with the Northeast up there.
Yes, all very serious, all very concentrated, all very what's the right word?
Meanwhile, if we just our attention back to
Yeah.
the south to Gettysburg, it looks like the Union now have pushed up and have pushed back the Confederate right wing.
Well,
there's now
that
a
was
sufficient
never gonna
gap.
happen, right? They finally saw it. Thank you.
They've actually pushed through and are starting to divide the Confederate forces now.
Yes, which I think will definitely be a deciding factor. And it seems that Second Corps in the rear has fully rested, if I interpret the missing of any disruption, etc.
You do. That means they're ready to get back on the road again.
Yep. I think that.
I wonder if our Confederate commander is still happy.
I think it would be rather harsh asking that right now, as I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 artillery batteries with 2 more coming up from the cavalry, currently deployed on Cemetery Hill, blasting away at heavily disrupted or breaking 3-star units. Yeah.
It just feels like the attack is failing there on the Union right between
I think I see a
Cemetery and
Pickett there
Copse.
somewhere. He has to be in command there.
Yeah, yes. There's no stone wall for them to defend, though.
Yep, that's true enough.
They're charging straight into set up batteries of cannon at canister range with high ground bonuses, wood line, advancing across the open. Oh, this is really the last forever die. Oh, truly.
I mean,
It's
and I hear
Wilfred Owen, and
the banners are held up high.
it's all about the glory and where's Siegfried Sassoon when you need him?
Yep. He's probably still busy with Brunhild, but yeah.
A little bit of Wilfred Owen and his war poetry.
And the British are actually in doing what they said they were going to do. They are literally disengaging.
Yeah. And they're not being pursued any further, are they?
Nope. They're just the left seems to. Fifth Corps has had quite a bit of fighting all day long. Wouldn't you agree? So they're just happy
I would.
to hold the left and let Second Corps do something useful.
They've been so fast, so violent with their attacks. They've pushed back the Brits. They've pursued the Brits, and now they're screening the entire Union left flank and still pushing up with Fifth Corps. And it should have now allow Second Corps to exploit the gap and the Confederate right flank and start rolling up Gettysburg. Oh my goodness, this is potentially terrible
and
for the Confederates.
Is arriving in time to at least hold against the counterattack.
It looks like they're arriving in time to give themselves up to the Union Army. This is precarious. In my God's eye view, of course.
Yeah.
Shall we see what the Empires have to say? How they feel?
Yeah, let's join them and.
Okay. We're streaming and broadcasting here. Just want to get your take on the battle and how you see things. We've come to like a conclusion on our end, and we want to see what you think about things.
We've just come to a conclusion on our end as well. We're about to pull all the players in here, and we are about to call it, Brett.
Oh, brilliant! Fabulous.
Perfect timing then.
Fabulous. So everybody should just go into the general voice lobby.
Yeah, everyone just bring everyone up here, or wait, can everyone access umpires or only us?
I think it's only us.
You may have to stream it out.
Whatever. So everyone's in the lobby.
Yep, Grand Gettysburg voice lobby.
Yep, get everyone in there. All right, I'll tell my guy to come in.
Yep, me too.
Well, you kind of stopped
streaming
me
and
mid
broadcasting on
conversation with
YouTube.
Damon,
Just
bro.
watch the language, please.
Wait, so I have a question before anything else. I have a question. Is this officially the largest Kriegspiel run that's been run?
It's probably the second largest in civilian history. There was one in Germany in 2017 that had between 50 and 60 people. I don't know actually how many people we have here in this one, but it's a big number. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Well,
Maybe a bit brutal to count right now.
and we're still pulling people up. So when everyone's here, we'll take a head count and find out how we came in. But we're pretty close.
But we had a full order of battle, so you can just count the order of battle plus the umpires, right?
I'm gonna count the casualties while we wait.
Yeah.
Hello, what's going on?
Hello.
All right, let's double check to make sure nobody's left behind in any lobbies, because there's a lot of lobbies. We'd be awful to have one guy sitting there waiting for a report.
Yeah, right.
I got moved into the wrong lobby into another union call, and both me and the guy in there were deeply confused as to what was going on.
I don't see anybody in
Yeah,
any
I
of the
know.
chat
Yeah,
lobbies
same
for this
here. I
game.
was just like, "What's going on?"
Thank you.
Okay. Well, I gave it a quick look, Marshall. It looks like it's everybody.
I'm counting heads.
I think it's everyone, yeah.
I count 34 in the order of battle.
48 souls involved in today's game, which probably puts us in a solid second behind that legendary Kriegsspiel in Germany. But this is the largest one that I know of that was ever fought online in real time on Tabletop Simulator. The one in Germany was a face-to-face event.
So online we're the biggest.
Oh yeah, by far,
Hey, you win.
easily. In civilian history, I'm sure the military has run monster events that count as Kriegsspiels. Really?
Well, a warfighter is a form of Kriegspiel, Mike, and that's a cast of thousands.
Yep.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
it is.
Because
Does the National Training Center count? 1-to-1
Yeah.
Kriegspiel?
Yeah. But anyway, the military has incredible resources, and that's fine. But we civilians, we humble folks, we've worked really, really hard to put this together. I definitely want to thank Alex, who developed the most ingenious system. He took 1826, 1867 rules, modified them for the American Civil War, simplified everything so it was actually playable. All of that, he did a ton of work that really made this game possible. Not to mention advising on how we could get everybody playing at the same game at the same time. Because previously we were limited by the size of Tabletop Simulator and only being able to have so many people. That limitation, he found a way around that. So it's absolutely ingenious. I also want to thank Damon, who did most of the artwork on developing these pieces. He built the module. Alex helped with the pieces. There were a number of other people who helped out in other ways. Sam, in particular, I don't know. How many messages did you have, Sam? Do you know?
3. Here, let me look at it. 305.
351.
Oh, sorry. Oh, that's. Is it 351? Oh yeah. No, it's 375. Just some of them didn't get sent from the last turn.
That's quite a bit.
Sam ran hundreds of messages. He was helped out by C Money. I especially want to give kudos to Jan, who worked really hard to pull the Union team together. I think it really paid off. And I also want to thank Eli. Eli took the reins at almost the last minute with only a few weeks to prepare. He whipped the Confederate team into shape and got them here with the cohesive plan. So all of that. There's a number of other people. I certainly want to thank all of the umpires, those of you who gave up your day or a half day or who are losing sleep. It's early AM for some of you. And I want to thank all of you for being here. But I tremendously appreciate especially the work of the many umpires. And I'm just super grateful for everything that you guys have done to make this possible. Now to talk about the game. Long story short, I think this is a Union victory. I can really only speak to my sector. I was in the Northeast. Both sides kind of pulled back. The Confederates never landed their blow in the North, and I should share my screen. I'll share my screen. I was waiting for the Confederates to deliver a hammer blow, and when they finally decided they were ready to do it, it would have landed and it would have crushed the Union here and pushed them back across Rock Creek. At that point, it's up for grabs. Here, the Union was doing great along Hanover Road. The Union, actually, it's York Pike. The Union was doing pretty well there. and those are the regions where I was responsible. And I felt the Union really did a good job. They pushed hard. They pushed off that cavalry. I think the cavalry tried to hold about a turn longer than it should have. In spite of that, Peter did really well. He was able to extract his forces, even in the midst of a terrible situation. There was one where his cavalry was just shot up crossing a bridge on the Harrisburg Road, but they actually managed to get across, and he recovered the unit, and he was able to move down to Culp's Hill, and even there he was able to blast the enemy cavalry with his artillery off the hills. He did pretty well there. But overall, I think that I want to compliment Eli because this was a really tough scenario. It was going to be really hard for the Confederates to win. They had to get the siege train all the way across the map and off the map. And the way to do that is they needed to create a corridor, and I'm going to draw a line here. They needed to create a corridor through here where the Union would not be able to touch that train, and that train would be able to get past. They were unable to create that corridor. They were unable to smash their way through here. They have a lot of units that are sitting there that could have been thrown in. I don't know if they weren't aggressive enough or what, but once the Union got entrenched on this high ground, which was historic, Culp's Hill, Cemetery Hill, the historic Fishhook, it was pretty hard to do anything about that. They didn't have the option of going around. The error that was made was the Confederates elected to deploy their cavalry up here up front to delay these two whole Union corps coming in. And that was initially successful. But really, I think they should have deployed cavalry here in this region with all of these hills so that they could buy time for one of their units to get up here and screen for the train. They were unable to do that. And I think that's why the battle was more or less decided even before it was started, which is true for most battles in history. Nonetheless, for Eli to figure out how to kind of run things and where to position everybody and so on, I think it was really a stroke of genius. I would happily put him in command again. And I think he was kind of beaten by the scenario, which was a pretty tough scenario. But really, hats off to Eli. I salute him. So that's kind of my take in the North. And I'm interested in hearing what the other umpires have to say. So, Alex, what do you have to offer?
I would have a little question.
Sure, real quick.
So I'm the corps commander for the British Expeditionary Corps, the right one,
right?
And we had actually a secret objective.
That's right. Yes, you did.
That if we lost 25% of our troops, we would have to retreat.
Yes, that's right.
That's cold.
To put that in perspective, there's six brigades for the British. So each brigade, they only had like. Sorry, I'm just doing the math in my head.
Yes, the British are reluctant allies in this scenario. So they had the way to duplicate that reluctance was to give them a very low or a very high loss limit, or a low one, however you want to take it, where they were only allowed to lose a certain amount of troops. And what's remarkable is they ended up being very heavily engaged, which kind of surprised me. But yeah.
So have we met that goal, or?
Yes, unfortunately, your career is over. I will tell you that.
How should I interpret that?
Well, let's hear from.
So did it work or did it not?
No, it did not work. No.
No.
Let's talk to let's let Alex give his, and then we'll continue to go through the list of umpires. We are not going to let all the players speak like we normally do because we would be here for hours. But we're going to hear from the 6 master umpires, and then we'll call it. And then anybody who wants to hang out after the end of the live stream, which will wrap up after the master umpires have spoken, then you can, of course, hang out and we can, exchange comments and questions. But I want to be able to let people go who have to go. For some people, it's well past midnight. So go ahead, Alex, please.
So I had some internet troubles earlier in the day, but when I started working here on Cemetery Hill, the battle had just really started. And so what had happened is McKay moved through the town, and he decided he was going to engage the forces here. And he did a pretty decent job of that. And it looked like Robin was sent to support his attack on the left. But this support never materialized until the very last turn. Huger was sent to support the attack on his right. And he was in the unfortunate position of the British were retreating, and so one of the part of the Union Second Corps near the end had chosen to strike his right, and there was nothing he could really do about it, unfortunately. And so the Union held here. Special shout-outs to blocks. This brigade right here, the 2nd Brigade, 1st Division, held on with its dear life. It never broke. It never got into pink status, which it should have. They got very lucky. That happens. It's part of the system. And as Corps ended up holding out in general, the British chose at one point to charge slam into a brigade, which they completely routed. But they managed to reform, and they actually formed this part of the line here near the end. All in all, I think this was a very strong showing. Overall on sides, the British took multiple batteries of losses and about probably, I think, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 steps of casualties. To put that in perspective, they have 50 steps total. So, but with the artillery losses, that puts them over. They've lost so many men and so many guns. That certainly puts them over at a loss.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Villard, man. I was trying to get the attack together to go and clear out the area south of Gettysburg. I was trying to get to you, man. I'm sorry.
The Union took around, I think when the battle was over and done, they probably took about 20 to 30 steps worth of casualties when you include steps that aren't shown from heavy disruption and stuff like that, which would be about 10 to 20% of their, maybe 10%, 12%. And then the Confederacy are about the same place, a little higher, 15%. Because the casualties in the system are a little low right now. Otherwise, things went great. We ran quickly. We hope to do another big game soon. Fun time. And the other stuff was James. He's about to talk about that. Passed him. Is he in here? Oh, he stopped streaming.
Oh, so I ran the fight in the. Let me get this so it's talking to the right screen. I ran the fight down between the Union and the British. So the Union had a force coming up along this line and a force coming up along here that they intentionally began by turning here and then there. So initially they were going to have a full corps in along that line, while the British were coming down across this way. In addition, you had Second Corps from the Union coming up on the primary road, the primary Emmitsburg Road. I'm going to click the erase my drawn line so I can draw some second ones. So one of the key engagements here, you've got the British light cavalry unit coming down there, and as they do that, the U.S. cavalry has just deployed out, kind of like that, with guns right where these red lines are. And they've done that largely as a defensive screen. They don't know the Brits are there. The Brits show up, and it's a question of who's going to do what. And the Brits chose to screen at the wood's edge, and the cavalry suddenly starts saying, all right, let's pound them with artillery, let's maneuver around and hammer these guys. And it takes them time to get into position, which they use, and the Brits sort of stand there and take it. as a result of which the British force is sent reeling backwards, and the U.S. briefly owns this chunk of the woods. What I was impressed by in that by the U.S. Cav commander is that he's doing this with very, very little information to act on. He doesn't really know what the British cavalry force is. He doesn't really know what the friendly units are, and therefore the impact this has. Because as the British are trying to deploy into a line here, that line is in significant measure determined by the fact that they've just had their cavalry punched in. And the cavalry from blue screens the deployment of a 2-corps attack, wham, wham, across the British front line. The British deploy 2 brigades plus 4 batteries of artillery here, and they get attacked by 6 to 8 brigades worth of stuff in echelon. So if one of them wears out, the next one comes back. If you're looking back here at the supply trains, you can see there's an awful lot of Union units. That's because they were badly battered in this fight, didn't quite break, but they didn't quite rout, but they broke, ran back here, ran to their supply trains, and they're finally just now being ready to get back into the fight. There was a great deal of sound and fury across this line as well, with the real casualties being done here, where it was a clear field on either side, and when the Brits got their final order to withdraw, these cannons wind up getting left behind. So yet another loss of artillery for the British there. The sort of moment of glory for the British is that as their forces pulled out of here like this, they had, let me change the color here to make it clearer. They had a second line that was deployed and ready to go through here. So as blue moves up this way, they chase the other guys out and suddenly find themselves, holy crap, in front of formed troops with a lot of artillery, which nearly wiped out an entire battalion in the first turn that happened. But blue is now pulled back to this line as the British are leaving. And in the meantime, the 1 brigade of 5th Corps punched its way up here, captured the supply train, and what they're doing next is anybody's guess. But they are aware of both British troops running away there and Confederate rear area troops and broken troops over here. What they will do next, I don't know.
Oh,
that's
okay.
It for me.
I see. Oh yeah.
Sorry,
that's
was that a
wrap
question?
of the Confederate Army.
Okay, let's Mike. What do you have? Mike Dunn.
Okay, James, can you continue to share your screen? I can't stream because of bandwidth issues.
I will start sharing my screen. Yes. Where do you want me to focus?
Okay,
Where's
go
the
ahead
screen
and focus on northwest of Gettysburg, please. The northwest quadrant of the map.
Where's the screen share?
It's on
if you
at the bottom.
If you click on the live next to my name, or just hover over it, there should be a little pop-up. Click on the pop-up, and you will see the stream. Mike, go.
Yes. Okay. I was the umpire for the northwest quadrant of the map, and which was primarily the Confederate First Corps coming out of Cashtown along the Chambersburg Pike, which you kind of see right along through here. And what the Confederates found was just how incredibly long the column is when you're trying to bring an entire corps along one road. So Marshall, in his benevolence, one of the Confederate divisions to come along the railroad cut road, which is just to the north that parallels the Chambersburg Pike. So we had 2 divisions of 4 brigades each, plus the siege train, plus all the baggage trains, plus the artillery reserve coming along one of the roads. So by the time the front of the column had gotten its way into Chambersburg, the back of the column was just coming onto the map, way up there in the northwest part of the map. So that was a huge, huge problem that the Confederates would have to try to solve. So what that essentially meant is that they had to manage the feeding of forces into where they made contact, which was just south of Gettysburg. Kudos to the First Corps Command team, to all the division commanders and the Corps commander and the Army of Northern Virginia commander for moving out very aggressively to find places where they could put themselves to see as much as they possibly could of the battlefield. The Eli, the Confederate overall commander, made a beeline to the Lutheran seminary, got himself up in the cupola, and was able to get a fantastic vista. So, Eli, you had a pretty good idea of what was happening to your west and to your south, did you think, based upon that?
Yeah, I did. And I'm kind of thinking about it, and man, I really wish I would have had some other pieces of information.
Yes, and we'll
because
come
I
back
would have
to that.
fought it differently. You know what I mean?
Yes, and we'll come back to that in a second here. The overall Union First Corps commander, he got himself onto Cemetery Hill. He wanted to see what was coming up along Baltimore Pike. The division commanders also, based upon how they were going to deploy out, got themselves onto really good pieces of observation so they could see as much as they possibly could before they made the decisions of how they're going to array their forces. So good job to all of you. The overall plan for First Corps was to act as the primary guard for the siege train. And as was briefed earlier, they were to come down the Chambersburg Pike, make a right at the town square in Gettysburg, and proceed to the southeast off the Baltimore Pike. And the plan was pretty good. One division up front to seize Cemetery Hill, to have that under control. One division to the west of that to basically act as a flank guard. And another division pretty much was left in reserve, but was committed to act as the left flank guard for the Corps. So essentially they were going to have, if you can see how I'm drawing around, kind of a U, around the south, the south, the west, and the eastern parts of Gettysburg. So the plan itself was good. The problem, however, ran into the issues of how do you transition an entire corps worth of stuff moving on a single axis of advance into a line of battle that can actually defeat the Union forces coming up from the south. The presumption they were making is that the Brits would be able to hold their position and that they would be able to pretty much tie into them. Kudos again to the division commanders to march into the sound of the guns and being very aggressive in getting their brigades checking out from column into line formations and to make contact. And we saw that for the fight for Cemetery Hill and Cemetery Ridge, where we had one division coming south out of Gettysburg, pressing the attack due southward. One division coming in from the northwest of Cemetery Hill, Cemetery Ridge, and being very aggressive in getting their division committed. And the third division, which was pretty much the reserve, coming in from the northeast and working their way around between Cemetery Hill and Culp's Hill. And they did a rather good job of executing the attack.
Can I do a quick shout out for
yes.
that specific incident? So just to understand what was happening at Cemetery Hill, I want to do a quick shout out to the 1st Division Commander in 6th Corps. He held Cemetery Hill pretty much by himself against 3 divisions. Because I was the 2nd Division, Pennsylvania Reserves. I was supposed to reinforce him. And I did get there about midway through the battle. But before that, he was basically on his own against the whole Corps. And he held him off with some help from the cavalry. Which was pretty damn impressive, because had that not worked, we were actually going to fall all the way back to McAllister's Hill. And if you can see, that would have completely fucked the whole plan for the Union, had that happened. So big kudos right there.
Yeah, and basically it was just really quite frankly luck of the draw, luck of the dice in the actual resolution. I really think the Confederate First Corps did a really nice job of it. It's just that sometimes the fortunes of the war go against you. When the Brits pulled out, following their secret orders that you, of course, would have no reason to know, you were in major peril of being completely surrounded by pretty much the better part of 2 Union corps. And that concludes my back brief.
All right, let's see who else we've got. Next on my list is Felix.
Yeah. So I had the Confederate Second Corps, which was mainly moving in on the Mummusburus Road, whatever that thing is called, down here. And they basically had two big engagements, which was the one here in the north around the Blockers Knoll, and the other one was further down to the west here on the other side of the Rock Creek at Hanover Road, where Heinz's division was fighting the Union. And what we had here was basically in both cases one division versus two divisions. Now the Confederate divisions are bigger than the Union divisions, but still I think they did a good job of holding off there. And unfortunately, we had one player who was started all the way back and didn't really get into contact. This unfortunately happens in a lot of games that one player doesn't really get to get his command in contact. And yeah, and I think that's it from my side.
All right, and CT.
Well, I would go into great detail, but I believe James actually did a pretty outstanding job describing the entirety of the action with the Royal Expeditionary Corps, which I was in charge of as well. So I won't bore y'all with a second rendition of that. I'll just say that you REC guys, thank y'all very much. Y'all were absolute gentlemen throughout the whole thing, and it was a pleasure working with y'all.
Wonderful. Sam, did you have any comments? Sam, are you there? Might be muted.
Yeah. Hello. Which Sam?
Our mail traffic guy.
Right.
Sam Time.
Oh.
Okay.
Didn't he say he had to go?
Oh, he might have. That's right. Okay. All right. Well, it
Time
happens.
Lord ran out of time.
The Time Lord ran out of time. I also
time after time.
Excuse me. I really want to give a special thank you to Brett and Sigismund, who served as our announcers. I hope they provided an entertaining rendition of the events. They were in the unique position of being able to move from place to place to wherever the action was. And I would like to give both of them an opportunity to speak. And then after that, I'll make a final comment for everyone, and then we're going to wrap up the live stream. And then anybody who wants to kind of hang out and still discuss it, you're absolutely welcome to. But real quick, Sigismund, what do you have to say? What were your thoughts on today?
Well, thanks first of all for giving me the opportunity of being able to do this. It was highly entertaining and interesting. Being able to sort of enjoy this event alongside Brett was a great honor. It was very interesting to again find someone who's interested in history and have a talk with him. And it was overall a great enjoyment for me to be able to talk to all of you guys. It was always enlightening to see your unique perspectives, be it as division, corps commander, army commander, or even umpires. I think I can only take away positive things from this, and I think that's all I'd like to add to that.
Wonderful. And Brett, what do you have to say, sir?
It was fun. It was frustrating. It was so enjoyable going from one side to the other, where you're both convinced either you're losing or you're winning. It was a fantastic experience. Thank you, everyone, for making it so fun. Thank you, Marshall.
Absolutely. Okay, to everybody who's watching this on YouTube, either live stream or in the future, because I think we're probably going to get hundreds of thousands of views going forward into the future. I want you to know that you're absolutely welcome to join the International Kriegspiel Society. Our website is kriegspiel.org. And you want to get to our Discord, because that's where all the magic really happens. Get to our Discord. on the front page of creeksfield.org. There's a link at the bottom that says join our Discord. Just hit that and join right up. And that's kind of what I want to say. I want to go ahead now and dismiss our. Oh wait, before. Well, I do want to talk to Eli and I want to talk to Jan real quick before we cut loose.
I do
almost
want
forgot.
to.
Go ahead, Lake. Go ahead.
I was just wondering, is the I know this is run using modules that are available on the Steam Workshop
Yes.
simulator. Will the full battle be available publicly after this?
Yeah, I'll just make the main module public, and yeah, I mean you have to put everything together and so on, but yes, I'll make it public. Sure thing. I'll do that right now as we speak.
I have another question that I want to ask basically everyone. Who wrote the letter signed by the Irish? Because that was an incredible feat of poetry, and I hope you got our reply.
That was me, by the way.
You'll need to read it. You'll need to read it for our live stream audience. You cannot see it.
Okay, the reply was written by me, by the way. Just wanted to say that.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead and
thanks to you, Charles. It was very fitting.
I've got it. I got it. I'll go ahead. To General Benjamin of Allard, Royal Expeditionary Corps, come out, your red and tans. Come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won medals in Crimea. Tell them how Kelly's brigade made you run like hell away from the green and lovely hills of Pennsylvania. Signed, the Irish.
0 out of 10. Didn't use an Irish accent.
Wow.
Where's the reply?
Yeah, where's the reply?
You could probably read that there, Allard. Do you want to?
Do we have it?
Send it to I sent it to the to Lake, I think. I don't know, maybe it didn't reach him or something.
If you want to repost it in the REC real quick, I can.
I haven't saved it.
Please.
What was your?
Well, it's in the
command?
messages somewhere.
Yeah, the synopsis is basically just debunking the arguments made in the song.
All right. We'll have to look for it and post it in our famous quotes. We'll have to post it in great quotes.
Hey, where do we find the video with the commentators like added part to it?
Our YouTube. Okay,
You
real
can
quick.
probably,
I want
make
to.
a clip out of it, right?
What's that?
You can probably make a clip out of it, I think.
Absolutely. Okay, Eli, I want Eli to have a chance to speak. Eli, please go ahead.
I really wish I'd have known that they were forming a line right there. Because I was so focused on trying to get that attack up and over Cemetery Hill and trying to get it rushed. I actually kind of feel a little bit bad for Yope because I kept pushing him like, "Yo, attack the hill. You don't get over it." But I really wish I'd have seen that line that Jan was setting up because I would have fought it entirely differently if I'd known that that's what he was doing.
Yeah, the fog of war, man.
And for the first time ever, someone said. When I say first time ever, first time something that big has been said, and it really wasn't the umpire's fault.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I really wish I'd have known that, because. But there's another. Initially, I was kind of disappointed that I hadn't won because I thought I had it with the limited information that I did have. I was like, "Oh, I got this,"
I thought you did too. I thought there was probably a solid 40% chance that you were going to win, up from a 15% chance when I scripted this scenario.
Yeah, and looking at it, knowing that the Brits were going to pull out, were probably going to pull out regardless. Even how it didn't matter how well my other two corps fought. Eventually, the British were going to pull out regardless. 25% casualties is kind of inevitable.
Yeah, the one thing that's different is I would have put them on guarding the siege trains. They would have been the last ones to fight, and they had another special ability, which is their 2 cavalry units would be invincible in their first and only charge. They could each make 1 charge, and they would immediately rout whatever they hit. So the purpose of that was so that they could punch through an enemy line no matter where it was. and that went completely unutilized. So
No.
My cavalry could do
It
that.
did happen once.
Get utilized. They charged they charged a Union unit well south of Gettysburg and put it
Yeah,
in
and
flight.
it pissed me off when they routed them too.
What Marshall meant,
okay.
what Marshall meant was that it was not utilized in success of the plan.
Yeah, the thing is,
Yeah, and you know
I think Marshall intended it to be what created the corridor.
Yeah,
Yeah.
CT told me that any other charge with the cavalry wouldn't have the same effect. Because he was intentionally not telling me what the actual rule was. He was just telling me it's not going to work as well as it did in the beginning.
Yes.
So I
And you know,
completely wasted that ability on just a raid on a marching column. I didn't exploit that at all.
Dude, okay, so it wasn't completely.
All right.
Hold on, guys. I've still got some more here.
All right, go ahead, Eli.
So the original intention was to have McKay go down the road and secure a hill farther on down that could be easily defended. So the siege guns, because I expected, later on heavy contact, the siege guns would be able to make it that last little mile. You know what I mean? And the original intention was to set a line south of Gettysburg with the entire First Corps and then push south in basically a long wave. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Problem is, we ran into Union troops, a lot of cavalry. I mean, like the entire cavalry corps came down the road, which blew that plan out of the water, especially since they started securing ground. So now the whole plan's gone, and I have to adjust.
That's right. And had your cavalry been positioned with that corridor in mind?
Well, Sigmund, as we pull away from the commanders and the debate about what we should have done versus what happened, and I'm sure that the talk will go on for many hours from now.
Oh, definitely.
I definitely had a great time hanging out with you and talking and observing and trying to figure out all the crazy, complex maneuvers that were going on. Just want to say thank you so much for letting me be part of this and talking with me.
Well, I can only hand that back right to you. It was a great pleasure, like I said before. Great fun, and I think this is a great way to finish the stream. And let's hope for the future that this continues the same way, and many more scenarios or events like this keep coming down the road, right?
Absolutely. Again, creekspill.org for the website. Join up with the Discord, which is where most of the communication goes on. It's no cost. Just come up with a tabletop simulator and come play a game. It's great fun.
All right. Well, thanks for watching, guys, and catch